Chapter 1. The Friendship System. The United States, Kansas. A small town high school. Laya sat alone in the bleachers by the football field. His eyes were fixed on the boys charging back and forth across the green turf, but his thoughts had long since drifted far away. 16 years have passed, and I still can't get used to this. How the hell did I end up transmigrating? I swear I didn't do anything. No car accident, no computer explosion, no lightning strike, no drowning, nothing. I just went to bed quietly, and somehow, I woke up in another world. That's right, Laya was a true son of China, an utterly ordinary person. He had his own home, his own friends, and even someone he secretly liked. Then, just like that, he crossed over. No warning, no chance to prepare. It was as if he had fallen into a long dream, and when he opened his eyes, he was a baby only a few months old. And so, 16 years of a new life passed. Growing up from infancy had its advantages. He could communicate freely with those around him, and he didn't have to worry about anyone noticing he was different. Laya, or rather, Laya Rogers. His parents had vanished 10 years ago. He vaguely remembered that night. A meteor shower poured down over the town, almost destroying it. Afterward, his uncle, James Rogers, the town's sheriff, told him, "Your parents went somewhere far away." At the time, little Laya couldn't help recalling his old homeroom teacher's words, "Capitalist countries are always suffering in fire and water." After that, his uncle adopted him, and he took on his mother's surname. But to Laya, a proud son of China, as long as his given name was still Laya, he would always remain a Lai. A shrill bell snapped him out of his thoughts. The boys on the field stopped playing, and as they rested, the team's quarterback, Whitney, hauled over a big crate of sodas and shouted to his teammates. "Hey guys, over here. These are from Laya. Drinks for everyone courtesy of Laya." Players and cheerleaders swarmed over, snatching cans until the crate was empty. Whitney grabbed 2 bottles, then walked over to the bleachers where Laya sat. "Thanks for the soda, man. You look like you're built pretty solid. Want to give football a try?" Though only 18, Whitney had the solid frame and early maturity typical of American teens. At nearly 6'1", he cast a shadow that seemed to blot out the sun as he stood in front of Laya. Laya himself wasn't in bad shape. His father had been Chinese, his mother American, and he had inherited the best of both. Handsome enough, at least. He took the soda Whitney handed him, smiled, and said, "You sound just like my uncle. He's always nagging about how he was once the star quarterback of this very school. I'm sick of hearing it." Whitney clapped him on the shoulder. "If you join us, you'll feel the thrill of football yourself. At the very least, you'll get plenty of chances to chat up girls. Anyway, I've got to get the guys back to training." Before his words had even faded, a mechanical chime rang out in Laya's mind. Ding. Friendship level raised to friendly. Character card unlocked. Whitney. That sound was no stranger to Laya. It had bound itself to him the very moment he crossed over. The friendship system, or something like that. Put simply, friendship levels were divided into 6 tiers. Dislike, neutral, friendly, trust, admiration, and life and death bond. As long as his relationship with someone reached friendly, he would unlock a character card containing some of that person's abilities. Once, he'd even set his sights on the most powerful man he could find, the town mayor. After painstakingly cultivating goodwill with him, the card ability he unlocked turned out to be eating without getting caught by your wife. Laya had nearly died of anger on the spot. Seriously? Couldn't this system consider the feelings of single guys like me? I don't even have a girlfriend, and you give me this? Cheat your ass. One thing was clear. This system was a real troll. Alright, let's see what Whitney's card has to offer. "You're the school's golden boy, don't let me down." Closing his eyes, Laya activated the friendship system. A screen of cards appeared before his mind's eye, like a collection album. The unlocked ones were all white, tier cards, Whitney's included. White card, Whitney. Race, human. Main card effects, basic charisma, dating specialist, bedroom specialist, lady killer. Additional notes, mortal physique, limited growth potential. Damn, not bad at all. Way better than some useless, cheating skill. For just a crate of soda, this is a pretty good return. Laya comforted himself with that thought. Just like in most games, the cards had rarity levels. The weakest were the common white cards. 1 tier higher were rare blue cards. Above that were heroic purple cards, legendary gold cards, and finally, epic orange cards. Equip to main card slot. The friendship system's interface allowed him to equip one main card and several sub-cards. Generally, a card in the main slot would grant its full abilities while sub-cards only gave a fraction of their bonuses. The effectiveness also scaled with the friendship level. Take Whitney for example. At friendly, Laia could use 40% of Whitney's card abilities. If their friendship rose to trust, the effect would increase to 55%. The higher the friendship value, the stronger the card's effect. On the character screen, the white Whitney card slotted into the main slot. In that instant, Laia felt as if he'd gained an aura. His whole presence seemed far more magnetic. Holy crap, I suddenly feel like I know how to talk to girls. Damn, now I finally understand why I was single in my past life. He recalled a painful memory. Back then, when I went out with the girl I liked, she said the dorm was locked for the night, and she'd have to stay out. But I was so eager to pull an all-nighter at the internet cafe with my buddies that I actually climbed the wall just to wake up her dorm supervisor and open the door for her. The look she gave me afterward wasn't gratitude, it was disappointment. And that wasn't the only time I blew it. Oh my god, how many chances did I miss all those years? No wonder I was doomed to be single forever. Laia's sudden enlightenment came with a crushing sense of regret that nearly knocked the air from his chest. Still, he forced himself to wear the mask of strength, fighting the urge to break down. Just then, a group of cheerleaders passed by. They couldn't help but notice the lone figure on the bleachers. One girl suddenly shivered and gasped in excitement. Wow, that guy's so handsome. That brooding look is just killer. Hearing that, Laia glanced over. A few blonde, blue-eyed girls were staring at him. Of course, American high school girls 16, 17 years old, already well developed, curves in all the right places. Enough to make any man sin, just by looking. No way, this card's effect is this strong? He thought, inwardly marveling at how overpowered the Whitney card was. Outwardly though, he kept his practiced expression, I've got a story, but I'm not telling it. Then, an Asian girl walked up to him. She smiled, her delicate features like they'd been carved by an artist, and when she laughed, her eyes curved like crescents, dazzling and bewitching. Laia knew her. She was the flower of the class next door, Lana Lan. He'd once tried hitting on her, but let's just say the attempt had been a catastrophic train wreck. Utterly humiliating. Hi, Laia, Lana said, to his surprise taking the initiative to approach him. I want to ask a favor. With Lana standing there, the blondes instantly lost their shine. Laia turned slightly, putting on what he thought was a gentlemanly smile tinged with melancholy. Lana, how can I help you? It's like this, she explained, eyes hopeful. A lot of our players are graduating this year, so the coach asked us to recruit some talented newcomers. There's one boy who fits perfectly, but he doesn't seem interested in football. You're popular, I was hoping you'd come with me to persuade him to join. Still smiling, Laia replied, of course, Lana. Who's the lucky guy that's worth your personal persuasion? Clark Kent, she said. Chapter 2, Clark Kent. The name hit Laia like a thunderbolt. What? Say that again? Startled by his reaction, Lana repeated, more softly, Clark Kent. From the Kent farm. His father's Jonathan Kent, he used to be quarterback for the high school here. Kent farm, Clark Kent, the meteor shower 10 years ago. Though Laia had grown from a baby to a teenager in this world, most of his past life memories long blurred, some fragments still lingered. He remembered, for one thing, that he had been a fan of American comics. And Clark Kent was Superman. The realization made Laia's heart pound. Holy crap, no way, did I actually transmigrate into the DC universe? Smallville, isn't this where Superman grew up? No wonder he hadn't noticed before. First, the name Smallville was translated into Chinese as Simawire, just some obscure rural town with no weight to it. Who could have guessed it was Superman's hometown? And of course, if Superman himself had flown by in a cape and red underwear, anyone would have recognized it. Look up in the sky. Is it a bird? A plane? No, it's Superman. That line was so overused. But who would ever suspect that the quiet, lonely kid in the next class over the so-called weirdo no one mentioned was actually an alien from Krypton, destined to become one of Earth's greatest heroes? Seeing his face pale, Lana asked with concern, Laia, are you okay? Why do you look like that just from hearing Clark's name? Oh, it's nothing, he quickly recovered, blurting, I just remembered my mom's name is Martha too. Lana froze, baffled. Ein, ever mentioned his mom though? Oh, sorry. Horse, Leia wasn't going to tell her he was joking. In Batman v Superman, that one line, my mom's name is Martha too, was the ridiculous trigger that made two muscle-bound titans stop fighting. He waved it off. Don't mind the details. Let's go, take me to him. When Leia agreed, Lana set aside her doubts and led her back to the school building. Together, they walked to Class 2A. Only one student was inside. Leia glanced over. It was a boy who looked about 16. The boy had black hair and hadn't yet grown into his full height, but his frame was surprisingly sturdy. He seemed to know someone was approaching, for he turned just in time to see Lana and Leia. Hey, Clark. Lana greeted him warmly, but as she drew closer, Clark's fair face suddenly turned pale. Hey, Lana. Clark had long admired her, though he never understood why being near her always made his body feel weak and powerless. Most of the time, all he could do was watch her from a distance. Leia, puzzled, instinctively glanced at the green gemstone necklace around Lana's neck. As it drew near Clark, the stone began to glow faintly. Kryptonite. Why do you always look like you're uncomfortable every time you see me? Lana pouted. That was exactly why she had asked Leia to come along. The truth was, Lana really did wear kryptonite. 10 years ago, her parents had disappeared in the meteor shower. As she grew older, she came to understand what her aunt's word disappeared really meant. To remember her parents, she had fashioned the deadly stone into a necklace. She never realized that this innocent act left poor Clark weakened whenever she drew near. Lana, let me talk to him. Leia gently pulled Lana back and stepped in front of Clark. The glow from the kryptonite dimmed, and some color returned to Clark's face. Hello, Clark. I'm Leia Rogers. Inwardly, he added, hello, Kal-El. Hi, I'm Clark Kent. It was Leia's first real conversation with the future Superman. From memory, he knew young Clark liked American football. It wasn't unusual on this town's campus. The most admired weren't the top students, but the football stars. Generations of locals grew up dreaming of the team. Joining it was practically tradition. Clark, raised in that same culture, naturally longed for it too. But Clark wasn't ordinary. By 6, he could lift a car. Knives and bullets couldn't harm him. He had to hide his powers carefully, never drawing attention. Football was far too dangerous. Not for him, but for anyone who went up against him. A single tackle could break bones. So young Clark Kent lived in quiet isolation, uncertain of who he was or where he came from, burdened by directionless longing. A heart full of secrets, yet who could he tell? To wear a crown is to bear its weight. The making of a hero was never smooth. What the world never saw were the storms of his youth. That's the thing, Leia began, suppressing his own excitement. The senior players are about to graduate. They need new members. We'd like to invite you to join the team. Clark shook his head. Sorry, my father doesn't allow me to play football. Jonathan Kent had his reasons. He didn't want Clark's powers exposed, and he worried about the other kids. Football was about hard collisions. Facing Clark would be like charging headfirst into a steel wall. Bones would shatter. But Leia wasn't ready to give up. This was his first step toward building a bond with Superman. Superman? This is Superman we're talking about. To be his brother in arms, what could that mean? Who would dare bully me if I could say, go ask my brother Superman? And beyond that, Leia had his friendship system. If he could raise Clark's friendship value to friendly, he could unlock Superman's character card. Even if Clark wasn't Superman yet, surely a young Superman card had to be at least purple, tier hero class. Clearing his throat, Leia pressed on. Clark, I'm not asking whether your father allows it. I know you want to say you've got special circumstances. Just hear me out. What I really want to know is, what kind of person do you want to be? Listen to your own heart. Tell me, what do you truly want? Clark froze, stunned. His adoptive father was honest, but strict, laying down countless rules. They were meant to protect him, but to a boy in the throes of adolescence, those rules felt suffocating. He wanted to rebel, but he couldn't. I just want to fit in, Clark whispered, his voice heavy with despair. But I can't. He knew too well the danger of hurting someone by accident. Leia placed a hand on his shoulder, solid muscle, like it had been cast in lead. Good grief, this guy's built like a tank already. Clark, he said seriously, you owe it to yourself to take a chance and to let others get to know you. If you're brave enough to try, you'll see it's not nearly as impossible as you imagine. Wow, Leia thought. I'm starting to scare myself with all this motivational talk. Guess all that internet chicken soup for the soul really pays off. Clark trembled faintly, but his eyes began to light with hope. He looked at Lena and Leah. You really think I can? Leah met his gaze with steady confidence. This afternoon at 2, I'll go with you to practice. Just try it. After today's training, you can decide whether to join. Clark agreed. That would open the door for Leah. He'd have the perfect chance to nurture their bond. Raise the friendship level. Unlock the Superman card. My salted fish days are over. As expected, Clark nodded firmly. I'll go this afternoon. But first, I need to tell my dad. Don't worry, I'll convince him. Even Clark himself didn't sound certain, but Leah didn't mind. He had his excuse to keep close contact with him, and that was enough. Clark grabbed a few books, said goodbye to them, and headed home. At that moment, Leah slipped into his friendship system, and sure enough, a brand new entry appeared in the front of his collection. That belonged to Clark Kent's character guidebook. At this moment, the display showed their friendship level at a steady 50%. If it broke past the friendly threshold, the entry would transform into a unique card, and judging by the color of the frame, purple, that meant it would evolve into a purple tier hero card. After Clark left, Lena fixed her bright eyes on Leah and studied him with surprise. Not bad, Leah. I honestly didn't think you'd be able to talk Clark into it. I wasn't holding out much hope. What can I say? Personal charm works wonders. Leah straightened his posture, letting the charisma boost from his Whitney card radiate outward, which made Lena laugh until her shoulders shook. You're so full of yourself. Tell me then, how should I reward you? Leaning forward, Lena suddenly perched on Leah's lap, her soft body pressed close against his, slender hands resting lightly on his chest. A faint fragrance drifted from her breath. For a moment, Leah's mind went blank. A lap attack. In his past and present life, he'd always been a virgin. This was way beyond his ability to handle. Others might not know, but as a die-hard DC fan, Leah did. He remembered that during his youth, Clark Kent once secretly admired a girl named Lana Lang. Back then, Leah thought it was just coincidence that this girl shared the same name. But no, it wasn't a coincidence at all. She really was that Lana Lang. I'm doomed. If Smallville's Clark forgets his book and comes back right now and sees this, my hard-earned friendship level will crash straight to zero. Summoning his courage, Leah prepared to push Lana away. But before he could, she leaned closer and left a soft kiss on his cheek. Her lips parted slightly, and in a voice as gentle as an orchid's fragrance, she whispered, My aunt's gone to Metropolis on business. I'll be alone tonight. Will you come over and help me with homework? Her face flushed red as she stood and walked off, leaving Leah frozen in place. Wait, what? Are all American girls this bold? He squeezed his eyes shut, muttering in his head like a mantra. Never touch your friend's girl. Never touch your friend's girl. Never to no wait, not polite. What was he even thinking? He only asked him to tutor her, right? Leah forced a pure, innocent look onto his face. Just homework. Homework can't get anyone pregnant. Besides, Superman's destined partner was Lois Lane. In canon, he and Lana never truly ended up together. So technically, this wasn't breaking any ships. Suddenly, Leah felt grateful for Whitney's lady killer attribute. It was way too effective. By noon, he was home alone. His uncle, the sheriff, was always busy with work, and his aunt had long since left for Metropolis. Leah grabbed some steak and potatoes from the fridge, fried a simple meal, and made do. But in his heart, he was already preparing for the evening. Compared to going to Lana's for tutoring, afternoon football practice didn't seem all that important. He needed to dress properly tonight. Flowers, a small gift, a sweet treat, nothing could be forgotten. Maybe it was Whitney's card still working its magic, but Leah felt like he finally understood. Winning a girl's heart came down to 3 words: buy, give, surprise. Just a little gift, a little thoughtful gesture, and you could pierce through her defenses and create a romantic sense of ritual. After that, well, everything else would naturally follow. Thinking of his past self, clueless and unromantic, Leah wanted to slap himself. No wonder I was single. During his lunch break, he headed into town to buy everything he needed: flowers, snacks, gifts. He even swallowed his embarrassment and picked up more than 10 boxes of protection at the convenience store. At checkout, the cashier smirked knowingly. Leo returned the same grin. Men understood. Back in China, people avoided even mentioning this stuff. But here in America, it's as normal as eating or drinking. Am I being corrupted by capitalist decadence? He wondered. Guilt tugged at him, but the thought of shedding his life virgin status tonight made him shove that guilt aside. If not me, then who? By afternoon, Leah carried a crate of sodas to the field. Clark was already waiting there. "Hey Clark, you're early." To his delight, Leah noticed his friendship level with young Superman had climbed another 10% over lunch, now at 60%, only 40 more to go before the next stage of true camaraderie. Clark gave Leah a friendly smile. "I've been here for a while already." "Your dad agreed that easily?" Leah had thought Jonathan Kent would refuse outright. "We argued," Clark admitted, "but in the end, he compromised. I know I can do this well." His voice was firm. Leah understood the unspoken meaning. To put it bluntly, relax. This Superboy will be careful not to hurt you fragile earthlings. Players began to gather for training, along with a few cheerleaders who were practically swooning. Thanks to Whitney's character card and its charm boost, Leah was now something of a minor celebrity himself. The real Whitney noticed him and called out cheerfully, "Leah, you're joining training too?" "Not just me," Leah replied. "I've got a friend with me. Let me introduce Clark Kent." He brought the two together. Whitney smiled warmly at Clark. "I've been wanting to recruit you for ages. Since you are with Leah, you two can be on the same team today." Clark didn't object. When Whitney left to organize things, he gave Leah a grateful look. "Thanks. You've really got away with people at the school." To earn even Superman's admiration filled Leah with pride. "Make more friends and you'll be just as popular." As they chatted, the cheerleaders began their rehearsal. Lena stood front and center, waving her pom-poms toward Leah and Clark. Leah noticed the tenderness in Clark's eyes as he looked at her. It was hard to imagine the man of steel wearing such a soft, love-struck expression. "Love is a beam of light so green it makes you panic," Leah muttered cryptically. Soon, practice began. Leah and Clark were placed on the rookie team, made up of players with less than a year's training. The other team was led by Whitney, the seniors. Everyone suited up. At the coach's whistle, the scrimmage kicked off. American football wasn't like traditional soccer. It wasn't about kicking the ball, but charging forward with it in your arms, raw force and spectacle. That's why they called it the ultimate man's sport. Leah didn't really understand the rules, but it didn't matter, he just followed Clark's lead. Clark quickly became the rookie team's core, carrying the ball on almost every drive. Even so, he was careful with his strength. Whenever someone tackled him, he would stop short and lean back slightly, making it look as if he'd been knocked aside. In reality, forget a few high schoolers, even a speeding car would struggle to budge him. After breaking through the defense, Clark kicked the ball cleanly between the goalposts. Before the opposing team could even react, the rookies had scored 3 points. The cheerleaders erupted in cheers, pom-poms flashing in the air as they shouted Clark Kent's name. And when Clark saw Lana calling his name, he couldn't help but smile, bright and genuine. "Nice one, bro. I knew you had it in you." Leah hurried over, draping an arm around Clark's shoulder and shaking him enthusiastically. Clark, of course, didn't budge an inch, his focus was still on Lana. Well, never mind the details. Chapter 4. What it feels like to be hit by Superman. Barely 30 minutes into the afternoon practice, the rookie team had already racked up 12 points, and that was with Clark holding back. As expected, being on Superman's team means victory comes easy. I don't even have to lift a finger, Leah thought. The best part was that in just half an hour, his friendship level with Clark had risen another 5%. Across the field, the seniors were growing frustrated. This was supposed to be a lesson in teaching rookies how to play football, but instead, the newcomers had overtaken them. Where were the seniors supposed to put their pride now? "Next play, I'll block Clark," Whitney ordered. "We'll force him into a contact fall. Then we switch to formation B." He'd already realized Clark was the rookie's linchpin. As long as they could limit him, the seniors still had a chance. On the next kickoff, Leah passed the ball to Clark and jogged after him, wearing an expression that screamed, "Look at me, the MVP assist machine." That was when Whitney suddenly lunged from the side, sliding hard for a tackle. Holy crap, he's sliding at Superman? This guy's got guts. Leah's respect for Whitney rose another notch. Clark, meanwhile, was riding high on adrenaline, scoring again and again. Hearing Lana cheer his name, it had gone to his head. Whitney's sudden slide caught him off guard. He couldn't let Whitney touch him, otherwise it'd be like throwing yourself under the wheels of a speeding truck. And what happens when a man slides under a speeding truck? Your legs get pulverized. Damn. Clark stomped his right foot forward, leaping over Whitney's slide. But his footing slipped, his balance faltered, and he staggered backward, tumbling to the ground. And who was behind him? It was Laia. He had just been waiting to see Whitney make a fool of himself when suddenly he realized Clark was stumbling straight toward him. If it had been anyone else, even the rock Laia might have rushed to help, but this was Clark Kent, the so-called man of steel. Having a block of living iron falling on you, who'd be dumb enough to try catching that? His instincts screamed at him to dodge, but reality hit harder. He didn't have Superman's reflexes or speed. All he could do was watch as the boy destined to be Superman barreled straight at him. "Bro, don't hit me, we're on the same side." That was Laia's last thought before a sickening crack filled his ears, and the next instant, he was flung through the air. Getting hit by a car doing 120 kilometers an hour probably felt about the same. "Oh no, Laia. What happened?" "God, his bones are broken. Call an ambulance, dial 911. Laia still clung to a shred of consciousness until he heard the word ambulance. In America, everyone knew ambulances were money pits. At that, his fears spiked and he promptly fainted. "It's over. My family's ruined." What hurt even more was realizing he wouldn't be able to go to Lana's place that night to tutor her. A total loss. When he came to, he was already lying in a small, town hospital ward. The room was small with only one bed. The curtain on the west window was pulled back, and the noon sunlight warmed the room. "Thank God you're finally awake." The speaker was a middle-aged man in uniform, his eyes puffy as if he hadn't slept all night. Laia recognized him, his uncle, James Rogers. He tried to move, but pain like knives tore through his body. James quickly pressed him down. "Don't move. The doctor said you've broken 3 ribs, plus the bones in your right hand. You need to rest." "Uncle James, how long was I out?" Laia's voice was weak, every word an effort. "An afternoon and a night. Don't worry, I already called the school for you." James sighed. That Kent boy really wasn't careful. Thankfully, since football was known for rough injuries, no one suspected Clark of anything unusual. "It's not his fault. It's football, bumps and bruises happen. Just means I've got to toughen up." Laia certainly wasn't going to blame Clark. For one, it hadn't been intentional. For another, he was still counting on that Superman card. At the thought of it, he shut his eyes, slipping into the system's space. He had expected that after this ordeal, his friendship value with Clark would have risen, but to his shock, it had dropped to 30%. Holy, his face went pale, nearly spitting blood. Not only was he seriously injured and hospitalized, not only had he missed his chance to get closer to Lana, his friendship value with young Superman had actually gone down. A double disaster. Still, when he thought about it, it did make sense. Clark was someone who took responsibility for everything. After what happened, he'd feel guilty and ashamed, lowering his bond with Laia. That had to be definitely not because Clark suspected anything about him and Lana. James gave him an encouraging look. "Good attitude. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Oh, by the way, the flowers by your bed? A little girl brought them. I think she's from the Land family." "Yeah, she came last night. The Kents visited too. They'll probably come back around noon," James added with a shrug. Sure enough, footsteps soon echoed in the hallway, and the door opened. In came a middle-aged couple, followed by a downcast Clark, and Lana carrying another bouquet. "Sheriff Rogers, we're so sorry for all the trouble." The man in an old-fashioned cowboy shirt shook James's hand. After the brief greeting, both adults turned to Laia. They could only be Clark's adoptive parents, Jonathan and Martha Kent. Though middle-aged, Martha still carried a graceful charm. She took out a lunchbox and said gently, "Laia, I want to apologize on Clark's behalf. I made you some soup. I hope it helps you recover quickly." "Mrs. Kent's soup is really good. I tasted a little earlier, and I know you'll like it," Lana chimed in, setting the fresh flowers by his bed. She shot Clark a look, urging him to speak. Clark opened his mouth, his expression full of guilt. He seemed to despise himself for having powers, wishing only to be a normal high schooler playing football and hanging out with friends. "I'm sorry," he finally said. "Could I talk to Clark alone for a bit?" Laia asked quietly. Martha hesitated. "Why? Can't you say it in front of us?" Jonathan, however, waved her off and cut in smoothly, smiling at Laia. "It's fine. Clark, stay with him for a while. We'll head out first." With Jonathan taking the lead, the others filed out. Lana, pouting, muttered as she left, "What's the big secret you can't say in front of me? So mysterious." Chapter 5, Ding, Superman card. As everyone stepped out of the room, Clark moved forward first, his voice solemn. "No matter if you want to yell at me or even hit me, I won't fight back." Leah blinked at his words, startled, before replying, "Why would I yell at you or hit you? Come on, this isn't your fault." "It is my fault. If I hadn't gone to training, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Clark, I know you're not like everyone else." At those words, Clark's expression shifted. He instinctively stepped back, his eyes wary. Leah could practically see their friendship value dropping. "Relax," Leah said quickly, trying to steady him. "I'm not trying to expose you or threaten you. What I mean is you have a gift, Clark." "That's not a gift. It's a curse." Clark shook his head. More than once he had asked his adoptive father why he was so different. All he had ever wanted was to be normal, to fall in love recklessly, to stand proudly as the football star everyone admired instead of hiding his true self in the shadows. Ordinarily, lessons like this should have come slowly from Jonathan Kent, but for the sake of boosting their friendship, Leah ladled out a steaming bowl of motivational chicken soup all at once. "Clark, you didn't get to choose how you were born, but you can choose how to use what you've been given. Nothing is meaningless. You were born with a purpose. Your abilities matter." He leaned in, voice firm. "And I want you to remember this. With great power comes great responsibility." "Sorry, Uncle Ben, dragging out your golden line to sound cool again." I mean to educate. Sure, I'm fishing for Clark's friendship points, but if it also helps him find some direction, that's not a bad trade-off." Clark's eyes lit with something new. He whispered to himself over and over. "With great power comes great responsibility. Great power, great responsibility." It took him a while to fully digest the words. A spark of understanding stirred, though he couldn't yet shape it into clarity. "Even so," Clark sighed at last, "my parents would never let me use these powers." "I'm not saying you should use them to do something now," Leah countered. "Think about it. Yesterday you hurt me. That wasn't because you had powers, it was because you didn't have control. The day comes when you can push yourself in the thick of things without hurting anyone. That's when you'll know you've mastered them." Clark assumed Leah was talking about football. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. If only he had been sharper at reading Whitney's movements, faster to dodge, calmer under pressure, yesterday could have ended so differently. "You're right. I'm not ready yet." Clark's eyes softened with gratitude as he smiled, truly smiled. He no longer carried guilt for injuring Leah. He no longer wrestled with confusion over his differences. He was still uncertain about his path, but for the first time he felt a thread of direction. He knew now, great power came with great responsibility. His gift could mean something. Jonathan Kent had raised him well. Superman's greatness wasn't only about raw strength. It was about character, compassion, selflessness, that universal love. Without those, he would be just another soldier with powers, not a hero. Leah had nudged him only a little, but the effect was profound. Ding! Friendship level raised to friendly. Clark Kent character card unlocked. A dazzling violet light flared in Leah's consciousness. In that instant, his heart leapt. Injuries? Missed opportunities? None of it mattered anymore. The moment the purple card appeared, everything was worth it. Violet card. Clark Kent, birth name, Kal-El. Race, Kryptonian. Primary effects: Man of Steel, super strength, super speed, heat vision, X-ray vision, freeze breath, flight locked, and more. Notes: versatile growth type, limitless potential. Card rarity will evolve with personal growth. The card upgrades. As Clark grows into Superman, this card can evolve from purple hero tier all the way to gold legendary. Leah's breathing nearly stopped from excitement. His heart pounded as he rushed to equip it. Equip Superman card. Whitney card, out you go. The violet glow replaced Whitney's slot. The main deck now shone with Clark Kent. That very moment, endless power surged through Leah's body. Sunlight streamed through the hospital window, bathing him in warmth. He felt as if he were embracing the whole world. The fractures in his body tingled, then gone. No more pain. Whoa, this feels amazing. He leapt off the bed in one bound, startling Clark. "Leah, what are you doing? Get back down before you hurt yourself." "Something incredible just happened. Look, my injuries are gone." As he spoke, Leah raised his wrist. With a squeeze, the cast cracked and shattered, revealing unblemished skin beneath. Clark said nothing at first. His eyes narrowed as he activated his X-ray vision, scanning Leah's bones. Disbelief clouded his voice. How is this possible? Yesterday, I saw your bones were broken." Yesterday when Clark had accidentally knocked into Leah, he'd secretly used his X-ray vision to scan him. But now, after just one night, Leah's broken bones had completely healed. "I get it, you've got a gift too, don't you, Leah? You're like me?" Clark asked, his voice tinged with excitement. All this time he had believed he was the only one who was different, the only one special. Discovering that Leah also carried something extraordinary was like Columbus stumbling across a new world. It meant he wasn't alone anymore, he had someone like him, someone he could belong with. Leah, being a transmigrant, understood exactly how Clark felt. He didn't plan on hiding anything. Instead, he answered honestly. "That's right, Clark. I've got superpowers too." "Your power is healing?" "No, think of it more like copying." "Clark, I copied your powers." Leah had learned enough about Americans to know how much they hated secrecy and lies. So instead of revealing the truth about his system, he framed it in a way that sounded similar. He'd half expected young Superman to be upset. But Clark didn't mind at all. In fact, he grew more excited. "Cool. So, you're an alien too?" "Something like that," Leah muttered. "Alien? If only you knew. I'm not just from another planet, I'm from a parallel universe altogether." "Where's your ship then? Did your uncle hide it in the cellar for you too?" Chapter 6. Serious Nonsense. Once Clark learned Leah's secret, he switched into full-on 10,000 questions mode. Though Leah found him irritating, the thought of stacking up that sweet friendship value kept him patient. By the time they finished talking, their bond had climbed to 20% into the friendly tier. At 40%, he'd unlock more Kryptonian abilities. At 55%, he'd reach the trust tier. But friendship couldn't be rushed. True bonds were forged over time, like soldiers who had fought side by side for years, entrusting one another with life and death. After chatting for a while, Leah's curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to try out what 40% Kryptonian power felt like. So he said, "Hey Clark, come outside with me." "But you're still a patient. Walking around like nothing's wrong, is that really okay?" Clark frowned in concern. And he wasn't wrong. Minutes ago, Leah had been lying in bed with broken limbs. If he suddenly appeared outside, perfectly fine, it would be a little too much for ordinary people to swallow. "What choice do I have? If I keep lying here, won't the doctors notice something's off during the next checkup?" He didn't care anymore. He just wanted out of the hospital. His uncle could deal with the mess later, he'd never be able to hide it completely, but at least not every doctor would know. With that thought, Leah strode to the window and pushed it open. The ward was on the 3rd floor, about 9 meters up. A fall from that height would normally mean broken bones or worse. But I'm not an ordinary person anymore. Clenching his teeth, Leah shouted and leapt. In his mind, he pictured himself twisting gracefully through the air, landing on one knee in a flawless superhero pose, smooth, stylish, perfect. Reality was less kind. His body coordination hadn't caught up with his newfound Kryptonian powers. He twisted the wrong way and smashed straight into the ground face first. Luckily, his face was now just as unbreakable as steel, not a scratch. Instead, the concrete pavement cracked beneath him. Smack! A lighter thud landed behind him. Clark had followed him down. He rushed over, worried. "Leah, are you okay? I saw your face." "No, you didn't see anything." Leah cut him off, clasping his hands behind his back and striking a lofty pose. A true hero, when gazing at the stars, must also learn to embrace the earth. Clark had never heard anyone describe face planting in such a noble way. He burst out laughing. "I think I'm getting used to your serious nonsense. But Leah, you said you copied my powers, right? Then can you keep up with my speed?" "If you hold back to 40%, I can." The moment he said it, Leah stamped down hard, launching forward like a cannonball. In a thunderous boom, he shot into the distance. "You cheat!" Clark shouted, then blurred into motion himself. Wearing his red denim jacket, he looked like a streak of crimson lightning as he closed the gap. The two of them raced in a blur of afterimages, darting from the hospital to the streets of Smallville, then around the roads. They circled the whole town 4 or 5 times before stopping. Clark stood calm, his breath steady. Leah, with only 40% of his power, was panting heavily, hands on his knees. It took him a long moment to recover. "You're not exactly built for stamina, are you?" Clark teased, grinning as he walked alongside him. Their friendship level had climbed into the friendly tier now. They were real friends, close enough that Clark could start poking fun at him. "Not my strong suit," Leah replied shamelessly. "You might not believe it, but I'm more of a brains overbrawn kind of guy. Clark let out an "oh," his face practically spelling out as if I'd believe that. But instead of pressing the point, he shifted the topic. Leia, you once told me that with great power comes great responsibility. You've got superpowers too, so what's your responsibility? The two of them walked onto a bridge. Leia leaned against the iron railing, gazing into the distance. His voice was calm as he said, "There's no way the two of us are the only ones in this world with powers." When he first realized he was in the DC universe, this was the very question that haunted him. Because the DC universe was anything but peaceful. Forget petty criminals, the kind who casually planted bombs in banks, planes, and skyscrapers. Even worse were the threats from beyond. Zod, Doomsday, Brainiac, Steppenwolf, the Dark Lord Darkseid. In a world like this, survival hinged on luck. If powerful heroes happened to be competent protectors, humanity might scrape by. But if not, in those parallel universes where the heroes failed or worse, turned dark things went straight to hell. The DC multiverse was endless. Some worlds were shining and good, others bleak and twisted. Leia knew of one such universe where even Superman turned tyrant, establishing a brutal regime and slaughtering many heroes led by Batman. In Batman v Superman, there was even an Easter egg, a dream sequence where Batman saw soldiers wearing armbands with Superman's crest. Those were troops of the corrupted Superman regime. In short, this world was dangerous as hell. Leia sighed and went on. I want to form an alliance, to unite the righteous metahumans and stand together against those who use their powers for evil. It was a simple sentence, but Clark's eyes lit up. He was quick enough to see the heart of it. If that really happened, if all the good superpowered people united, then, not just Kansas, but the entire world would be better because of you. Leia, I didn't think you had such lofty ambitions. Do I? Do I? Leia's expression was pure question marks. He'd just been trying to flex in front of the kid, basically dropping the Justice League name. His actual motive for wanting to create it was much simpler. He needed to raise friendship values, unlock cards, gain superpowers. But that reason was for him alone. No way would he explain it to Clark. At least for this moment, in Clark's eyes, Leia's image was larger than life. Have you thought of a name for this alliance? Clark asked, hopeful. Already did. The Injustice League, Leia said firmly. What? I mean the League Against Injustice. Short for Injustice League. Leia grinned, enjoying the joke at Clark's expense. Why not just call it the Justice League? Great name. We'll go with that. From this moment on, Clark Kent, you're the Vice President of the Justice League. Thanks. Wait a second. Don't tell me the Justice League is just the two of us. That'd make me the junior member. Clark instantly realized Leia had set another trap for him. It'll grow in the future, trust me. They exchanged a look and burst into carefree laughter. Just then, a white Porsche roared past at over 180 kilometers per hour. The driver, whether distracted on the phone or fumbling the wheel, suddenly lost control. The car swerved straight toward Leia. Chapter 7. Take this with you. Leia, look out! Clark reacted first. In a blur, he shoved Leia aside only to be struck head-on by the Porsche. With a thunderous crash, the iron railing of the bridge crumpled. The car plowed forward, dragging Clark with it, and together they plunged into the river. Leia wasn't worried for Clark, not in the slightest. This was Superman, after all. A car crash? Even a mountain collapsing on him wouldn't leave a scratch. The driver, though, that was another story. Without hesitation, Leia dove into the water. He seized the Porsche's door, and with a light pull, tore it free as if it were paper. Clark swam up alongside him, hauling the driver out. Together, they brought him to shore. A bald head. Leia got a good look at the man. Young about their age, sharp suit, limited edition Porsche. Filthy rich, clearly. Bald, and if I'm not mistaken, his license plate read LEX. No way, that wasn't the Lex Luthor, was it? While Leia froze in shock, Clark was already performing CPR, chest compressions, mouth to mouth. Superman's first kiss had just gone to Lex Luthor. Leia's face twisted into something between amusement and disbelief. It was true that Clark and Lex had once been close friends, though their ideals would later drive them apart until they became bitter enemies. If I killed him right now, would that save us a lot of trouble down the line? Thought flashed through Leia's mind, but it remained just that. Killing an innocent man in front of Superman? Clark would turn on him instantly. No, best to let Lex live another day. Still, If I unlock Lex Luthor's character card, what ability would I get? Would being rich count? Cough, cough. Coughing up river water, Lex finally came to. His wide eyes locked on Clark's, shock and relief mixing in his expression. For 5 long seconds the two of them just stared at each other before Lex muttered, You saved my life. But I could have sworn I crashed into you. If you really hit me, I'd be dead already, Clark replied evenly. We should probably call the police first. In America, the answer to almost any problem big or small was the same. Call the cops. Life or death, emergency or petty dispute, one phone call and the police would show up. Of course, the bill for mobilizing all that manpower. Lex nodded in agreement. After all, he needed a crane to fish his Porsche out of the river. As for the bill, he could practically take out a yearly subscription to the local PD. Money wasn't an issue for him. Laia, you can't be here. Go, Clark reminded him quickly. Laia was supposed to be recovering in the hospital. It was one thing to sneak out and head home, but if someone saw him running around outside town perfectly fine, there'd be no explaining it. Laia flashed an OK sign, jogged off, and just before reaching the main street, he blurred into super speed, slipping past everyone's eyes and reappearing back at his own house. He had barely stepped inside when he nearly bumped into his uncle, James. Laia, you little rascal, why aren't you in the hospital where you belong? I almost thought you'd been kidnapped. Sheriff James exploded the moment he saw him, then froze, grabbing Leia's arm with a shocked look. Wait, your injuries. They're healed? What if I told you I was never really injured, just misdiagnosed? Would you believe me? Laia asked weakly. James fell silent, his chiseled features hardening with authority. Impossible. I saw them set your bones myself, and if it was a misdiagnosis, I'd sue that hospital into bankruptcy. Okay, give me a second to come up with a better excuse, Laia muttered, slumping into a chair, pretending to think hard. James rubbed his forehead. Forget it. I'm just glad you're safe. Honestly, this town's seen too many strange things. In my years as sheriff, I've witnessed enough people throwing lightning, coaches who can control fire. Sorry, I snapped. I was just worried about you. Ever since the meteor shower 10 years ago, weird incidents had plagued the town. Most of them were really just effects of kryptonite radiation, but to ordinary folks, they looked like random fires or freak electrical accidents. There's really stuff like that happening? Why didn't you ever tell me? Laia asked in surprise. You were just a kid. No reason to drag you into it. But about your miraculous recovery, I mean your bones healing overnight, you're staying home for now. In a few days, I'll take you to Metropolis General for a full exam. Laia wasn't worried in the slightest. As long as he unequipped the Superman card from his slot, he'd go right back to being a regular human. Fine by me. I've never been to Metropolis anyway, he agreed. Relieved, Sheriff James let out a long breath. Good. Now I've got to clean up your mess, tell the hospital you're recuperating at home, call back the officers I sent out to look for you. Sorry for putting you through all this trouble, Uncle, Laia said, a little guilty. After all, his uncle was one of the few people in this world who truly cared about him. James, though, just shrugged with a grin. Please, you've been giving me headaches since you were a kid. Over the next few days, Laia stayed home. Maybe it was because he no longer had Whitney's charm bonus equipped, but Lana didn't come by at all. Their friendship level had settled somewhere between casual and friendly. So this is that fabled stage, more than friends, less than lovers? Clark, on the other hand, often dropped by, proving himself loyal as ever. One afternoon, Laia was leaning at the window, using his X-ray vision to keep watch over the street. Yes, he swore he was only checking if the pretty women passing by were carrying dangerous weapons. After all, the ancients warned, beautiful women can be deadly. The prettier they are, the deadlier they get. Laia, the homecoming dance is coming up. Are you going back for it? Clark's sudden voice behind him nearly made him jump. Dude, ever heard of knocking? I ran into your uncle on the way in, and besides your door wasn't even closed, Clark said with a sheepish grin, pulling up a chair. His eyes shone with expectation. So, have you found a date for the dance? The homecoming dance was a staple of American school culture. Every fall, around late September, alumni were invited back and students scrambled to find partners. For boys, securing a dance date was the main event. Clark was no exception. He wanted to ask his dream girl Lana. The problem? Young Superman had zero clue how to woo a girl. So he'd come to the one friend he had who not only had experience, but also had actual interactions with Lana, Laia. But Laia hesitated. If he admitted he wanted to invite Lana too, would their hard-earned friendship sink like a stone? As he wrestled with the thought, sharp sirens suddenly blared outside. Both of them went still, listening intently. By now, Leia had trained his super hearing enough to focus through the noise. Countless sounds flooded in, and together they filtered out the key details. A bank robbery. 5 suspects, all armed, hostages taken. Leia saw the struggle flicker in Clark's eyes. He wanted to help, but fear of exposing his powers and endangering his family weighed him down. Clark, remember what I told you? With great power comes great responsibility. It's time to protect this town, but you'll need a disguise. Here, wear this on your head. Leia grabbed a greasy yellow paper bag from the desk, the kind that had held burgers and lattes. Chapter 8, Codename Superman. When Clark saw the grimy yellow paper bag in Leia's hand, his face went green. Are you kidding me? I'd rather die than put that thing over my head. Leia's expression turned serious in an instant. He straightened up and said earnestly, Clark, I know this yellow bag isn't exactly fashionable, but a true hero needs equality. Do you know what it is? You have to learn to look past appearances and see the goodness inside a person. But. No buts. Remember, your real charm comes from your heart, not your clothes or your mask. Leia's tone sharpened. Maybe I can find you a nicer mask later, something that lets you protect hostages and take down criminals and looks cool. But every second you hesitate, the hostages are in more danger. I don't buy your nonsense. Clark swept his X-ray vision around Leia's room and fished 2 Halloween masks out of the wardrobe. He put one on, tossed the other to Leia, and then shot out the door like a red streak, vanishing down the street. Leia rubbed his nose, popped on the mask, and followed. At West Street Town Bank, 5 armed robbers had taken everyone inside hostage. The whole town police force had responded. 10 squad cars ringed the bank. Robbers inside! You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender now for leniency, a cop bellowed. Gunfire answered him. A burly man with a cigar tucked in his mouth swept the entrance with a machine gun. Tracer fire spat out, and officers ducked for cover. Amid the fusillade, the big thug laughed loudly. Surrender. You damn cops, if any of you step forward, we'll kill the hostages. You gonna come and stop us? 4 men followed behind the bruiser. 3 carried bulging sacks obviously stuffed with dollars, and the last one had a girl pinned at gunpoint. Listen up, pigs, the leader sneered, waving a remote. There are a dozen hostages in here, and a satchel of explosives. Bring us a truck right now or I blow her up. He made a show of brandishing the detonator, clear as a threat. What do we do, Chief James? The officers exchanged worried looks. They didn't want to risk the hostages' lives, but neither could they let the robbers walk. Chief James slammed his fist on a cruiser. Damn it. Lives come first. Do what they demand and get the hostages out. 2 figures suddenly appeared on the scene, both wearing black masks. Every head turned to them. Who are those 2 kids? Why are they wearing masks? Probably just kids out of a costume party. Clark ignored the murmurs. He stared at the girl being held and muttered, That's Chloe. She was kidnapped, I have to save her. Who's Chloe? Leia asked. Editor at the school paper, same paper I'm on. Clark stepped forward, but an officer barked, You 2 get out of here. Don't cause trouble. Chief James looked over and froze for 2 seconds when he recognized Leia. He pointed and frowned. You are. No, I'm not. Leia cut him off in a gravelly voice, then dropped it into a dramatic tone. Call me the Avenger. The single word hung in the air. Everyone fell silent. Clark tugged Leia's sleeve and asked, Avenger? That's your codename? Yep. I can't exactly run around vigilanteing under my real name. Leia said it in a low voice. Clark nodded by reflex and then asked, So what should I be called? You are Superman. That sounds like some middle-aged guy in spandex. Too cheesy. Clark shook his head. Leia stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. Young, naive Clark Kent actually thought Superman sounded corny. Leia quickly pulled out his phone to record. Clark, I didn't catch that. Say it again. Seeing Leia's phone recording, Clark swallowed the rest of his line. Chief James snapped. You 2 Avenger, or Superman, or whatever, get out of here now or I'll have you arrested for obstructing police duties. Tom, get them out of here. The robbers holding Chloe were furious too. What the hell? We're robbing a bank here. Who are those 2 showing off for? And now you cops have us boxed in, we can't get out. The gang leader barked, You idiots, get our truck. If that truck isn't here, I'll shoot this girl. He pressed the barrel to Chloe's head and raised the detonator, fingers poised. Leah's temper flared. Oh come on, first time robbing a bank like that's honorable. Fine, it's my first time playing vigilante too. Superman, count to 3 and you rescue the girl. I'll grab the detonator. Got it. Clark nodded, his face suddenly deadly serious. Don't you two dare make a mess of this, Sheriff James roared, itching to storm over and give Leah a good thrashing. But Leah ignored him completely, calling out as he counted. 1, 3. He skipped 2 altogether. Before the word 3 had even faded, both he and Clark vanished, reappearing 20 meters away at the bank entrance as though they had teleported. Leah lunged at the burly thug clutching the bomb remote, crushing the man's hand in his grip. The bones snapped before the criminal could even scream, and the detonator was already in Leah's palm. Meanwhile, Clark snatched the gun from the man holding Chloe hostage. With a gentle shove, he sent the thug flying into the wall with a heavy crash, leaving him unconscious. Shoot them! Kill them both! Bellowed the thug whose arm Leah had crushed. The 3 remaining criminals instantly raised their weapons, aiming without hesitation at Leah and Clark, and pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. Bullets tore through the air. Onlookers gasped and turned away, bracing themselves for the horrific, bloody scene that surely followed. Chloe, trembling in terror, had already screamed and squeezed her eyes shut in despair. Chapter 9. Lex's Gift. But instead of screams of pain, Chloe's ears filled with the sharp clang, clang, clang of metal striking metal. Instinctively, she patted herself down. No wounds, no blood. Daring to open her eyes, she saw a figure standing before her, shielding her from the hail of bullets. What's going on? She whispered. She wasn't the only one. Everyone had watched those thugs unload their guns into the 2 teenagers. Yet the impossible had happened. The bullets bounced off their bodies like pebbles, striking steel, sparking with each impact. It was nothing short of a miracle. Oh my God, are they wearing body armor? No way. Look at their jackets, there's nothing under them. Then are they really bullet-proof, like men of steel? Gasps and cries erupted through the crowd. Even the officers present rose to their feet in shock. Sheriff James was dumbstruck, a terrible suspicion flashing through his mind. Could this so-called Avenger really be his nephew? But how could his nephew be bulletproof? It made no sense. Leah, though resistant to bullets, only possessed 40% of Clark's current power. His defense was only at 40% too. The bullets couldn't pierce his skin, but they hurt like hell all the same. You criminals, you've betrayed this town, Leah shouted. Then, with a burst of super speed and strength, he struck out. 3 punches and 2 kicks were all it took to floor the thugs. Clark, once he confirmed Chloe was unharmed, dashed into the bank, freed the remaining hostages, and disarmed the bomb. Crisis averted. Officers swarmed in, cuffing criminals and hauling the injured off to the hospital. Chloe gazed at Clark with shining eyes. They call you Superman, right? Thank you for saving me. Hey, you two. A black officer marched up, barking at them. Leave your contact info, both of you. Especially you, the one calling yourself Avenger. You broke that guy's bones. His medical bills are on you. Insurance will cover it. Why bother me? Leah shot back. He knew perfectly well the officer was fishing for their identities and wasn't about to bite. He exchanged a quick glance with Clark. Run! In perfect sync, the 2 vanished with twin whooshes, leaving only a gust of wind slapping across the officer's face. The crowd felt the sudden rush of air and then burst into applause. No one could tell if the clapping was for their heroic rescue or for their dramatic escape from police questioning. Leah and Clark didn't stop until they reached the Kent farm. Walking up the dirt path, they chatted excitedly about the fight. It was clear young Superman was thrilled. Acting as a vigilante for the first time, he'd helped people and found a sense of purpose in his powers. On the farm, Jonathan Kent was working the harvester, threshing wheat. Hearing footsteps approach, he glanced up and smiled. Hey Clark, Leah, you're already better? Yeah, just got the cast off, Leah said, feigning weakness. Clark chuckled. Sorry, Leah. I told my parents about your powers, but don't worry, they'll keep your secret. Clark, you're only telling me this now? Leah shot him a glare. Still, he wasn't truly worried. If there was anyone who could keep such secrets, it was the Kents. They'd kept Clark's for his whole life. I'm sorry again. I got carried away. I was just too excited to meet someone else with powers like mine, Clark explained. He headed toward the farmhouse, but suddenly noticed a brand new pickup truck parked outside. "Dad, did you buy this? Can I drive it?" In America, cars were cheap compared to back home, so cheap that even high school kids with decent family situations could save up for a used car in a month or two of part-time work. Hence lived a modest life. Jonathan was an honest, stubborn farmer, old-fashioned, even, and he firmly believed there was no need for a new vehicle unless Clark got into college. A lot of Clark's peers already had cars, so of course he dreamed of one too. Now, seeing a shiny new pickup in his own backyard, his face lit up. But Jonathan's expression darkened. "That was a gift from the Luthor boy. He said it was to thank you for saving his life. Clark, I want you to return it." "Why? I saved him," Clark protested, baffled by his father's reaction. "Because you shouldn't help people expecting a reward, and I don't want you getting involved with the Luthors." The real reason was Lex's father, Lionel Luthor, who had swindled the townsfolk more than once. With Jonathan's strong sense of justice, his distrust of the entire Luthor family ran deep. And he wasn't wrong. One day, Lex would become Superman's greatest enemy, though neither of the boys had realized it yet. Leah stepped up, patting Clark's shoulder. "Clark, I think your dad's right. The second you mix personal gain into helping people, it stops being real kindness. Besides, can I just say, I feel like Lex has a pretty dark heart." "Fine. I'll return it," Clark muttered. As it turned out, a teenager was far more likely to listen to a friend than to his parents, even Superman. Jonathan handed Clark the keys, then turned to Leah. "If you're free, come by for dinner tonight. It makes me happy to see Clark finally has a good friend." "Of course, Mr. Kent," Leah replied warmly, accepting without hesitation. Clark started up the truck, and Leah hopped into the passenger seat. Together, they drove toward the Luthor estate to return it. On the way, Clark ran his hand along the steering wheel, a little wistful. Leah clapped his shoulder. "If you really want a car, we can start working part-time jobs next month. Pool our money, and in no time, we'll have enough for a used one." "Isn't being vigilantes our part-time job already?" Clark grinned, flashing his sharp canines. "It's not like we get robberies every day. This town isn't that dangerous," Leah teased. After today's bank incident, Leah noticed his friendship meter with Clark had shot up to 42%. But the higher it got, the harder it was to raise. To reach the top, brothers, an arms, life, and death kind of bond would probably take 5 or 6 years of fighting side by side. Still, being friends with Superman wasn't a bad deal at all. In fact, the more time he spent with him, the more Leah saw him not as some grim symbol of unstoppable power, but as a teenager, one with hopes, frustrations, and dreams slowly growing into a hero. "Good to witness your growth," Leah murmured softly. Clark, hands on the wheel, didn't catch it. "What'd you say?" "I said keep your eyes on the road. Don't tell me you don't have a license. I've got my life in your hands here." "I haven't taken the test yet," Clark admitted, "but I've been driving for 3 years already, hauling vegetables to the market for my dad." Leah just shook his head with a laugh. As they rounded a bend, the view opened up, and there, in the middle of a massive stretch of manicured lawn, stood a sprawling English-style castle. "That's the Luthor place? Damn, poverty really has limited my imagination. This is insane." Chapter 10. Stained for Life. When the truck pulled up to the gates, the guard heard it was Clark Kent and waved them through immediately. "Welcome, Master Kent. Young Master Lex has given instructions. You're free to come and go as you like." "Thank you," Clark said flatly. Leah, mimicking the guard's formal tone, joked, "Master Kent, do you need a pendant for your leg?" "Don't tease me," Clark muttered, though the corners of his mouth twitched as if he were fighting back a smile. They parked in the courtyard. No way were they stupid enough to leave their truck in Lex's garage. One of his tires alone probably cost more than 10 of their trucks put together. "Well, we're here. Might as well say hi to Lex," Leah suggested. Together, they stepped inside, where the butler immediately appeared to escort them upstairs. "Gentlemen, please wait in the guest room. Master Lex is in a meeting, but he'll join you shortly." As they walked, Leah glanced around at the Luthor mansion. Honestly, words failed him. The whole place radiated one word: extravagance. The walls, the flooring, every detail was crafted with absurd care. Even a random painting hanging in a hallway turned out to be a genuine masterpiece. Not that Leah knew the artist, but you didn't need to know art to recognize power and money when you saw it. Then, as they passed a nondescript little door, Leah noticed it was locked tight. Curiosity prickled. Narrowing his eyes, he activated his X-ray vision to peek inside. What he saw made his face tighten. Instinctively, he glanced at Clark, but the kid was still gawking at the decor, nearly bumping into a full suit of armor by the wall. "Would the young gentleman care for something to drink?" the butler asked once they reached the guest room. "Hot chocolate for me." "Clark will take a latte," Leah answered smoothly. Once the butler left, Leah's expression darkened. He leaned in close. "Clark, I told you Lex isn't a good guy. Come with me, I'll show you what I just found." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Clark frowned, totally confused. "You'll see, just follow me." Leah led Clark to the small room they had found earlier and said, "Use your X-ray vision, see what's inside. We can't just pry into other people's privacy. Don't tell me there's a Luthor family safe in there." Clark frowned, clearly uncomfortable. "The safe's in the basement. Just the gold alone probably weighs a ton, but that's not the point. I want you to look inside this room. Do that first, then we can talk about privacy rights, all right?" Leah cut him off quickly. Clark couldn't now argue him, so he focused on the wooden door, narrowing his eyes. In an instant, the room's interior came into view. From the outside it looked small, but inside it stretched wide, like several rooms linked together. At the very center sat a white Porsche, its front end completely mangled, the driver's side door torn clean off. It was the very car that had sent Clark plunging into the river. Beside it stood a massive computer, running complex data models. "He's investigating that accident." Clark's face darkened, and he immediately moved to go in. The door was locked, but no lock in the world could stop him. With a sharp crack, the lock snapped and Clark strode inside. Leah, expecting this, smirked from behind. "What happened to respecting privacy, huh? Brother, you just broke into someone's house." Clark's face flushed red, but he kept going. The walls were plastered with files and notes all about him. The computer replayed a reconstruction of the crash. Lex's car spinning out of control, the angle of impact, speed, force, projected damage. Every calculation showed the same thing. The car had hit Clark dead on. Survival should have been impossible. "He's investigating me. Lex Luthor is investigating me." Clark's voice trembled with anger. Anyone would feel violated by such surveillance, but Clark's secrets made it infinitely worse. "Clark, calm down. Your dad was right, the Luthors can't be trusted." Leah's warning carried weight. The Luthors were as far from saints as one could get. Just as Leah debated smashing the computer, a voice came from the doorway. "Clark, I can explain." Both turned. Lex Luthor stood there. "You're investigating me." Clark stormed forward. Lex flinched at Clark's intensity, stumbling back. "No, no, I just wanted to understand what really happened that day." "Clark, I mean you no harm." Leah, realizing Lex already suspected Clark, stepped in to cover for him. He walked over to the wrecked Porsche and said, "Lex, your dad is wrong. I was the one who tore off that door. I don't know how I managed it at the time, maybe adrenaline, maybe the current, maybe just dumb luck. There's nothing supernatural about it. We're just ordinary humans. If you don't believe me, I'll do it again right now." He rolled up his sleeves, ready to prove it. Clark winced, saying nothing, while Lex quickly raised his hands, guilt flashing across his face. "No, no, mister." "Leah, this was my mistake. I acted without thought. I'm ashamed of myself." But Leah wasn't about to let it go. If Lex didn't believe he was human, he'd never stop digging, and Leah knew exactly how to prove it. All he had to do was unequip the Superman card from the system's main slot. That would make him an ordinary human again. "Lex, get ready. I'll show you we're just two regular people." He gripped the backseat door with both hands, braced himself and pulled. "Please, really, there's no need," Lex began. Crack! Metal shrieked as the door tore loose in his hands. "What the?" The room froze in awkward silence. Lex stared, half a sentence dying in his throat. Clark slapped a palm over his face, torn between despair and disbelief. Leah stared at the broken door, equally stunned. "What the hell? I unequipped the Superman card, why am I still this strong?" Then he realized something. His base strength had grown, not as much as with the card equipped, but far beyond any normal human. So equipping the Superman card actually raised my own foundation? The thought made his lips twitch. Great, just great. The harder I try to cover this up, the guiltier I look. Chapter 11. Two big headlines. Leah cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension in the room. "Alex, your car door's rusted." "Yeah, rusted. How about we swap it out and start over?" Lex shook his head. "No need, mister." "Leah, I truly meant no harm." Please allow me to apologize again for my behavior, and I'll have everything in this room destroyed immediately. He spoke so earnestly that even Leah almost believed him. If Lex Luthor's a good guy, then pigs can climb trees. Clark glared at Lex, his voice sharp and unyielding. The truth is, you didn't hit me that day, Leah, and I pulled you out of the river. If you feel even the slightest gratitude, then stop doing these pointless things. I understand. I swear there won't be a second time. Never again. Lex met Clark's eyes with apparent sincerity. I came today to return the car you gave me. Thanks for the gesture, but I can't accept it, Clark said firmly. He was deeply grateful Leah had convinced him to give it back. Lex waved a hand. You saved my life. At least let me show some thanks. Not digging into my life, that's the greatest thanks you can give me. With that, Clark turned. Leah, let's go. Leah had no wish to linger either. Together they left Lex's home, ignoring his repeated attempts to keep them. Walking down the road, Leah noticed Clark's grim expression. You're not mad at me, are you? He asked carefully. Clark shook his head. No, I almost told Lex my secret. I thought he was a friend. Lex is the kind of man who will do anything to achieve his goals. His fathers raised him on so-called imperial strategy. He even gave Lex the legal name Alexander Joseph Luthor because he wanted him to become like Alexander the Great. That tells you all you need to know about their ambition. That was like naming your kid Emperor Zhang Qianlong, King Kangxi, or Zhu the Great, basically begging for trouble. Leah rattled off Lex Luthor's entire backstory in one go, leaving Clark staring at him. Why? Died. How do you know all that about Lex? Please, he's a celebrity businessman. Look him up, it's not hard. In the D.C. world, young Lex Luthor's fame in Metropolis outshone even the most notorious playboys back in Leah's old world. Back at the Kent farm, Jonathan and Martha greeted Leah warmly. In the middle of dinner, his uncle, Chief James, phoned him, probing whether Leah was the Avenger who'd appeared that afternoon. Leah flatly denied it 3 times in a row. I don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't me. Stop making things up. James was too busy with case reports to argue, so he let it drop for now. The next morning, the Smallville High newspaper ran a front-page headline. Bank robbers caught. Vigilante brothers save the day. The whole school buzzed about the report, though most treated it like a sci-fi story. Still, plenty of eyewitnesses were quick to heap praise on the mysterious Avenger and Superman. Didn't think you'd build a fan base this fast, Leah said to Clark, grinning as he folded up the paper. And your #1 fans, a blonde with a ton of potential. He was, of course, talking about Chloe, the paper's editor. Though Chloe was a bit bookish and didn't fuss much with her looks, so compared to Lana, she came up short. Clark gave a weary smile. I don't care about fans. As long as I can help people, that's enough. Young Superman makes it clear. Chasing fangirls? Never in this lifetime. Leo rolled his eyes, but privately he mused. What if I get my own reporter tailing me? A woman who keeps digging into my life, constantly stumbling into danger, and I keep swooping in at the last second? Then I warn her with a heavy heart, don't follow me anymore. You'll only get hurt. It'd be like a live-action, superhero version of CEO Falls for me. Just as Leah indulged this daydream, Chloe herself strode straight toward him. He almost panicked, thinking she'd recognized him. But no, she walked right past, straight to Clark's desk. Clark, why haven't you been at the paper the last couple of days? Oh, so she came for Clark, and did she not notice he was still wearing the same denim jacket he'd worn when saving her yesterday? Leah's own clothes had been riddled with bullet holes he'd at least changed. Clark had just stitched his jacket and kept wearing it. So, a mask is enough to fool the whole world? He didn't even have glasses on. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? Clark, oblivious to the barrage of sarcasm firing through Leah's mind, offered Chloe an apologetic smile. Sorry, I've been busy lately and couldn't help out, but isn't Pete still around? The school paper had only 3 staff, Chloe, Clark, and Pete. At Pete's name, Chloe's irritation flared. He's joined the football team. All he ever talks about is practice. He doesn't lift a finger for the paper anymore. It's not like the paper usually has much going on, Clark pointed out. That's the usual, Chloe shot back, hands on her hips like a little general. Right now I've got 2 huge stories on my hands. The bank robbery and the vigilantes? Leah couldn't help but cut in. Chloe finally turned and looked at him, then blinked at Clark in puzzlement. And who's this? Leah's face went black. Excuse me? A whole human being standing right here, and you just now noticed me? Our class next door, Leah Rogers, his uncle's Chief James, Clark said, barely suppressing a laugh. Chloe gave Clark a strange look. Well, that's unexpected. Clark Kent making a new friend. Haha, sorry, didn't even notice you just now. Anyway, a bank robbery and a couple of vigilantes, that's front page stuff. I'm going to cover that myself. And there's another big story. Lex Luthor's planning to develop a site on the west side. Trouble is, it's an ancient Native American heritage site, so the locals are already rallying protests. Lex Luthor. Clark murmured the name, his expression tightening. Yesterday's encounter was still a thorn in his mind. Chloe, oblivious to his mood, brightened. So here's the deal, Clark. You let me dig into the vigilante angle, and you cover the Luthor story. Chloe, maybe you shouldn't waste time chasing after someone who can stop bullets. He probably just had body armor on. Clark tried to steer her away. It was bad enough Lex was sniffing around him. If Chloe got obsessed too, that was double the headache. I won't drop it, Chloe declared. I saw him with my own eyes. Superman saved my life, Clark. I have to find out who he is even if I never publish it. She wouldn't hear a word of reason. Settled. Your draft on Luthor's development project on my desk by the day after tomorrow. With that, she drifted off, looking dreamy. The moment she left, Leah clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Oh man, if that little love-struck girl ever found out the guy she's swooning over is you, what kind of face would she make? Chapter 12. Clark's Glasses. Ever since Clark discovered Lex was secretly investigating him, he had grown wary of anyone poking into his life. It wasn't that he feared for himself, there wasn't much on Earth that could truly threaten him except kryptonite. What gnawed at him was the danger it could bring to those he loved, especially Jonathan and Martha Kent. If his identity leaked, there'd always be those ready to use his parents against him. From now on, we need to be even more careful, Clark said grimly. I don't want anyone learning my secret. If they do, it puts my family and friends in danger. He wasn't wrong. Even in the comics, Superman's closest pal, Jimmy Olsen, often wound up in peril simply for knowing too much. Superman had to give him a special signal watch, so he could come racing to his aid in seconds. Leah, though, wasn't overly concerned. His only relative was Uncle James, a cop constantly throwing himself into danger. And in the world of American comics, being a cop was practically a death wish. Facing armed thugs was one thing, but going up against powered villains was usually a one-way ticket. If not for the occasional vigilante lending a hand, the job would have been impossible. He sighed and turned to Clark. "Ya know what we need? Costumes. Tight ones." "No way. I'd rather die than wear tights," Clark shot back with unshakable resolve. "It has to be tights. Clark, I've been meaning to tell you, ditch the raggedy farm boy jacket. Trust me on this. We need proper suits." "What's wrong with these clothes? Lots of people wear jackets like this. Nobody suspects me. But tights? That'd just look ridiculous," Clark argued again. Leah smacked his forehead. "Just wait until you're rocking red underwear over them," he thought silently. "Clark, that's the point. A suit like that shows off your build. Right now, in that jacket, no one's paying attention to your physique. But once you're in tights, you're Superman. Broad chest, abs of steel, the whole package. You get me?" "You mean, dressing the part to create two separate identities?" Clark said, catching on quickly. Leah nodded approvingly. "Exactly. By changing how you look, you can live as two different people. But you're missing one last detail." "What's that?" Clark asked, curious. "A pair of glasses." With a snap of his fingers, Leah pulled two cases from his backpack and handed one over. "No prescription. Frames made with lead. I realized our X-ray vision can't see through lead. So, wearing these, you'll have a little restraint over your powers." Clark opened the case. Inside sat a pair of nerdy-looking spectacles. He slipped them on, and just as Leah promised, his X-ray sight dimmed slightly. "My heat vision won't be affected?" he asked. "Of course not. Come on, they're just glasses, not some high-tech fireproof gizmo." Leah rolled his eyes. With the glasses on, Clark looked every bit the bookish farm kid. No one would ever connect him with the red-caped hero bearing a bold S on his chest. "Not bad. But only don't tell me you've got spandex tucked away in that bag too?" Clark teased for once. "Nope, but I do have sketches." Leah pulled out two rough design sheets. His art wasn't great, but the idea came across. Clark's suit was red and blue with the iconic S on the chest. His own design was black, with a bold letter A emblazoned in front for Avenger. Clark, unaware of his Kryptonian heritage and family crest, pointed at the S. What's this supposed to mean? You're Superman, big capital letter, obvious, right? And yours is just the A4 Avenger? Clark asked. Leah nodded. That's right, I'll head into Metropolis sometime. Getting a tailor here in town is too obvious, the quality's not guaranteed, and besides, it only takes me 50 minutes to get there. I can make it in 30, Clark shot back without mercy. Leah rolled his eyes, stuffed his sketches away, and said, What about that Western Ruins piece? Chloe wants your draft the day after tomorrow. Come with me at noon. We'll take some photos, interview a few locals, Clark shrugged. Or you could just go ask your buddy Lex. His company's the developer, after all. If I can help it, I'd rather not see him. The western edge of town, an indigenous American archaeological site. At the gates, an elder named Joseph Liu Wan, both the oldest tribesman alive and now a professor studying the ruins, was leading a group in protest. Dozens of people waved signs, shouting, while inside the construction site, the roar of heavy machinery thundered on, excavators clawing at the earth. If you keep desecrating this land, punishment will fall on you, Joseph Liu Wan shouted, leaning on his cane. A man who looked like the project manager stepped out. The old man was dressed in a sharp suit, but the foreman's contempt was obvious. Chief, I don't know about punishment. What I do know is if we stop, the boss will dock our pay. So, if you keep bringing people here to stir up trouble, I'll call the cops and have you all locked up. The elder's mustache quivered with fury. He slammed his cane against the ground and barked. You poor souls without faith, you have no idea what you're doing. Defiling Naman will bring disaster not only on you, but on the entire town. The foreman glanced at his workers, and laughter rippled through the group. Chief, we do have faith. We believe in God, not in your Naman spirit or whatever. Ha ha ha. Chapter 13. The Kewash Caves. By the time Clark and Leah reached the site, the protest was winding down. They asked around, got a sense of the situation, then snapped some photos, enough to piece together an article later. Leah, do you hear that? Clark suddenly stopped, tilting his head. Leah copied him, listening, but all he caught was the rumble of the machinery. If you excluded, of course, the couple in the woods a kilometer away doing questionable things, and knowing Clark, he definitely wasn't paying attention to that. Nope. What is it? Leah asked. Clark's gaze drifted to the patch of ground under the excavator. Lowering his glasses just a fraction, he peered through the earth with X-ray vision. His face paled. Damn, it's hollow down there. Did they seriously not run a survey before digging? Small town construction crews cut corners all the time to save money. Clark dashed to the chain link fence and yelled, Stop immediately. It's dangerous. Nobody listened. Leah slid his own glasses down, peering underground. Sure enough, there was a massive cavity below, and the excavator's buck, it was about to punch right through. The next moment, the ground caved in. A whole section collapsed, swallowing workers and machines alike into open air. Rumble. The cavern was more than 10 meters deep. From that height, anyone falling stood almost no chance of surviving. The moment the ground gave way, Clark ripped open the wire fencing ahead, and, moving in a blur of super speed, caught the excavator's heavy iron bucket. Ah! With a sharp cry, he hoisted the machine into the air with one hand. Leah sprinted past him, tossing a mask his way. Put this on! And without waiting, Leah dove into the collapsing cavern to pull survivors out. Clark had super speed, yes, but he couldn't run straight up vertical rock walls like the Flash. Leah had to make do by bounding back and forth between the jagged walls, catching falling workers before they hit the ground. The rescue didn't take much effort. Leah was about to slip away when he realized Clark hadn't come back up. So, in front of the astonished crowd, he leapt back down into the cavern. My God, who are those two masked men? One of them lifted an excavator with one hand. Do you know how strong you'd have to be? I know them. When the town bank was robbed, they called themselves Avenger and Superman, the vigilantes who saved the hostages. Survivors, still trembling with relief, erupted in excited chatter. Among them, Professor Joseph Liu Wan, a local scholar, gazed at the two figures with reverence. Prophecy has come true. The savior, Naman, has finally appeared. Inside the cavern, Leah found Clark staring fixedly at the wall. Clark, what are you looking at? Clark pointed. Strange symbols stretched across the rock, aligned into long, deliberate patterns. These markings, I've seen them before. Leah's heart jolted. He couldn't decipher them, but he recognized the script, Kryptonian. That's not Earth's writing, could it be from your home? Yes, my ship had the same inscriptions. Clark stepped closer, studying them. At the center of the carvings was a small, almost hidden recess. Its shape matched perfectly with the House of El crest. This hole, it's identical to the keyhole in my ship, Clark said in awe. Meanwhile, Leah circled the chamber, noticing other walls were covered not with text, but with pale murals. Clark, look at these. They seem to tell a story. Clark followed his gaze. First mural showed a storm of meteors crashing down, tearing the earth apart. Amidst the ruins stood the small figure of a child. This Clark's expression changed. It reminded him of his own arrival. He hurried on. The following murals grew abstract, but the meaning was clear enough. The child from the meteors wielded the strength of many men, impervious to blades and bullets, with eyes that burned like fire. This cave must be 500 years old. Why would it describe me 5 centuries ago? Clark's heart raced. He searched the murals desperately, hoping for some clue to his origins. Leah shook his head. He knew the figure might not be Clark at all. Any Kryptonian could match that description. They couldn't have foreseen Clark specifically. The simplest explanation was that another Kryptonian had come centuries earlier, and been worshipped as a god. Outside, the rumble of engines and the wail of sirens reached them. Police were arriving. Cops are here. We need to move, Leah urged. But Clark hesitated, his eyes shining. This might be the key to my past. Maybe I can fit my ship's key into that opening. Leah grabbed him before he could lose himself completely. Relax. The cave isn't going anywhere. Once things settle down, you can come back as a student journalist and investigate properly. Truth was, Leah could have told Clark everything: his origins, his family, his heritage, but he kept silent. By the time they left, the local police were already securing the site. Word of the mysterious cavern spread fast online. Locals named it the Coachi Caves. Soon after, the land's new owner, Lex Luthor, arrived with a team of scholars versed in ancient art. Incredible, one of them murmured after examining the strange carvings. These symbols don't match any known script. Lex moved slowly from mural to mural, his eyes finally locking onto the Kryptonian text and the keyhole shaped like the L crest. This recess looks like it was made to hold something. I'll need equipment to test it. He'd already made up his mind. Turning to the scholars, he commanded, "Decipher these symbols, as fast as possible." Chapter 14. Another encounter with Baldy Lex. The first thing Clark did after leaving the Coach Caves was rush home to dig out the spaceship key. It was a cone-shaped piece of metal about as thick as a thumb. The base bore the House of El's crest, and the tip bristled with irregular prongs, like some kind of data interface. This is it. It matches the opening I saw in the cave. If I put the key in, maybe it'll unlock the truth about where I come from. Clark gripped the metal tightly. Beside him, Leah frowned deeply. The Kawatch Caves rang a bell for him, but he couldn't be certain. With all the parallel universes in D.C., who knew? In one version, Superman accidentally killed Lois, went dark, and founded a totalitarian Superman regime. Injustice. Who could say which version this cave belonged to? But no matter the continuity, Clark's ship key was supposed to activate his fortress of solitude. And the fortress should be in the Arctic, not buried in some Kansas backwater. Clark, Leah warned, I get that you're desperate to learn about your past. But you've got to be careful, especially since those caves are under Lex Luthor's control now. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Clark replied with a confident smile. At first, the whole town gossiped about the Kawatch Caves, but the hype died quickly like any passing headline about a third-rate celebrity marriage. Only Chloe, the school paper's editor, kept chasing the story, though her focus was mostly on the 2 masked vigilantes who had saved the workers. That afternoon after school, Clark caught Leah just as he stepped out of class. Tonight at 7, I'm going back to the caves. I need to see what happens if I put the key in. Leah, will you come with me? There was no reason for Leah to refuse. He nodded. Sure. My uncle's on duty tonight. I'll head straight to your place. Perfect. My parents were just saying yesterday that you should come by for dinner, Clark said cheerfully. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, 7 o'clock finally came. Under the moonlight, Clark and Leah slipped back into the Kawatch Caves. But they weren't alone. 2 men in white lab coats were there, scanning the Kryptonian inscribed wall with instruments. This is Luthor Corp property, you can't be here, one of them barked when he spotted the boys. Damn, nobody was here a couple nights ago. Clark frowned. He'd scouted ahead before by 7 o'clock the researchers were usually gone. Tonight, luck wasn't on their side. Leah shot Clark a look. Want me to knock them out? But before Clark could respond, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. A glint of bald scalp appeared in the torchlight. They're my friends, Lex said smoothly, striding in. Carry on with your work. Yes, Mr. Luthor, the researchers chorused, turning back to their instruments. Clark cast Lex a grateful glance, though it was tinged with disappointment. Thanks, Lex. No need. We're still friends, aren't we? Lex clapped him warmly on the shoulder. Though things had been strained between them, they hadn't fully broken. Lex had been looking for a chance to patch things up, and now fate had handed him one. He turned to Leah with a half-smile. You're here too, Mr. Strongman. He was teasing about Leah ripping his car doors off twice, even if the second time hadn't exactly been Leah's fault. Just call me Leah, Leah muttered, scratching his nose awkwardly. Of course, Mr. Leah. Lex smiled, eyes flicking between the two boys. So what brings you here at this hour? Clark opened his mouth, searching for an excuse, but Leah quickly jumped in. We're on the school paper. Tomorrow's deadline. We're here to work on an investigative report about the caves. Yes, exactly. Report deadline, Clark echoed hastily, nodding too fast. Lex didn't seem suspicious. So the school paper's your project? I saw an article the other day about balancing cultural heritage with modern construction. Brilliantly written. Some of the arguments were refreshing. Shame there was no byline. That was Clark, Leah said promptly, seizing the moment to hype him up. He's a natural born reporter. Really? Impressive. Lex gave Clark a new look of respect, then strolled over to the researchers. And as it happens, you're here at the perfect time. I can give you the exclusive because today I'm going to unlock the secret of the Kowach Caves. What? Leah and Clark blurted it out in unison. Clark's hand instinctively went to his pocket, feeling the spaceship key to make sure Lex hadn't somehow gotten hold of it. Relieved it was still there, he asked, puzzled. Unlock the cave's secret? How exactly? Lex took a tablet from one of the researchers, tapped in a few commands, and 2 molecular structures appeared on the screen. What is this? Clark asked, completely lost. He was just a high schooler, not some trained scientist. This sample came from the wall specifically from around that opening, Lex explained. At the molecular level, it's unlike anything known on Earth. Clark shot an uneasy glance at Leah. Both of them understood what Lex was really saying. This isn't from Earth. Seeing the shock in their eyes, Lex pressed on. Just when I was stumped, one of my researchers found a structure that bore an uncanny resemblance. Not identical, there are differences, but the core framework and atomic arrangement are astonishingly similar. Meteorite? A chill ran through Leah's mind. Exactly, meteorite. Lex's eyes lit with excitement. Chapter 15, Kryptonite. That quickly, Leah couldn't help but admire Lex's efficiency as a villain. Kryptonite plus Lex Luthor, never a friendly combination, for Superman or for Leah. Lex, still riding his wave of enthusiasm, paid no mind to Clark's grim face or Leah's look of pained constipation. We don't yet know the stone's full effects, Lex continued, but I've made a bold hypothesis. What if I fashioned a key out of this meteorite? A key designed to fit that opening. Wouldn't that unlock the wall's secrets? You're really planning to shove a kryptonite key into Superman's ancestral wall? Do all villains get their kicks like this? Leah wanted to scream at him. The real key's sitting 5 feet away in Clark's pocket. Why on earth would you use something that actively harms Kryptonians to make a fake? Then Lex pulled a lead box from his assistant's bag. Leah's X-ray vision couldn't penetrate it. Lid blocked him completely. Given what Lex had said, there was no mistaking what was inside. Please don't tell me that's a kryptonite key. But reality was cruel. The moment Lex opened the box, a green glow spilled out. Clark went pale instantly, as though all his strength had been drained in a breath. Leah felt it too, though less severely. His Kryptonian power was only at 40% of Clark's. The kryptonite left him dizzy, weak, unable to muster his usual strength. This, Lex said proudly, holding up the jagged key, was designed by scanning the tunnel and replicating the pattern with meteorite material. Once I insert it, the wall's mystery will reveal itself. Holding the kryptonite key, Lex finally noticed Clark's condition. Clark, you don't look well. What's wrong? I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Maybe the air's bad in here, Clark muttered, instinctively backing away from the stone that sapped his very life. Meanwhile, Leah shut his eyes and slipped into his system space. He unequipped the Superman card and instantly the Kryptonite's grip on him vanished. The card gone, he still felt stronger than before. The growth was undeniable. Equipping cards didn't just give him powers, it was raising his baseline. With Superman's card equipped, his stats had skyrocketed toward human limits. If he had equipped someone ordinary, like Whitney, his growth would have stagnated. Now, free from Kryptonite's pull, Leah stepped in front of Clark and faced Lex directly.
Lex, you can't just shove a key in there and hope for the best.
You have no idea what that meteorite really does. Best case scenario, nothing happens. Worst case, something catastrophic. You need to be careful. Lex frowned. And you know more about this stone than I do?
I've assessed the risks.
Everything's under control. Nothing will go wrong. Wrong. I really do know more than you, Leah thought bitterly. This wasn't part of any storyline he remembered, but anyone with half a brain could see that inserting kryptonite into Kryptonian tech was a shortcut to disaster. Lex, don't do this. Clark backed Leah up, his voice firm. His lineage was at stake. There was no way he could let Luthor interfere. But Clark's resistance only darkened Lex's mood. His expression hardened into a scowl. I thought you wanted to explore the secrets of the Kowach caves. I thought we could be friends. Lex glared at Leah and Clark, muttering back then, I was wrong to investigate you in secret. I destroyed all that data. But now I just want to uncover the secrets of this cave, and once again, you try to stop me. Is everything I do wrong in your eyes? Just because my name is Luthor, you'll never acknowledge me? Heaven and earth as my witness, Leah had never acknowledged him to begin with. The next moment, Lex suddenly raised his hand and jammed the kryptonite key into the crevice in the wall. Clark, weakened by kryptonite, couldn't use his super speed. Leah wasn't affected by kryptonite, but since he'd removed the Superman card from his main slot, right now he was only a man slightly stronger than average. There was no time to stop Lex. The green crystal sank into the wall, and instantly, the stone lit up as if it had been charged. Kryptonian glyphs shimmered, glowing in ominous green. For Superman, green was never a good sign. Ooh, ugh. Sweat streamed down Clark's forehead. The entire wall had been tainted with kryptonite, and its energy was surging out of control. Crack, crack. The rock split with sharp reports. Fissures spread, each glowing brighter and brighter as a terrible force built inside. This wall's going to blow, get out of here. Leah threw Clark's arm over his own shoulder, dragging him out. The searing green glow made it almost impossible for Clark to stay conscious. Thankfully, Leah was stronger than any normal human. Carrying Clark wasn't too hard. Behind them, Lex's researchers detected the same surge and pulled him out as well. Just as they cleared the cave mouth. Boom! A blinding green beam shot skyward, lancing into the void of space. The Kowach caves exploded, collapsing in on themselves as thunderous shockwaves rolled outward. Boulders were blasted into the sky, then rained down like meteors. One white-coated researcher beside Lex was struck full-on, crushed to pulp. Outside, Clark finally stirred, gulping fresh air like a man recovering from a long illness. Leo reslotted the Superman card. Power surged back into him, just in time to block a falling rock from smashing into Clark. When the blast at last subsided, the western meadows were unrecognizable. Lex had survived with nothing worse than scrapes. He shot a cold glance at Clark and Leah from afar, then turned and walked away, face dark with malice. Chapter 16. Superman Doesn't Fly. Far from Earth, across distant star systems, a massive shuttle-shaped warship hurtled through hyperspace. On its bridge, a broad-shouldered man stood with his back to the crew, gazing into the vast galaxy beyond. The doors hissed open. A female soldier in black armor stepped inside, bowed slightly. General Zod, an hour ago, we intercepted a signal from one of our old outposts. The data is fragmented, we can't decode the message. The man General Zod was silent for a moment before turning to her. Which outpost? Based on what we received, it was established during the Great Expansion. It seems to have been reactivated for some reason, she reported, head lowered. Zod paced the bridge, tapping his temple with a finger. I'll head to the old colonies in the Lux system myself. Theorol, you and Lar will investigate the planet that transmitted the signal. Yes, General Zod. Forgive my boldness, are you searching for Kal-El? Theora asked. Yes. Zod made no attempt to hide it. He had been searching nearly 16 years. On Krypton, the genetic codes of every unborn child were written into the citizen registry. Jor-El stole the codex and hid it in the pod that carried Kal-El away. If we find the codex, we can harness the world engine, and Krypton will live again. Theora knelt deeply, voice resolute. Rest assured, General, I will not fail. Good. Go. Report the moment you find anything, Zod ordered, his eyes drifting back to the endless stars. Clark returned to the Kent farm in a deep gloom, heading straight for the loft above the barn, his private retreat. I was so close. I almost uncovered the truth about who I am, Clark snapped, snatching up a book with the intent to hurl it to the floor. But then he froze. One careless throw and he might bring the whole barn down. Forcing down his frustration, he slumped helplessly onto the couch. Leah sat beside him with a sigh of regret. Don't lose heart. There has to be another way to trace your origins. I don't believe there's another place like the Kvechi Cavern in this world. Wait, Leah, do you hear that? Clark stopped mid-sentence, tilting his head to listen. Leah focused as well, stretching his senses across the town. At first, nothing unusual, then, faint and strange, a resonance that seemed to pierce through time and space itself. It wasn't just in Clark's mind. Because of the Superman card, Leah could hear it too. I hear it, Leah said slowly. It sounds like a language, but not one from Earth. His instincts told him what it was Kryptonian, but he couldn't reveal the word outright. All he could do was hint. Clark's expression grew fierce with recognition. Exactly. It doesn't sound like anything from Earth. Clark, your pocket. Leah pointed suddenly. From Clark's jacket came a faint glow, the pocket where he kept the ship's key. It's trying to tell me something. Clark pulled out the long, crystalline key. To their astonishment, it rose into the air, hovering as though alive, spinning slowly before fixing itself toward a single direction. Pointing, Clark whispered. Leah groaned inwardly. Great. Newton's coffin lid is about to pop. I think it's showing me the way, Clark said, eyes following the direction. He was certain now the sound was coming from there. North. Leah knew it at once. The Fortress of Solitude, Superman's sanctuary, lay in the Arctic. In some versions, the ship's key guided him there, where he would meet the holographic echo of Jor-El, his father, and embrace his destiny. Your calling is summoning you. Go, Clark, Leah urged. He figured once the kid learned who he truly was, things would get easier. At least then he wouldn't risk blurting out jokes like, 666, you Kryptonians really know how to party, and make things unbearably awkward. I don't know how long I'll be gone. What about my parents? Clark hesitated. I'll explain everything to them. They'll be proud you're finding your answers. Quit stalling, man. Got me here to look after the town. Go. Leah had no patience for the whole brooding, reluctant hero routine. If you've got a mission, take it head on. What's with the hesitation? Clark gave a wry smile, then stepped forward and clasped Leah's shoulder. Thank you, brother. Leah grinned and thumped him back. The next moment, a familiar chime rang in his head. Ding. Congratulations, friendship level with Clark Kent has risen to trust. Main card effectiveness increased to 55%. That's all it takes to level up? Yesterday, the friendship meter had been at 86%. Now, overnight, it had jumped 14 points. Maybe Clark's obsession with his origins ran that deep. Leah even felt a bittersweet pang, like a farewell before a long journey. Still, that didn't matter. What mattered was the boost. 55% of Superman's power now flowed through him, and it would only grow stronger as Clark did. The key, still suspended in the air, suddenly shivered as if answering Clark's resolve. Then with a sharp whoosh, it shot off toward the Arctic. Go after it, Clark, Leah said, giving him a steady look of encouragement. Clark nodded firmly. Tell my parents, I'll be back soon. Before Leah could reply, Clark vanished in a blur of lightning, chasing the key across the sky. Leah did a quick calculation. Kansas to the Arctic was about 5,550 kilometers. Too bad Clark couldn't fly yet. If he could, the trip would be minutes. On foot, well, that was just painful. Man, being a Superman who can't fly is rough. Watching Clark disappear beyond the horizon, Leah yawned. It was late and sleep called. As he headed home, one thought lingered. However long Clark stayed in the fortress, may the next dawn bring back the son of Krypton, ready to embrace his destiny. Chapter 17. Lois Lane. In the Arctic, one of the U.S. Aerospace Agency's emergency surveillance satellites picked up something unusual buried deep beneath a glacier. At first, scientists speculated it might be an old Soviet submarine. But further scans suggested whatever was down there had been entombed for over 20,000 years. A helicopter descended slowly onto the glacier. From it stepped a woman bundled in heavy thermal gear. Even through the bulky layers, her poise and presence shone like a snow lotus blooming proudly in this endless sea of ice. As she disembarked, a man waiting nearby approached. "Ms. Lois Lane? I'm John, site manager for Arctic cargo operations. I'll be taking you to the base." Lois slipped on her goggles and smiled. "Thank you. I'll carry your bags, just follow me." John led the way, chatting as they trudged across the snow. "I'll admit, I'm not exactly a Daily Planet fan, but those exposés you wrote on the First Division were unforgettable. You're a remarkable journalist." "I only did what any reporter should, Mr. John," Lois replied modestly. They walked several hundred meters until an enormous wall of ice loomed ahead. In front of it stood the scientists' temporary camp, though the military had already moved in and taken control. "The Discovery's just up there?" Lois asked. "That's right. They used sonar to detect a 300-meter-long metallic object buried under the glacier. Can you imagine? 300 meters. That's longer than any nuclear submarine. It's the size of an aircraft carrier." "You can't be serious. An aircraft carrier from 20,000 years ago? Humanity was still bashing rocks together back then." "I'm not joking, Ms. Lane, but whatever's under there, what matters right now is getting you settled. Let me take you to the dorms. And please don't leave the camp at night. Temperature can drop to -40. You wouldn't last until spring." Still chatting, John guided Lois into a converted warehouse that served as her quarters. For the next several days, Daily Planet reporter Lois Lane would be covering the mystery of the Arctic glacier. But that first evening, once she'd arranged her things, restlessness gnawed at her. She couldn't just sit around waiting for morning. So, with a spirit that screamed bad decisions make the best stories, Lois slipped out into the night. The Arctic sky glittered with stars. On the glacier above, workers had set up massive drills to bore into the ice, trying to uncover what lay within. Floodlights swept back and forth. Lois raised her camera, found her angle, and clicked the shutter. Click! A perfect shot of the polar night lit up her display. But when she reviewed the image, something caught her eye, a figure standing against the cliff face. Yes, a human figure. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light. She zoomed in, then zoomed further. Oh my God, it really is a person. And he's in short sleeves? Doesn't he feel the cold? Her mind reeled. Temperature was still only around -20, not the coldest it would get, but enough to kill even the hardiest survivalist in minutes. I have to check this out. A true reporter lives on curiosity and obsession with the truth. And Lois Lane, seeing someone in short sleeves scaling an Arctic cliff, tossed John's warnings aside. Clark had followed the call of the spaceship key all the way to the North Pole. He'd sensed the presence of something buried in the glacier, and the strange voice in his head seemed to echo from within. To avoid the research teams, he only moved under cover of night. Using his heat vision, he melted a tunnel through the far side of the glacier, slowly carving his way inward. And finally, after days of work, a colossal starship. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern of ancient ice, towering and cathedral-like. The chamber had been frozen for millennia, and there, entombed within, was a massive ship, its design eerily reminiscent of the vessel that had carried him to Earth. The key in Clark's hand vibrated with energy. His heart pounded as he hurried toward the entrance. Inside, a control console awaited. At its center was an indentation, an exact fit for his key. Unauthorized intruder detected. From the shadows, a steel cocoon-shaped drone whirred to life. It floated toward him, then lashed out with a metallic tentacle like a whip, striking him square in the chest. Crack! The blow made Clark stagger, pain blooming where usually nothing could harm him. Eyes narrowing, he countered with a punch that sent the drone crashing back. Seizing the chance, he thrust the key into the console. System rebooting. With a deep hum, the ship awakened. Lights flared to life, casting the cavern in brilliance. Identity confirmed, Kal-El. Warning: foreign intruder detected outside. Deploying countermeasures. The cocoon drone, now recognizing Clark as friendly, spun on its axis and shot toward the entrance, tentacles flailing as it went. Clark, still wide-eyed, squinted at the cavern mouth. A woman? Hey, she's not an intruder. The cocoon robot's tentacles were strong enough to harm even itself. If it struck that woman, she wouldn't survive. Realizing this, Clark immediately sprinted after it. Lois had struggled to follow Clark's trail into the cavern. She was still reeling from her discovery when, without warning, a cocoon-like robot lunged at her from within the ship, tentacles flailing. What the hell is that? Instinctively, Lois tried to back away, but the machine showed no mercy. In a flash, one of its appendages pierced her abdomen. Her scream echoed through the cavern. Ah! Clark appeared behind the robot an instant later. His arms shot out, wrapping around the machine. With a sudden burst of strength. Crunch! Snap! The steel-bodied robot crumpled in his hands as though it were nothing more than paper. Casting the wreckage aside, Clark rushed to Lois's side. "It's all right now, you're safe," he said, trying to calm her trembling. And despite the blood, the pain, and the strangeness of the place, Lois couldn't help noticing that her rescuer was not only human, but a strikingly handsome young man. Something about his steady presence and reassuring smile drew her in. "Who are you? Why are you here? And just now, I swear I saw." Clark ignored her questions for the moment. Activating his X-ray vision, he scanned her wound. "You're bleeding internally. If I don't stop it now, you might not survive the next hour." Chapter 18. Kal-El. Lois forced herself to steady her breathing. "All right, what do you plan to do?" She felt oddly at ease with him, this tall, boyish stranger. "I have certain abilities. It might hurt. Just hold on to my hand." After this brief warning, Clark carefully unzipped the outer layer of her insulated suit. Beneath it, her slim figure was revealed, and he awkwardly averted his eyes, doing his best not to notice. "Focus. Not the time. Hold on tight." He narrowed his gaze at the wound, heat building in his eyes. A searing beam flared forth. Lois shrieked again, her voice raw with agony. "Ah!" By the time the ship's systems fully rebooted, she had already fainted. Clark scooped her into his arms, carried her back to the research station beneath the glacier, then returned to the vessel. With a silent command, he ordered it to rise and vanish from human sight. That night, the station's instruments screamed with overload warnings as the ancient ice cracked apart. A massive craft over 300 meters long emerged from the glacier. Moments later, it soared skyward and disappeared without a trace. No matter how the scientists recalibrated their instruments, they could detect nothing. To them, it was as if the ship had been erased from existence. Though Lois later wrote an article about the hidden spacecraft beneath the glacier, the military swiftly classified it as top secret, ensuring the story never reached the public. The Arctic, deeper into the ice. After landing, the ship activated its cloaking technology, blending seamlessly into the frozen landscape far beyond Earth's current ability to detect. Recursive diagnostics complete, navigation visuals authorized, systems stable, the AI's voice intoned. Clark, recovering from his initial shock, steadied himself. His adoptive parents had told him long ago that he wasn't of this world, that his true home possessed such technology was no longer impossible to accept. Looking around the ship, he finally asked, "Who are you?" A shimmering projection formed behind him, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, bearing a bold crest upon his chest, the letter S. "To see you grown with my own eyes. If only Lara could see you now," the man said softly. Clark's heart leapt. He had a guess, but still he asked, "Who are you?" "My son Kal, I am your father," or rather, a projection of his consciousness. "My name is Jor-El." "So Kal, that's my name?" He remembered the ship's AI calling him by that title earlier. His voice broke with urgency. "I have so many questions. Where do I come from? Why did you send me here?" With a wave of Jor-El's hand, particles in the air assembled into the image of a planet. "You were born on Krypton, a world harsher, far more unforgiving than Earth. Long ago, during the Age of Expansion, our people sought out new worlds to inhabit. This scout vessel was one of thousands sent into the void. We built outposts on other planets, reshaping their environments with vast world engines. For 100,000 years, our civilization flourished, achieving wonders beyond imagination." The particles shifted, morphing into new shapes as his story unfolded. Then Jor-El's voice faltered. Clark frowned. "What happened after that?" "Our civilization strayed from its path. Scientists created artificial control systems for breeding, abandoned exploration, and devoured natural resources. Every child was engineered for a predetermined role: worker, soldier, ruler. But your mother and I believe such a future robbed Krypton of something vital, something irreplaceable. When it comes to things lost forever, every Earthling knows. What they've lost is dreams. And what becomes of someone who loses their dreams? The answer, a salted fish, lifeless, drifting, without purpose. On Krypton, even before a child was born, their role was predetermined. Resources were optimized to the fullest, but therein lay the tragedy. A worker's child would always be a worker, a soldier's child destined for the battlefield, a leader's child, generation after generation, condemned to lead. Krypton abandoned its great space expansion. Instead, it repeated itself endlessly under the guise of a higher civilization. In truth, Kryptonian society had already perished by then. At that time, Jor-El said, we had exhausted our natural resources. Planet's core became unstable. In the end, General Zod launched a coup, but it was already too late. Your mother and I foresaw the danger. Cal, you were the first naturally born child of Krypton in centuries. Our first thought was to save your life. Hearing his father's account, Clark struggled to accept it. He asked in confusion, then why didn't you come with me? We couldn't, Cal. No matter how much we longed to, no matter how deeply we loved you, we were failures, just like Zod. We were bound to Krypton's fate. But you are both Krypton's son and Earth's child. You embody the best of two worlds. You are the dream your mother and I gave everything to protect. You will inspire the people of Earth. You will give them ideals worth fighting for. They will strive to follow you. They will stumble, they will fall, but in the end, they will rise, and under the sun, they will fight by your side. And at last, you will help them create miracles. That is the meaning of our family's symbol. At those words, Clark suddenly thought of Leah. A smile broke across his face. What is it, my son? Jor-El asked. I just thought of a friend, Clark said. Jor-El's expression softened. I'm glad you've made a friend on Earth, but you may not see him for some time. I still have much to teach you, knowledge, and the art of battle. Will you learn from me? I will, and I learn fast, Clark answered without hesitation. Oh, do you? Jor-El smiled faintly. Then first, I will teach you everything we know of 28 star systems. Each day, you will not only study but also practice strengthening both your mind and your power. He turned and strode deeper into the ship, calling over his shoulder, come with me now. Clark's face darkened instantly. 28 star systems of knowledge? You really are my father, huh? Chapter 19. The Kryptonian Warrior. In Smallville, Leah remembered perfectly the day Clark left because nearly every day since, the Kents had come to ask him about their son. Mr. Kent, I swear, Clark is absolutely safe. There's no one on this planet who could threaten his life. He'd said this countless times. If he'd known the Kents were this protective, he would have gone to the Arctic with Clark himself. Clark's adoptive mother, Martha, had grown thin and weary. Even farm work couldn't distract her. She often fretted, Clark is still just a boy. He's been gone almost 2 months now. What if someone tricked him? What if he fell in with the wrong crowd? I wouldn't know what to do. Yes, 2 months had passed since Clark had left for the Arctic. Clark's only a year away from adulthood. He can handle a lot on his own now, Leah said, stifling his urge to flee. He knew Clark was safe because in these 2 months, his own strength and speed had grown at an astonishing pace. There was only one explanation. The Superman card's original owner, Clark Kent himself, was becoming stronger at an unbelievable rate. So strong, in fact, that the once purple hero card now showed signs of evolving into a golden legendary card. Jonathan Kent, though worried, didn't show it. He comforted his wife instead. I believe in Clark. He'll be back soon. Leah nodded quickly in agreement. Just then, a thunderous boom rolled across the sky. The three of them looked up. Something like a meteor was plummeting toward the Earth. The object suddenly shifted course midair, as if guided by some unseen force, and came streaking down straight toward the Kent farm. My God, what is that? A meteor? Aunt Martha gasped, hand over her mouth. Jonathan's brow furrowed. Running toward the house, he barked, meteors don't change direction on their own. Martha, get Lee out of here. He dashed inside, snatched up his hunting rifle and loaded it. The instant the so-called meteor appeared, Leah had already peered through it with his super sight. What he saw wasn't a rock, but a ship inside, a man and a woman, both armed with weapons far beyond Earth's technology. Uncle Jonathan, Aunt Martha, you need to get out of here. This isn't something you can handle, Leah said firmly. He slipped off his glasses, shrugged out of his jacket, revealing the flexible combat suit he had custom-made in Metropolis a month ago. He hadn't had much muscle before, but months of bearing the Superman card coupled with Clark's growing strength had transformed his body completely. Beneath the jacket, the sculpted lines of his physique were unmistakable. Boom! The meteor slammed into the farm. The shockwave obliterated the crops in an instant, but Leah shielded the Kents, sparing them from the worst of it. He strode forward. Jonathan and Martha clung to each other, following close behind. As they approached, they could see clearly now it was a ship. Its hatch hissed open, and two figures in black armor stepped out. "I can sense the presence of my king. You must be Kal-El," said the shorter one, her voice strange yet perfectly intelligible despite not being any language Leah knew. Some kind of alien tech, no doubt, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Leah clenched his fists and said evenly, "Much as I'd like to claim otherwise, I'm not who you're looking for. Who are you, and why have you come to Earth?" "I am Feorol, adjutant to General Zod of Kandor," the woman declared. "We followed the trail of an outpost to this planet. We detected the signal of Kal-El's ship nearby. If you are not Kal-El, then you die." Without warning, Feora lunged, her fist crashing down with a sonic boom. But Leah was ready. His left arm shot up, blocking her blow with iron steadiness, and with his right he smashed a punch into her face. Bang! The impact hurled Feora hundreds of meters across the field. The hulking man who had kept silent until now merely smirked, watching like a spectator. "Not bad, kid. Impressive. But don't forget we're 2 against 1. This was Lor, another Kryptonian who had arrived with Feora. He hadn't moved until now because he was still adjusting. His first exposure to Earth's yellow sun required time for his new power to settle. Now ready, he stamped the ground lightly, launching himself dozens of meters skyward as though gravity meant nothing. He came crashing down with a fist aimed straight at Leah. "Show off," Leah spat, leaping up to meet him. His fist collided with Lor's in midair. Boom! The explosion of force knocked both back in equal measure. A stalemate. By Kryptonian nature, the longer they absorbed yellow sunlight, the stronger they grew. Leah, with only 55% of Superman's power, could just barely keep pace with these two who had only just set foot on Earth. Feora recovered, springing back into the fight. She darted in close, eyes blazing. "I don't care if you're Kal-El or not. Hand over the ship, and I'll give you a quick death." "It won't help you even if you get the ship," Leah shot back coldly. "What you're looking for isn't inside." He knew the truth. Jor-El had encoded Krypton's entire genetic codex into Clark's very cells. Superman himself was the living repository. But Feora and Lor dismissed his words as a lie meant to mislead them. With a roar, they attacked in tandem, driving Leah back with overwhelming force. Jonathan pulled Martha into hiding. He could tell this was no battle for ordinary people, but watching Leah falter, his heart clenched. "Martha, call the police, damn it! What are these people?" Martha rushed inside to phone for help. Left alone, Jonathan raised his rifle, aimed at Feora, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet streaked through the air, sparks flying, but when it struck her armor, it was like tossing an empty soda can. With a sharp ping, it bounced harmlessly away. "Damn," Jonathan swore. Feora's head turned slowly toward him. With a burst of speed, she was suddenly there, seizing him by the throat with one hand and lifting him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. "Tell me where the ship is," she hissed, "or I'll slaughter everyone here." Chapter 20, Battle with the Kryptonians. Jonathan Kent wasn't afraid of dying. In fact, the moment Martha rushed back into the house, he had already accepted it. "Go to hell. You'll never get what you're after." "What a shame," Feora sneered, raising her fist high, ready to smash Jonathan into dust. Leah's eyes went bloodshot. He couldn't let Jonathan die, at least not right in front of him. If he stood by and watched, he'd never be able to face Clark again. "Bastard!" Leo roared, charging at Feora at full speed. But before he could reach her, the hulking Kryptonian Jor-El soldier Joel moved just as fast, slamming into Leah like a speeding tank. Boom! The collision erupted in a shockwave that rippled outward, sending both of them crashing violently into the ground. Feora cast Leah a frosty glance. "Ignorant fool." She turned back toward Jonathan, ready to finish him. "Stop! What you're looking for? It's in the cellar under the barn." Martha couldn't stand by and watch her husband be murdered. She revealed the location of the ship Clark had arrived in. Of course, she wasn't betraying Clark. She knew he had already taken the ship's heart, the key, and from overhearing Leah's earlier words, she was certain. Even if they found the vessel, it wouldn't matter. At least, that's how she consoled herself. Feora's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Finally, you should have talked sooner. With her orders from Zod in mind, she dropped Jonathan and turned toward the barn. Eager to seize Clark's ship and earn her general's favor, she wasted no time. There it is, the House of L's ship. With a single bound, she soared above the cellar, then smashed straight down. Crash! The wooden floorboards of the Kent farm shattered like paper under her landing. She dropped into the cellar, and there it was, Clark's ship, gleaming faintly in the icy dark. Found it. Feora strode forward, hefting the half-manned, all-craft with one hand as though it weighed nothing. Jonathan and Martha had nearly broken their backs hauling it onto a truck years ago. Climbing out of the cellar, she smiled coldly at the Kents before marching toward her own vessel. 10 minutes, she snapped at Joel. Kill them all. If you take longer, I will wait. I'll be too busy presenting this ship to the great General Zod. Joel, writhing under Leah's relentless heat vision, snarled back. Damn you, Feora. You're not even going to help me? If you can't even handle some backwater runt, you're unworthy to serve General Zod. 9 minutes left, make them count. Leaving those words behind, Feora hauled Clark's ship aboard her much larger transport. It swallowed the smaller craft with ease. As she initiated the launch sequence, her thoughts burned with anticipation. Once she handed the ship over, surely Zod would reward her beyond measure. She lived for him, the devotion etched into her very bones. Meanwhile, the fight on the ground shifted. With Feora gone, Leah's pressure eased, but he was all too aware of his limits. One superhero card was nowhere near enough. His system allowed him a single main slot, yes, but also countless secondary slots. Those were weaker, but sheer numbers could tip the scales. If I had a full deck, every hero card out there, I could throw them all into the sub-slots. Against 2 Kryptonians, I wouldn't even break a sweat. Damn, damn, damn. The battle raged on. Joel, a seasoned Kryptonian warrior, fought with precision and lethal skill. His combat training gave him the edge in technique. But Leah had his own advantage. Joel wasn't yet in full control of his heat vision. Leah exploited every opening, hammering him with blindingly fast punches. In mere seconds, they had traded dozens of blows. Their brawl spilled from the Kent farm into Smallville's main street, not that Leah wanted it that way. Every strike hurled them hundreds of meters apart, shattering fences, walls, and asphalt until they tumbled into the heart of town. The streets bustled with cars until a massive figure in black Kryptonian armor came crashing down, crushing the roof of a silver sedan. A moment later, Leah landed hard on top of him. Pinning Joel by the chest, he drove his fist into the warrior's skull over and over. Thud, 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 thud. Each blow shook the ground, fracturing the concrete beneath them and sending shards flying like shrapnel. My God, it's the Avenger. We haven't seen him in over a month. Who's he fighting? Doesn't matter. If he's hitting them that hard, it's definitely a villain. But where's Superman? Onlookers filled the sidewalks, voices buzzing. The troll cars screeched onto the scene, and the officer behind the wheel, a heavy-set cop, nearly choked when he saw Leah pummeling a Kryptonian into the pavement. One officer muttered to his partner, "Let's just pretend we didn't see that, all right? God, those two aren't even human." "That's not right," his partner replied with a grimace. "We're cops. Even if we can't help the Avengers, the least we can do is get people out of here." Fine, fine. Crowd control it is. The heavy-set officer's face twisted in misery. But this town is cursed. First thing tomorrow, I'm filing for a transfer to Metropolis. I don't care if I drop dead on the spot. I'm not spending another day in this place. I'm going to Metropolis. While the police worked to evacuate civilians, Joel seized an opening to counterattack. He realized he could hover, and with a sudden burst of force, rammed into Leah, knocking him aside before taking to the air to fight. The two clashed again and again, tearing the street to shreds. More officers arrived, but watching the devastation, none dared get close. All they could do was fire from a distance in a vain attempt to help Leah. It didn't make a difference. Joel swept low across the ground, seized Leah by the shoulder, and slammed him straight through the wall of a cafe. Patrons shrieked and fled in panic, scattering like startled birds. But as one girl passed near the two combatants, something strange happened. Their strength drained in an instant. Both Joel and Leah collapsed to the floor. Chapter 21. Kryptonite. Kryptonite. The effect was unmistakable. Nothing else on Earth could sap the strength of Kryptonians so completely. "Lena, wait!" Leah, weak and pale, managed to call out her name. The girl who had just walked by was Lana Lang. 10 years ago, Lana's parents had been killed in the meteor shower that struck the town. Since then, she had worn a necklace made from a shard of that meteor as a keepsake. It was that necklace now robbing both Leah and Joel of their power. Hearing her name, Lana turned with wide, fearful eyes. "Avenger! How do you know who I am? Why are you looking for me?" Leah nearly choked on his exasperation. "Really? Just because I changed clothes and put on a mask, she doesn't recognize me? We've nearly had late night hearts before." "Cough, Lana, the town's in danger. I need to borrow your necklace." Leah cut straight to the point. There was no time to explain. Lena hesitated. The necklace wasn't worth much, and Leah's reputation as a hero reassured her. She unfastened it and handed it to him. The moment Leah unequipped his Superman card, Kryptonite's weakening grip on him vanished. He wrapped the necklace around his hand, gave Lana a grateful smile, and said, "Thank you, Lana. This place is dangerous. Go quickly." "All right, and thank you too, Mr. Avenger. But one question, do I know you?" Finally, she catches on. Leah felt an unexpected warmth in his chest. This wasn't the time to unmask himself and confuse his sweet, unsuspecting admirer. His gaze hardened as he turned toward the fallen Kryptonian warrior. "It's dangerous here. Leave now." He stepped forward, shielding Lana with his body, the very picture of a hero shouldering the danger so others could be safe. "Be careful, Mr. Avenger." With those words, Lana ran from the cafe. As Leah advanced, Joel felt the world spinning. His eyes locked in terror on the necklace in Leah's hand. What is that? Why does it make me so weak?" "It's a mineral from Krypton, you idiot." Leah's fist cracked across Joel's face. The kryptonite scraped his skin as easily as a blade through tofu. Smash! Blood filled Joel's mouth, and scratches marred his once invulnerable face. He staggered back in horror. "No, I don't believe it. Why aren't you affected by it too?" Even now, Joel thought Leah was one of his kind. But Leah just grinned, swinging again. "I told you already, I'm not Kal-El. I'm not Kryptonian. I'm a pure-blooded Earthling. Honestly, I might be the weakest Earthling you'll ever meet." Bang! 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 His fists rained down like a storm. Even without the Superman card, Leah's body had already reached the peak of human potential. Every blow struck harder than a professional boxer's best punch, and Joel could do nothing but endure the onslaught. Kryptonian warrior Joel spat up a mouthful of blood in rage when he heard Leah claim he was the weakest Earthling. But by now, he had no strength left to fight. In his eyes flickered one raw emotion: fear. No, don't kill me. I serve General Zod. If you kill me, General Zod will never let you go." At those words, Leah only gave a helpless smile. So, now he was trying to throw Zod's name around? And what of it? Zod, the sworn enemy of Superman. A warlord obsessed with reshaping Earth into a new Krypton. His vision stood squarely against all of humanity. He sought the Codex Jor-El had hidden, and it was this pursuit that had driven him for years to hunt Clark, to hunt the Codex. If the Codex ever fell into Zod's hands, he could unleash the world engine and terraform Earth into Krypton. But humanity would never survive the transformation. They would all perish. And to Zod, only out of ruin could rebirth come. As long as Krypton's civilization could rise again, what was one Earth? What was the sacrifice of the entire universe, if need be? "If he dares set foot on Earth, I'll cut him down too." With those words, Leo raised his fist high above the dying Kryptonian warrior and drove it down with all his strength. "Ah!" Joel spat a fountain of blood. His chest caved in, and as his heart fell silent, the light drained from his eyes. Leah had slain a Kryptonian. Looking around the wrecked cafe, he searched through the rubble behind the counter and uncovered a lead-lined box. Inside was the necklace. He had a feeling it would be useful after all. Another Kryptonian was still in town. He sealed the necklace in the lead box, shielding himself from the kryptonite's effects, then re-equipped the Superman card. "Sheriff James, make sure you bury the body inside. Don't let it fall into anyone's hands." As he stepped out of the cafe, Leo ran into his uncle, Sheriff James. His mind was fixed on one worry: disposing of the Kryptonian corpse. But James had already seen him. He shouted, distraught, "Leah, I know you're the Avenger. Aren't you going to explain to me what the hell is going on here? This world is in danger, don't you get it yet? Take care of the body inside, or we'll be in serious trouble. Without waiting for a reply, Leah unleashed his super speed, leaving the shattered town street behind. The devastation was shocking. He could only think to himself, one day, when I have money, I'll make it up to my hometown. Then came another thunderous roar from above. Leah looked up. It was Feora's ship. She really had left after just 10 minutes? Did Kryptonian warriors so easily abandon their comrades? Or maybe it was inevitable. Under Zod's iron rule, they saw only two kinds of people: those who could still fight and those who were useless. And the useless, tossed aside like broken tools. Damn it, do they really think Earth is some place they can come and go as they please? Leah pushed himself faster, chasing the ship. This was like an intruder breaking into your home, stealing something, then swaggering off like it was nothing. There was an old saying, an uncle's patience may stretch far, but an aunt's will not. Leah wanted to roar, whoever dares invade Earth, no matter how far, will be destroyed, but shouting that with no one around for hundreds of meters? That would just sound cringy. So instead, he swallowed his breath, planted his feet against the ground. Boom! The Earth split apart as Leah rocketed upward, using the recoil to launch himself straight at Feora's ship. Chapter 22. Feels like I can reach the sky. Leah shot upward. For a moment, gravity seemed to loosen its grip. The wind brushed against his face like a gentle hand, exhilarating, almost comforting. But just as he neared Feora's ship, the high-altitude air currents battered his body, and gravity seized him again, dragging him back down. Shit! Steady, I can still fly just a little longer, ah! Earth's pull finally overpowered him. His body plunged helplessly in free fall, or more accurately, in a wide, parabolic arc. Ah! Holy crap, that's high! From thousands of meters up, he fell like a meteor. He smashed into a mountain peak with thunderous force. The brittle rock crumbled beneath him and he tore straight through, crashing all the way to the ground. The earth quaked. Above, the mountain shattered like a fruit pierced by a bullet, collapsing in an avalanche of stone that thundered down like a rock slide. Boulders rained all around. From the pit, Leah climbed out, glaring as Feora's ship dwindled to a tiny dot in the sky. His stubbornness flared. I refuse to believe this. I don't care if Superman hadn't unlocked flight yet. If I've got his powers, then I can fly. Dropping to one knee, he braced like a sprinter on the starting line. He felt the sunlight on his skin, the air around him, and Newton turning in his grave. Everything around him. The broken stones began to tremble. Some lifted into the air, as if swept by invisible currents, swirling slowly around Leah. Ha! With a roar, Leah shot upward. It was hard to say whether he leapt or flew, but the ground beneath him fractured into a spiderweb of cracks as he launched skyward. He climbed higher and higher, closing fast on Feora's ship. This feeling of flying, damn, it's incredible. The higher he rose, the thinner the air became, but such things meant nothing to him. At 20,000 meters, the entire Earth stretched out beneath him, Kansas reduced to a tiny patch of land. Yet Leah had no time to marvel at the view. He drew level with Feora's ship and latched onto it with one hand. Clang! Like a hammer striking a great bell, the sound rang out as Leah forced his strength against the vessel. Its speed began to falter. Seizing the chance, Leah drove himself straight into the ship's engines. Boom! Crashed through, engulfed instantly by scorching heat. Kryptonian technology was unlike anything on Earth. The engines resembled a fusion reactor more than any human design. Leah didn't understand the science, but he knew one thing. The inferno seared even his steel, tough skin with stinging pain. A moment later he burst free. Well, awkward. My clothes are toast. He scratched his head. Showing up to fight Feora like this might give her the wrong idea. Fortunately, in the crew cabin he spotted spare garments. He slipped one on quickly. Unlike the battle armor of Kryptonian soldiers, this resembled Superman's suit in form, though it was entirely black. Meanwhile, Feora frantically worked the controls. With the engine destroyed, hyperspace jump was impossible. She couldn't reach General Zod anytime soon. No. She scoured the data for an alternative, but all her efforts were futile. Then Leah appeared behind her. Her fury boiled over. You've ruined everything. I'll kill you. Oh really? I wasn't planning on letting you leave alive anyway. The fight erupted in an instant. Both vanished from their spots, colliding the next second. Leah's fists hammered toward her face, but Fiora refused to meet raw strength head-on. Weaker in power, she relied on her combat mastery instead. Power can overwhelm technique, but only if the gap is wide enough. Leah was stronger, yes, but only by a margin. That edge alone wasn't enough to cancel out Fiora's skill. When this is over, I've got to learn a few moves. Green Arrow, Batman, whoever their masters of hand-to-hand. The ship shook violently, then ceased climbing and began plummeting back toward Earth. Fiora stumbled, unable to stabilize herself. Though the yellow sun had granted her immense power, she had yet to master flight. "What's this? Don't tell me you can't fly?" Leah almost laughed at the sight. He, the half-blood, soaring freely, while a true-born Kryptonian floundered. It exposed a flaw in Krypton's design. They knew yellow sunlight granted them abilities, yet rarely ventured to such worlds. Perhaps in the age of expansion, some Kryptonians did settle on sunlit planets, birthing powerful descendants. That, surely, was the seed of Earth's myths, but as their blood thinned, those legends faded, and Krypton itself, retreating from expansion and consumed by artificial control, sealed its own doom. "Even if you kill me, Zod already knows this world's location," Fiora spat, eyes burning with fanatic light. "He will come, and when he does, you'll die, and so will everyone on this planet. Krypton will rise again." Her face was the mask of a zealot, a believer twisted by indoctrination. To restore a fallen civilization was no crime, but to destroy another in the process was nothing but theft, conquest, slaughter. "I pity Krypton," Leah said coldly, "but Earth is not your sacrifice." He floated higher, then shot down like a meteor, slamming into Fiora and driving her through the ship's wall. Together they plummeted from the sky, piercing a thick bank of storm clouds. For an instant the world was all darkness, then suddenly light again. Fiora struck the ground of an island with earth, shaking force, a crater opening beneath her. Leah slowed above, hovering at 3,000 meters, gazing down at her battered form. The island below was lush, ringed by sea and sky. A breeze swept past, tugging at the black cape now billowing behind him. It was a dramatic sight, one fit for legends. And yes, this island, shrouded in storm before breaking into sunlight, could only be one place. Themyscira, Diana, the Amazon princess, still dwells here in this version of events. Unlike in the films, Steve Trevor never took her away, which means, in the next chapter, Wonder Woman enters the stage. Chapter 23, Paradise Island. After a moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from deep within the island. Leah descended onto a boulder, narrowing his eyes toward the noise. From the dense jungle burst a cavalry squad, every rider a woman clad in armor reminiscent of ancient Greece. Bows in hand, they charged toward Leah and Fiora with thunderous momentum. "Wait a second. That armor, no way, are they Amazons?" Leah's heart skipped. As a comic fan, he knew exactly what that meant. On D.C.'s Earth, there was a place like a mythical kingdom of women, Paradise Island, home of the Amazons. Fiora had already clawed her way out of the crater. She gave the approaching riders a cold glance and scoffed, still using primitive weapons. "This planet really is a pathetic backwater." When the Amazons were barely 100 meters away, they vaulted from their horses, twisting gracefully in midair before landing around Leah and Fiora, encircling them with deadly precision. "Intruders," one woman declared from horseback, her voice sharp and commanding. She looked no older than 30, but her ornate battle regalia and regal bearing left little doubt this was their queen. And with the Amazons' agelessness, 30 likely came with a few extra zeros behind it. "Your Highness, I mean no disrespect to your land, I only..." Leah began to explain, but Fiora had no patience for uncivilized primitives. She slammed a foot into the earth, rocketing forward with a punch that tore the air apart. A shockwave blasted the Amazons in front of her off their feet. Fortunately, their strength exceeded that of normal humans. Though injured, none were killed outright. But Fiora's outburst lit the fuse. The queen's eyes turned icy. Drawing her sword, she roared, "Attack! Destroy the intruders! Kill!" The surrounding Amazons drew weapons in unison, swords flashing, bows drawn. In a heartbeat, arrows and steel came for both Fiora and Leah. Whoa, I'm not with her, and don't think I'll go easy just because you're all women." Leah groaned, exasperated, trying to explain again. His words went unheard. Arrows streaked through the air, most aimed at Fiora, but one shot straight for Leah's heart. Fiora plowed through the warriors around her, sending bodies flying as she forced a path to the sea. Her intent was obvious: dive down, recover the sunken Kryptonian ship, and claim what was inside. She believed it held the codex, the key to Zod's plans. Leah stayed put. The arrow slammed into his chest. Clang! The shaft snapped like it had struck solid steel. The Amazon's eyes went wide. What? He shrugged off iron like nothing. By Zeus, have we offended a god? Though blessed by Zeus with immortality, Amazons weren't invulnerable. They bled. They died. Leah's display shattered their understanding of strength, and their minds leapt to the obvious conclusion: divinity. Leah's gaze found the archer who'd fired at him. She stood tall, bow still drawn, black hair whipping in the wind. Her beauty was fierce, warrior, like her bikini, cut breastplate revealing flawless ivory skin, her frame sculpted by years of battle. A tattered skirt and high boots completed her armor, giving her an exotic allure that made Leah falter for just a second. If a woman that gorgeous shoots me with an arrow, how am I supposed to react? He shook the thought away. Not the time. Save it for later. I'll say this again, I'm not your enemy. She is. Leah pointed toward the sea, where Feora had just vanished beneath the waves. The warriors exchanged confused looks, glancing at the bubbling surface. Leah knew exactly what she was doing, dragging up the ship. He seized the moment to speak again. Listen, if I wanted to, I could kill every one of you here in an instant. Your weapons can't touch me. He picked up a fallen sword, gripping the blade in one hand. With casual ease, he crushed it into a lump of twisted metal as though it were clay. The Amazons gasped. Steel, broken like clay. He must be a god. By Zeus, we dared to raise arms against a divine being. Their people had been shaped by gods themselves. To them, Leah's power could only mean one thing. The queen, however, didn't let herself be swayed so easily. Though her posture softened, she pressed him with a commanding tone. Then who are you, and why have you come here? My name is Leah Rogers. To put it simply, that woman is the true threat. She'll summon a demon into this world, and when that demon comes, war will follow. Tens of thousands will die. At the word demon, the queen's brow furrowed. Your tale is far-fetched. We cannot take you at your word. I don't need you to believe me, Leah replied firmly. Just don't get in my way. The sea erupted with bubbles, and then slowly a vessel over 20 meters long broke the surface. All eyes widened as Feora emerged beneath it, lifting the craft above her head as though it weighed nothing, and marched toward the shore. Boom! She dropped it onto the ground. The impact rattled the earth, leaving no doubt this was no illusion. The Amazons watched in stunned silence. By Zeus, is she a god as well? Chapter 24, Diana. Leah watched Floro wipe the seawater from her face, his expression hovering between a smile and a smirk. Thanks for fishing my ship out of the ocean. If you surrender now, I might even spare your life. Spare me? Floro scoffed. With all due respect, your fighting skills are pathetic. I've been trained since birth in the art of war. I can think of 100 ways to kill you and wipe out every one of your companions. She rolled her neck, the cracking joints snapping like beans in a hot pan. Her cold gaze swept across them as though she were already surveying a field of corpses. Lee only shrugged. From his pocket, he pulled out a small lead box. I may only have one way to defeat you, but one is all I need. With a thought, he unequipped the Superman card, then opened the box. Inside lay a glowing green necklace. At first, Floro sneered at the trinket, but a heartbeat later her legs buckled. All her strength bled away, leaving her unable even to stand. She collapsed to the ground. Well, what did you do to me? My power, it's gone. What have you done? As a Kryptonian, it's only fitting that you die under kryptonite, Leah said coldly, fastening the necklace around her throat. Floro writhed in pain as the green crystal corroded her strength. The Amazon girl who had shot an arrow at Leah dismounted quickly, hurrying over. Tell me more about these demons, she demanded. I don't know much, and you wouldn't be able to help anyway, Leah dismissed her. His mind was elsewhere. Floro and her companion were just Zod's lackeys. With 2 Kryptonians down, Zod himself would surely come, bringing his army with him. If Clark returned in time, there would be hope, but if not, who could say how this universe's story would unfold? Maybe here Clark wouldn't make it back. Maybe Zod would kill his parents, twist him into a tyrant, and build a Superman regime. Or maybe Zod would win outright and rebuild Krypton on Earth. The multiverse of American comics was vast. Leah knew better than to assume events would follow the main storyline. Thankfully, he still had kryptonite. If he prepared in advance, even without Clark, he might just scrape by. Diana, we must not involve ourselves in this matter. The Amazon Queen rode forward. Her duty was to protect her people, and if avoiding conflict was possible, she would take that path. But the younger warrior shook her head, stubborn fire in her eyes. Look at this woman. She can lift hundreds of tons with ease. Imagine what kind of power the demon she serves must wield. This can only be Ares. He alone would stir up war and plunge the world into danger. Diana? Leah blinked at her, a strange look in his eyes. Your name is Diana, daughter of Hippolyta? The words froze everyone in place. Diana and her queen mother both stiffened, faces grim. Stranger, Queen Hippolyta demanded, her eyes narrowing, how do you know my name and my daughter's? The Amazons have lived hidden for centuries. No outsider could possibly know of us. Leah's thoughts spun, but he ignored the queen, his eyes fixed on Diana instead. Answer me. Are you the Amazon Princess Diana, daughter of Hippolyta? Diana's long lashes fluttered. Then she nodded firmly. Yes, I am Diana, daughter of Queen Hippolyta. Wonder Woman. Leah almost laughed at the absurdity. He'd chased a Kryptonian ship past the ozone layer, crashed to the ground, and ended up on the Masira. As if that weren't ridiculous enough, Diana herself, the future Wonder Woman, had put an arrow through his chest. But something didn't add up. In the main timeline, Diana left the Masira during the First World War, following a pilot named Steve Trevor. So why was she still here? Had she gone to war then returned? Or had she never left at all? Leah leaned toward the latter. He sensed no trace of divine power awakening within her yet. As Zeus's daughter, Diana carried demigod blood, destined to become one of the most powerful heroes alive. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. Then again, in the multiverse, anything could be explained. Compared to Hydra's Captain America, or the Injustice Superman, a Diana who never left her island was hardly worth fussing over. While Leah pondered, Diana waved a hand before his eyes. Then, she planted both fists on her hips. Now it's your turn. How do you know my name? Leah rubbed his temples. He needed to play this carefully. After all, this could be his chance to unlock her character card. I know, because of a divine oracle, he said solemnly. Diana, this world is on the brink of catastrophe. The war god Ares has corrupted a demon named General Zod. Soon, he will descend upon Earth and slaughter humanity. And the only one who can stop him is you. Your destiny is to save this world. Queen Hippolyta rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't fall out. But young Diana's eyes shone with passion, her heart stirred by every word. That true? My destiny? She asked breathlessly, turning to her mother. Do you remember the stories you told me when I was little? You said Zeus drove Ares away, but one day, Ares would return to finish his mission, plunging the world into ruin. That was only a bedtime tale, Hippolyta snapped, pressing her hand to her brow. She regretted ever filling her daughter's head with myths. The age of gods is over. Ares will not return. But Diana refused to accept that. She had clung to that story all her life. Mother, you told me the very purpose of the Amazons is to stop the god of war. That is our duty. Hippolyta exhaled sharply, her patience fraying. Diana, you can't just believe the words of a stranger. We don't even know if he's telling the truth. Speaking of truth, if you want answers, you could always interrogate her, Leah cut in, pointing at Flora, who was barely conscious on the ground. Chapter 25. Another purple card. The Masira, the great hall of the Amazonian palace. Diana held the lasso of truth tight around Feora, then turned to explain to Leah. This is the lasso of truth. Anyone bound by it is compelled to speak only what's in their heart. Amazing, truly amazing, that's one powerful weapon. Leah gave Diana a friendly smile. Of course, he already knew what that golden glowing rope was, but with his AQ slightly improved, he wasn't about to make a big deal of it. Queen Hippolyta stood with her Amazon warriors circling them. She was the first to speak, her voice sharp. Who are you, and why have you come here? Though Feora fought to resist, the divine power of the lasso tugged at her will. With kryptonite already weakening her, she had no chance of defying it. My name is Feora. By order of General Zod, I came here to search for the Codex. What is the Codex? Diana asked curiously. Feora realized there was no fighting the lasso. She gave up struggling. It is what will allow my people to be reborn. It should be within my ship. I must deliver it to General Zod. Her answer stunned the Amazons. To their ears, the idea of restoring one's people didn't sound evil at all. But Leah knew better. He quickly pressed on. And where exactly does General Zod intend to rebuild his people? Among all the systems we know, Earth is the most suitable. Backward, as it is, its astronomical conditions are ideal. More than that, Earth lies under a yellow sun. Here, we Kryptonians gain extraordinary power. And what happens to the humans if you remake Earth into Krypton? Leah asked, though he already knew the answer. What mattered was that Diana heard it herself. We will transform Earth's environment into Krypton's. When that happens, all life on Earth will perish, but our people will grow ever stronger. Then, General Zod will lead us into a new age of expansion. The entire universe will bow before us. Faora's strength finally failed. With kryptonite ravaging her body, she collapsed into unconsciousness before she could finish her last words. The Amazons exchanged uneasy glances. They spoke hundreds of Earth's languages, yet words like Earth, universe, and astronomy were alien to them. Their world was too far removed from such concepts. Leah spent a long while explaining, until finally, all of Earth's people would die, and Zod's forces would launch endless war across the universe. Diana's expression hardened with sudden clarity. She turned to her mother. Theres. Only he could orchestrate something like this endless war, billions of lives slaughtered. I must stop him. Queen Hippolyta sank back into her throne, rubbing her face with both hands. It was too much to take in. Even if everything she said is true, Diana, we need to think carefully. For now this matter ends here. Mr. Leah, this demon servant is yours to deal with. Diana will see you out. Without waiting for argument, Hippolyta left the hall with the elders. After centuries of peace, their hearts recoiled from war. Mother, how can we do nothing? We can't just sit idly by. Diana's voice trembled with frustration. She longed to don her armor and clash with Zod this very moment. She was still young, her mind not fully tempered. There was a streak of reckless idealism in her, yet on Diana, that innocence only made her more admirable. Pure, kind, passionate, those qualities shone all the brighter. Left behind with her disappointment, Diana muttered. Why do they do nothing? Isn't it our sacred duty as Amazons to protect this world? Diana, Leah stepped closer, speaking gently, don't blame your mother. She is queen of the Amazons. Her first duty is to protect her people. I know, but at least she could let me go. You said this is my destiny. I can save this world. Please, Mr. Leah, let me join you. Diana strode up to him, chest thrust proudly, eyes locked with unwavering resolve. Leah couldn't help noticing the formidable view in front of him. He coughed awkwardly, forcing his face into seriousness. Diana, I must warn you, the road ahead will be full of thorns and danger. Are you truly ready? I've been ready for a long time, Mr. Leah. Whether my mother agrees or not, I will stop Zod, and I will stop Ares. I want to fight by your side. Diana's voice rang firm. Very well. On behalf of the entire Justice League, I welcome you, Princess Diana. Leah extended his hand. He only meant for a handshake, a formal gesture. But though Diana had never seen the custom before, she imitated him earnestly, clasping his hand between both of hers. Thank you, Mr. Leah. The Justice League, it sounds so cool. Is it a league of gods of justice? At that moment, Diana's excitement was like a girl receiving her first bouquet of flowers. Every smile, every sparkle in her eyes sent Leah's heart racing. And then something even greater. A familiar system chime rang in his mind. Ding. Friendship value increased to friendly. Character card unlocked. Diana. A surge of purple light erupted in his consciousness, another purple hero card. Diving into his system's interface, he saw it clearly. A new card etched with Diana's portrait. Purple card. Diana, Amazon Princess. Race, Amazon, demigod. Primary effects, super strength, super speed, flight locked, and more. Additional info. A seasoned Amazon warrior with demigod blood, Diana possesses immense potential. Card level will rise with personal growth. Daughter of Zeus, half god, half Amazon. While her powers didn't quite rival Superman's, they came remarkably close. In some cases, Leah could even treat her as his primary card. Chapter 26, Stealing Away Diana. Diana noticed Leah suddenly freeze, and unease flickered across her face. She tightened her grip on his hand, and asked softly, Sir Leah? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Sorry, I just remembered something. Leah shifted the topic, pointing to the battered Faora lying half dead nearby. And please just call me Leah. First, I need to deal with this servant of evil. Even if I kill her now, her cells won't truly die. They'll remain dormant for a long time. Luckily, Feora hadn't been under Earth's yellow sun for long. Had she absorbed it since childhood like Clark, her cells could have remained in stasis almost indefinitely. How do you plan to handle her? Diana asked. She didn't flinch from killing, at least not when it came to villains. That was why, in the Injustice timeline, Diana sided with the corrupted Superman. So Leah, without hesitation, snapped Feora's neck right in front of her, then sealed the kryptonite necklace back into its lead-lined box. As the radiation faded, he re-equipped the Superman card into his main slot, while sliding Diana's card into the first of his secondary slots. Power surged instantly. He inherited fragments of Diana's gifts: combat mastery, archery, horsemanship, swordplay. Secondary slots weren't as potent as the primary, but they were still formidable. With Diana's card active, Leah's strength, speed and reflexes all leapt higher. If he faced Feora or the hulking Kryptonian, Lore, again, he would not only hold his ground, he might even overwhelm them. Testing his enhanced strength, Leah grinned. I'll bury her here on the Messira. Even dead, her corpse is trouble. You can lay her to rest in the north of the island, Diana suggested. It's secluded there, less likely to be discovered. Leah, I've made up my mind to leave this place. Could you wait a while? There's something I must do first. She looked at him with hope in her eyes. Leah guessed easily she intended to claim the so-called god-slaying relics, the sword of Hephaestus, the shield of power, the holy armor. The sword forged by the god of fire himself could cut at the subatomic level. In Batman v Superman, Diana used it to wound Doomsday's leg. Some called it the Godslayer. No problem. This won't take me long. I'll find you once I'm done. Hoisting Feora's corpse, Leah rose into the sky and flew north. Diana stared, wonder flashing in her eyes. He can fly. Is Leah truly a god? He reached the northern wilds, uprooted a towering tree centuries old, shoved Feora's body into the hole, and drove the tree back down with a mighty thrust. If that thing feeds on her as fertilizer, it might become a spirit. He turned away without a backward glance and flew off. Meanwhile, Diana raced across the island, soon arriving at the Amazon's forbidden ground, the tower that housed the sword of Hephaestus and the shield of power. The tower stood isolated at the island's heart, ringed not by land, but by a bottomless abyss. A single heavily guarded bridge led across. Crossing openly was impossible. Her mother would never allow her to leave, so Diana intended to borrow the weapons. She would slay her Ares in truth, General Zod, and return them later. Probably, at least, that's what she told herself. By the gods, it's so high. Standing at the cliff's edge, she peered into the depths below and shivered. One slip, and she'd be nothing but a broken heap. I can do this. I will do this. Diana steeled herself. She knew she was far stronger than ordinary mortals, with far greater leaping power, but she had never attempted a span like this. From cliff to tower, it had to be at least 300 to 400 meters. Yet in her heart, she believed the god-slaying weapon was essential. There was no other choice. She backed up 500 meters, sprinted forward and launched herself. Hiya! With a cry, she vaulted off the cliff's edge in a leap of faith. Her body traced an elegant arc across the void, like a swan in flight, her hands brushing the stone frame of a tower window. I did it! Her face lit with joy, outshining the stars themselves. She set her right hand on the window ledge, straining to pull herself up only for the ancient stone to crumble under her grip. What? Ah! The ledge shattered. Diana plunged, panic twisting her features as she flailed desperately for purchase. Thud! A strong arm encircled her waist, halting her fall. Then slowly, she was lifted upward. You're safe, said Leah, who had flown to her the moment he heard her cry. Still shaken, Diana clung to him tightly, their bodies pressed together. Leah felt the supple strength of her form against him, while her hand, without thinking, rested on his chest. The solid weight of his muscles beneath her palm nearly startled a gasp from her lips. So, this is a man's body, it's so hard. Her mind wandered wildly. After all, Leah was the first man she had ever touched. Though she had read countless books about men, meeting one in the flesh for the first time stirred both excitement and an unfamiliar sense of expectation in Diana. Leah forced himself to shove aside certain distracting thoughts. Wrapping an arm around Diana, he carried her into the tower. The lasso of truth is at the top floor, the shield of the gods is on the second, and the sword of Hephaestus is stored at the bottom, Diana said, rattling off the tower's inventory to steady her emotions. Leo rubbed his nose, the faint trace of Diana's fragrance still clinging to his arm. All right, I'll wait here for you. Then Mr. Leah, please wait just a moment, I'll be right back. Diana's cheeks flushed as she gave a shy smile. Leah's ears twitched. He glanced out the window, then said, better hurry. Your mother is on her way with reinforcements. Chapter 27. Lex's Schemes. Metropolis. Lex Corp. In the dead of night, a black cargo truck slipped past the main gates, entering the underground laboratory through a hidden access point. 4 or 5 men stood waiting at the entrance. At their head was a bald young man, Lex Luthor. Did you secure the package? And no unwanted attention? Lex demanded as 3 men climbed out of the truck. A burly man from the passenger seat grinned at him. Relax, boss. The cargo's here. We followed the plan. Set up a fall guy, dead men tell no tales. No one's tracing this back to us. These were Lex's private mercenaries, handpicked for their ruthless efficiency. Lex walked to the rear of the truck. The doors swung open, revealing what he called the cargo, a figure wrapped in burlap, or rather, a corpse. One mercenary pulled back the covering. A pale face stared up at them. Can't believe it, an alien, and it looks just like us. I saw the pictures online from that town yesterday. This guy could leap higher than buildings, smash through walls with a punch. Bullets just bounced off him. Yeah, right. If he was that tough, he wouldn't be dead. I say the real powerhouse is that vigilante, the so-called Avenger. The men murmured among themselves about the alien invasion, the crashing ship, and the devastation it left behind. The government had smothered the story fast, but Lex had his own network. He hadn't been in the town himself, yet he knew every detail. While his men obsessed over the alien's feats, Lex's gaze lingered on the wounds. The corpse had lain dead for over a day, yet its skin still looked vibrant, disturbingly alive. If not for the grotesque green lesions covering its body, one might think the alien was simply asleep. Take him to the lab. I want to know exactly what killed him. That color. Lex's eyes narrowed. It reminds me of something familiar. He knew how powerful this being had been. That made it all the more urgent to discover what had ended him. Mr. Luthor, a female researcher in a white coat, spoke up. Are you suggesting the green meteorite from that town? Precisely. The green meteorite. Lex's lips curved as the body was wheeled into his laboratory. Paradise Island. Inside the tower, Diana was gathering relics, while outside her mother, Queen Hippolyta, had brought nearly the entire Amazon host to surround it. Leah drifted into the air above them, arms crossed, looking down with a faint smile. Your Majesty Hippolyta, you brought quite the army. Is this your way of sending me off? The queen, astride her steed, wore an expression both conflicted and stern. Mr. Leah, if I may call you that, whether you stay or leave is not mine to decide. But Diana must remain. Leah chuckled. You've got it backwards. If you want Princess Diana to stay, that's not my call. You should be telling her. You don't understand, Hippolyta shot back, one hand straying toward the hilt at her waist. Diana is different. Cannot allow her to leave. I do not wish this to come to blows, Mr. Leah. In her eyes, Leah was spiriting Diana away. And truth be told, he more or less was. The god of war Ares hadn't appeared, but Zot had. Leah, knowing how the story was meant to unfold, had inadvertently fanned the fire in Diana's restless heart, convincing her that leaving the island was her duty to protect the world. I know Diana is special. We all know. You Zeus, isn't it? Tell me, Your Majesty, do you really think you can keep this truth from her forever? That she can hide from her fate? That your warriors, as brave as they are, can shield her for life? Don't kid yourself. The Amazons around them exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the full meaning of Leah's words. But Hippolyta was struck silent, his relentless challenge leaving her without a retort. First, regarding Diana's parentage, she was the secret daughter of Queen Hippolyta and Zeus, a fact known to almost no one. Yet Leah had casually hinted at it. How could a mortal possibly know such a truth? To Hippolyta, there was only one explanation. This young man must have some connection to Olympus. Perhaps he was even one of Zeus's countless illegitimate children. What unsettled her more was that part of her agreed with him. Over Diana's century-long adolescence, Hippolyta had watched her daughter change from a clingy little girl into the strongest warrior on the island. Even she had nothing left to teach her. If danger ever came, it would not be them protecting Diana, it would be Diana protecting them. After a long silence and no small amount of inner conflict, Hippolyta clenched her fists and asked, "Can I trust you, Leah?" "You don't need to trust me," Leah answered smoothly. "You only need to trust Diana." By then, Diana had already donned her battle armor. A divine shield rested in one hand, the god-killer sword in the other, with the golden lasso of truth coiled at her waist. With a single effortless leap, she soared from the base of the tower to its peak. Looking down at her mother and the gathered Amazons, her heart wavered for a moment, then steeled with resolve. "I'm going, Mother. No matter what, I must go." Her voice was sharp and unyielding. "Countless lives are at stake. They cannot defend themselves, but I can fight for them. I must face General Zod and crush Ares' scheme. I have to go." "Diana," Hippolyta said heavily, "if you leave this island, you may never return." "I know. Perhaps that is my destiny," Diana replied. She turned to Leah and reached out her hand. Leah, seeing the timing was perfect, gave a light cough and said to the Queen, "Your Majesty, Hippolyta, I happened to drop my friend's spaceship somewhere in your jungle. I'd appreciate it if you kept an eye on it." Then, without hesitation, he clasped Diana's hand, drew her into his arms, and in full view of every Amazon warrior, rocketed into the sky. A thunderous boom cracked the air, and they vanished beyond sight. Chapter 28. Hopeless with Directions. Encircling the Masira was a magical barrier set by Zeus himself. From the outside, the island seemed cloaked in storm clouds, forever hidden from modern instruments and human discovery. Leah, holding Diana close, pierced through the thick banks of thunderclouds. Suddenly the world brightened, blue sky stretching overhead, the endless ocean sparkling below, horizon blurred where sea and sky became one. "Wow, it's beautiful." Diana's gem-like eyes widened as she gazed at the vast waters in awe. She was no stranger to the sea, but she had only ever known the shores of her island. Now, beyond the Masira's bounds, the sheer immensity of the ocean stunned her. "There are even more breathtaking sights," Leah said, ruffling her hair. Diana, too distracted by her eagerness, didn't protest. "Really? Will you show me?" she asked, eyes bright with anticipation. In that moment, Diana was nothing like the poised warrior princess. She was simply a curious girl, eager to see the world. Which, in truth, she was. Her age might outstrip your great-great-grandmother's, but for a demigod, she was still in her youth. And having spent her entire life confined to the Masira, her knowledge of the world came only from books. Books could say the ocean was vast, but how vast? That was something only eyes could teach. "Hug me tight, I'll take you up to the sky." Laia wrapped his right arm around Diana's waist, raised his left hand overhead, and shot upward. As soon as Diana's arms circled around his neck, Laia accelerated in an instant, breaking the sound barrier on the spot as they soared toward the heavens. Breaking through the ozone layer, Diana found herself short of breath. But she was, after all, a demigod. Under Laia's guidance, she quickly adapted to the thin air at high altitude. "See? Isn't it even more beautiful from up here?" Laia whispered softly in her ear. "It's incredible. I never imagined the world could be this vast." Gazing at the endless cosmos above, Diana suddenly turned, leaned in, and pressed a light kiss on Laia's cheek. The cool touch jolted through him like electricity, making his heartbeat race. He glanced down. The beauty in his arms blushed, her gaze lowered toward the earth. "Damn, I actually just got kissed by a girl?" Laia's mind spun, weighing whether to administer justice on the spot with some mid-air turbulence, when Diana suddenly raised a hand and pointed to a speck against the sky. "Laia, what is that?" What she called a speck wasn't small at all, it was simply so distant it appeared as nothing more than a black dot. Laia narrowed his eyes. His enhanced vision zoomed in, and the dot resolved into the shape of a man-made satellite. "It's a LexCorp satellite," Laia sighed awkwardly, silently adding another tally to his grudge against Lex Luthor. Turning back to Diana, he said helplessly, "We should get moving." She didn't know what a LexCorp satellite was, but if Laia said it was time to go, she wasn't about to argue. "So, where are we going? Hunting down Zod's remaining followers?" Laia suddenly froze mid-flight. "Right, where exactly are we going? And come to think of it, where the hell even am I?" Hovering miles above the earth, he glanced down at the nearest stretch of land below, a patchwork of grassland and forest. "Great, geography teacher died too early, no way I can figure out monsoon climates from this." In short, Laia realized he was completely lost. Forget it. Just fly around at random. After all, Diana wouldn't notice, he didn't know the way. Once they stumbled across a city, he could always stop and ask for directions. Yeah, that would work. Sure enough, Laia circled the planet 3 full times, and Diana never suspected a thing. As for the satellites orbiting above Earth, as long as he kept moving, their resolution wasn't high enough to capture more than a blurry shadow. Those sparkling dots down there, they're beautiful. What are they? Diana pointed below. From 5,000 meters up, the patterns of lights formed a dazzling tapestry across the darkened land. That's a human city, Laia explained. Those lights are man-made, so people can stay active at night. Diana nodded thoughtfully. Why do people need to be active at night? On the Masira, once the sun sets, we all prepare for sleep. That's why you need to experience what we call nightlife. Come on, let's check it out. From above, Laia could see the streets below, full of people. Signs glowed with English letters. Judging by everything, this had to be some city in the US, he just didn't know which one. If they asked around, they could figure out which way to Metropolis was. Once they found Metropolis, they'd know where Small lay. Laia and Diana dove quickly, landing in a narrow alley. Diana stood at the mouth of the alley, gazing out at the bustling traffic and neon glow with wide-eyed wonder. What are those moving iron boxes? She asked, pointing to a passing Mercedes. Cars. They're a modern means of transportation. And those people, why are their clothes so strange? Laia paused, then realized. It wasn't the people's clothes that were strange, it was theirs. He was still wearing the alien uniform he'd taken from Fiora's ship, and Diana was fully armored in Amazonian battle gear, sword in one hand, shield in the other. It's not their clothes that are odd, it's us. We look out of place. I'll have to give you a crash course on modern life sometime. Aside from a lead-lined box holding kryptonite, Laia didn't have anything of value on him. Otherwise, he might have been able to duck into a shop and buy some modern clothes. Footsteps echoed from the far end of the alley. Before they even turned to look, a whistle pierced the air. Look at these two, what's with the costumes? Did the film crew just get off work? Hey, that chick's pretty hot. Standing around here, guess she's open for some side jobs. Uniform kink, huh? I'm into it. Diana didn't understand the crude words, but she hated the way those men were staring at her. Laia's expression, however, turned instantly cold. He turned to face them. 4 street punks stood there, their flashy, mismatched outfits reeking of wannabe gangster. Their beady eyes lingered hungrily on Diana's figure. Laia pulled Diana behind him and shook his head slowly. In a city of hundreds of thousands, out of all the people you could have picked to fight with, you chose me. I can't decide if that makes you lucky or cursed. Chapter 29. A certain green vigilante. The punks had no idea what they were walking into. One of them, a white guy with tattoos across his face, pulled a fruit knife from his pocket. Kid, get this straight, we're 4 against 1. Hand over your wallet, and maybe we'll let you walk away. Diana, restless as ever, squeezed out from behind Leah and asked curiously, Leah, what are these men trying to do? They want to, bully us, Leah replied, struggling to find a gentler word. Why would they bully us? Oh, I get it, they must be Ares's lackeys in the mortal world. Her eyes lit with sudden clarity. In her hand, the sword of Hephaestus flashed cold light as she swung it toward the man holding the fruit knife. Fruit knife versus divine weapon. No one needed to guess the outcome. Punks burst into laughter, thinking she was waving around some stage prop. Ha ha ha, this chick is hilarious, waving a toy sword to scare people. Must still be stuck in her cosplay job. Drag the guy off then, ha ha ha. But in the next instant, the man's fruit knife might as well have been clay in her path. It didn't last a heartbeat before being sheared clean in two. After all, Diana's blade was forged by Hephaestus himself, sharp enough to cut Doomsday's hide. Leah couldn't imagine anything in this world that could meet it head on. The sword didn't stop at the knife. It continued forward, cleaving straight through the man's arm. Splurt! Blood sprayed violently. The thug froze for a few seconds, then shrieked in terror, "Ah!" His companion stood stunned. Holy! Oh hell! She's for real! While the man howled, clutching his severed arm, Diana remained calm. She turned to the rest with righteous conviction. You are all under Ares's sway. To stop you from harming others, I must put an end to this. She raised her sword again, advancing on the next man. No, wait. I was wrong, don't kill me. Help, there's a lunatic trying to kill us. Where's the vigilante? Where's Hooded Man? Somebody help! Murder! The three scrambled in a panic, tripping over themselves as they bolted. But could they outrun Diana? Not in their wildest dreams. With a light leap, she landed 10 meters ahead, blocking their path. The sword of Hephaestus came down toward another of them. Leo, watching, couldn't help but find the scene darkly amusing. As he'd said earlier, he wasn't sure if these fools were lucky or cursed. Had they picked a fight with him, they might have only lost a few bones, a year or two in the hospital, and still walked again. But with Diana, raised from childhood under her mother's Amazonian training, she treated war and death as casually as eating and drinking. Only later, after meeting Batman and Superman and learning their no-kill creed, would she temper herself. Whiz! A green arrow streaked through the air, striking Diana's sword with a metallic clang. The divine blade veered just enough to spare the thug beneath it. Who's there? Leah and Diana turned toward the source. On the rooftop at the end of the alley stood a hooded man, bowstring fully drawn, arrow aimed straight at Diana. It's Hooded Man, no, it's Green Arrow. Thank God. I've never been so happy to see him in my life. Green Arrow, help! They're killing people. Paul's arm is gone. Normally, nothing made these street punks grind their teeth more than the green-clad vigilante who'd appeared a year ago to hunt their kind. But right now, seeing him felt like seeing their own father. No, better than that. Green Arrow didn't disappoint. With a graceful leap from the rooftop, he used the fire escape railings to slow his descent and landed smoothly on the ground. Leah couldn't help but recall his own clumsy jump from a hospital's 3rd floor. He sighed. Not gonna talk about it. Still hurts. You betrayed this city, Green Arrow declared, knocking another arrow and aiming at Diana. In response, she stowed the sword and raised the shield of the gods on her left arm. Her eyes locked on him with deadly seriousness. Leah's lips twitched. That look, she was ready to carve him into pieces. She must have lumped him in with Ares too. Green Arrow, my friend, you're in real danger now. Don't be rash, this is all a misunderstanding. Leah hurried to save the green hero's life. The Emerald Archer was far from grateful. I saw you assaulting people. Drop your weapons. Diana's expression hardened. You've been corrupted by Ares as well. Don't worry, I'll see your soul redeemed. Sensing the tension spike, the street thugs took their chance to scatter, disappearing into the night. Once they were gone, Green Arrow made the suicidal choice of loosing a second arrow straight at Diana. She gave a sharp, cold snort. She was an Amazon. Her lifetime of experience with bow and arrow easily outweighed the entire history of his bloodline. Shooting at her was nothing short of a fool's game. The only difference was Diana didn't carry a bow of her own. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, but her divine shield flicked it aside as if it were nothing. In the same motion, she bent her knees and leapt, soaring dozens of meters into the sky. With the sword of Hephaestus raised high, she brought it down toward him in a deadly arc. The moment she took to the air, Leah noticed Green Arrow's eyes go wide, his whole body freezing. He craned his neck upward, the bowstring slipping from his fingers as a shocked whisper escaped him. What the F? Just hours ago, he'd believed the world record for standing high jump was a mere 1.75 meters. That meant, on a basketball court, someone could just barely leap over another person's head to dunk. But what had he just witnessed tonight? A woman, no, a girl, spring straight up from flat ground, no run up, 20 meters into the air. Could she fly? Green Arrow's worldview shattered in real time, and before he could even begin to process it, that gleaming sword was already descending on him. What the hell are you? He shouted, rolling desperately aside. The blade missed its mark, but Diana followed up with a brutal kick. Thud! Leah heard the crack of ribs as Green Arrow was sent flying, slamming back, first into a wall. Diana shook her head in disappointment. Is he really a man? Why is he so weak? Chapter 30. Oliver Queen. Green Arrow's spirit was in ruins, his very understanding of the world shattered. He staggered to his feet, fumbling out 2 smoke bombs ready to vanish. But before he could throw them, Diana blurred forward, seizing his wrist in an iron grip. She applied the slightest pressure, and he winced in pain, teeth clenched. This is the full extent of your strength. Such a feeble hound of Ares, she sneered, disgusted that this man couldn't even break her hold. The insult nearly made him cough blood. All his years of training suddenly felt meaningless. Rage flared in him, pride wounded. I don't know who this Ares is, but I'm no lackey of his. If you're going to kill me, then do it. Of course, he had no reason to connect Ares to a mythological god. He simply assumed Star City had spawned another crime lord using that name. Leah coughed lightly from the sidelines. After all, this was Green Arrow, future ally in the Justice League. He couldn't just let Diana butcher him here. Enough, Diana. He's not the enemy. I think he was just misled by those thugs. Diana reluctantly released him, eyeing him with suspicion before sheathing her sword and lowering her shield, moving to stand at Leah's side. Clutching his broken ribs, Green Arrow scowled. Who the hell are you two? You can call me the Avenger, and this is Wonder Woman. At the same time, Leah's system chimed. Oliver Queen's character profile unlocked. Their friendship meter sat firmly in the negatives. In other words, Oliver despised him. He couldn't help feeling wronged. Why is he glaring at me? It was Diana who hit him. If you want to hold a grudge, blame her. What's the point of directing it at me? But Green Arrow clearly wasn't satisfied with that answer. He pressed on, his tone sharp. Why does she have superpowers? Don't tell me. Is it Mirakuru? Mirakuru. Green Arrow had first stumbled across it during his time stranded on Lion U, inside the wreckage of a World War Roman II Japanese submarine. The name itself was a twisted play on the English word miracle. Once injected, as long as the subject didn't die outright, they gained immense strength, becoming something more than human. One of Green Arrow's deadliest foes, Deathstroke, had taken Mirakuru and turned into a living weapon. To Oliver, it was the only explanation. Star City had recently seen sightings of enhanced soldiers, almost certainly Mirakuru users. Leah shook his head. Oliver Queen, your perspective is far too narrow. This world holds countless powers you cannot yet comprehend. If you continue to see things only through the eyes of an ordinary man, you'll never keep pace with the era that's coming. Soon enough, Zod would invade the Earth openly. Compared to him, the little thugs before were nothing. When that day arrived, the world would no longer be able to deny the existence of aliens, and beings with superhuman abilities would appear one after another, plunging humanity into cycles of fear. Hearing Leah speak his name, Oliver's expression darkened. He instinctively tightened his grip on the bow, his voice cutting. How do you know who I am? What exactly are you after? Relax, Leah said evenly, pointing toward Oliver's chest. I just raided off the ID badge under your shirt. Liar, Oliver snapped. He did have a Queen Consolidated pass from the afternoon's meeting, but it was hidden beneath his clothes. No way this man could have seen it. Leah, noticing his disbelief, continued calmly. I have X-ray vision. Not only can I see your badge, I can also see that about 20% of your body is covered in scars, your back and arms marked with severe burns. And from that kick earlier, I know 14 of your bones still haven't fully healed. Honestly, Mr. Queen, for a human, you are extraordinary. You can see through my clothes? You really have powers? Oliver's face turned grim, though inside he knew Leah's words matched his condition with unnerving accuracy. Not just your clothes, Leah said with a thin smile. I can see your flesh, your bones, even your cells. Oliver had never felt so cornered. Against Leah and Diana, he couldn't win in a fight. His secrets had been peeled away in moments. And if the two were villains, how could he possibly stop them? Leah glanced at Diana before answering. Our purpose? Suppose I told you we were just passing through looking to buy some clothes, to blend in, maybe asking for directions. Would you believe me? Oliver instinctively shook his head, then paused. Really, why would they need to lie? Sensing the doubt still hanging in his mind, Leah added. It's the truth. If you'd help us find a few outfits and point us toward Metropolis, we'll leave right away. Oliver studied him, then finally nodded. Fine. Follow me. He knocked an arrow with a rope attached, fired, then triggered the mechanism on his bow. The line recoiled, pulling him upward in a clean arc. He landed on the rooftop with practiced ease. Diana and Leah exchanged a look. Then with effortless grace, both simply leapt, landing beside him in silence. Oliver's lips pressed into a thin line. Show offs. The ache in his ribs deepened. Let's go, he muttered, disappearing into the night with the two trailing behind. The three moved swiftly across the rooftops of Star City. Leah had assumed Oliver's cracked ribs would slow him down, but the man proved otherwise. This survivor of 3 brutal years on Lion U's wilderness didn't treat broken bones as obstacles. Oliver Queen had already pushed human limits to their breaking point. That was why his status in Leah's mysterious system showed as an elite blue card, not an ordinary white one. Eventually, Oliver led them to a bar that had once been a factory. Outwardly, it was run by his sister Thea Queen, but in truth the bar was just a cover. Its basement housed his real domain, Green Arrow's base. He guided them through a hidden elevator into the underground complex. The base stretched as large as 3 classrooms put together, a training zone with equipment, an armory stocked with bows and suits, and a command center of humming supercomputers. At one of those terminals sat a young blonde woman, fingers flying across the keyboard. Without looking up, she asked, "How was patrol tonight?" "Felicity, I brought company," Oliver replied, peeling off his Green Arrow gear to reveal his face. The moment his words registered, Felicity's hands froze mid-typing. She turned, eyes wide, like she'd seen a ghost. "Oh my God. Who are they, Oliver? And seriously, you told them your real identity?" Chapter 31. The Green Arrow Team. Almost every superhero team has one member who works behind the scenes, a computer genius who keeps everything running. For Team Arrow, that person was the delicate-looking blonde girl standing before them, Felicity, their watchful Overwatch. At present, Team Arrow had 4 members in total. Alongside Felicity and Oliver were John Diggle, aka Spartan, and Sarah Lance, the White Canary. It just so happened the other 2 weren't at the base today. "Hi Felicity, nice to meet you. I'm Laya Rogers. This is my friend, Diana Prince." Laya stepped forward warmly and shook her hand. Diana, imitating him, also extended her hand and shook Felicity's. Oliver Queen's eyes widened. He actually looked angry as he glared at Laya. "You refused to tell me your real identity earlier." Laya just shrugged. "Come on, you literally tried to kill me with an arrow, remember?" Oliver slapped a hand over his forehead. "Seriously, who was trying to kill who just now?" Felicity could sense something was off between the 3 of them. Keeping a stiff smile, she asked, "So, what exactly happened before I got here?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing happened between us." Oliver forced a strained grin. The last thing he wanted was Felicity knowing he'd been beaten into the ground by a woman. That was a humiliation he'd rather erase from history. "Exactly. Anyway, Felicity, if you don't mind, could you grab a couple of outfits for me and Diana? We're still dressed like vigilantes." Laya casually clapped a hand on Oliver's shoulder. To ease Felicity's doubts, Oliver let it slide. "Fine. I'll get them clothes." Felicity gave them a peculiar look, but she still went to the storage room and returned with 2 brand new sets of clothing. Once she was gone, Oliver's expression hardened. "Today never happened. Understand?" Laya and Diana exchanged a smile. "No problem." Since Team Arrow members often came back from missions injured, the base kept spare clothes for emergencies, most of them company uniforms from Queen Consolidated, wearable for both men and women. After changing in the rest area, Laya once again looked like a high school student, while Diana shed her warrior's aura and transformed into a striking professional beauty. "Wow, you look amazing," Felicity couldn't help blurting, dazzled by Diana's beauty. Even another woman couldn't help but feel the pull of Diana's elegance and charm. Oliver, meanwhile, had patched up his wounds and changed into his usual suit. Sitting at the table, his expression softened slightly. He fixed his gaze on Laya and Diana. "Now can you tell me who you really are?" Laya genuinely respected Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. Here was a man with no superpowers whatsoever, yet he fearlessly fought crime as a vigilante, doing things most ordinary people would never dare attempt. "I can tell you," Laya said seriously, "but you'll have to keep an open mind. You must accept that this world holds infinite possibilities. Otherwise, you'll think I'm just making things up." Oliver remembered the way Diana had tossed him around like a rag doll. He let out a heavy sigh. "Fine. I'm ready. Then I'll start with my brother. And to explain him, we need to go back to the meteor shower that struck Smallville 10 years ago." Laya gave Oliver and Felicity a condensed account. The truth about aliens, Kryptonians, and the existence of extraordinary beings with powers beyond human comprehension. Diana herself was one such example. Of course, Laya wasn't reckless enough to reveal Superman's real identity. Diana had heard this all before, but for Oliver and Felicity, it took a long time to process. "What you're saying is insane, powerful aliens, humans with superhuman abilities. I always thought the world ran on science." Oliver didn't outright doubt him though. He had personally seen Diana leap 20 meters into the air as easily as stepping over a puddle. No ordinary person could do that. "Who says mysterious power isn't science?" Laya countered. Most people have simply never glimpsed the world's true face. I have a question. Oh, I definitely have a question. Felicity raised her hand like a student, then shot Diana a sheepish smile. Diana, is it true? Have you really lived for centuries? Since I was old enough to remember, my mother has thrown me 240 birthday celebrations, Diana replied matter-of-factly. Oh, my God. 240 years old and you look this young? Felicity clapped a hand over her mouth, utterly floored. Leia could tell she was jealous, who wouldn't be? For human women, the most beautiful years last barely a decade. After that, no matter how radiant, time always leaves its mark. 240 is nothing, Leia added. Diana can live forever. Even if the Earth itself exploded, she'd still look just as young. Hearing that, Felicity practically short-circuited. Her eyes burned with pure envy, jealousy, and longing. The four of them were still talking when the base's computer console suddenly blared with alarms. Both Felicity and Oliver instantly recognized something was happening. It's Queen Consolidated, Oliver. There's been a break-in at the Applied Sciences Division, Felicity announced after scanning her computer. A break-in? At my company's Applied Sciences Division? Oliver was stunned. He might not meddle much in corporate affairs despite being CEO, but even so, he knew security there shouldn't be so shoddy. Just then, his phone rang. He answered, hearing the voice of his bodyguard Diggle. Oliver, our Applied Sciences Division was hit. I just got word myself. What did they take? Not sure yet. The iron doors to the storage were smashed, 2 guards on shift were killed. No idea what was stolen. Want to come see for yourself? Yeah, go ahead first, I'll be right there. Hanging up, Oliver turned to Felicity. I'm heading out. Look after Leah and Diana, will you? It's already late. If you'd like, you can stay the night here in Star City. Chapter 32. The Flash of the Future. Oliver, you're still hurt? I'll come with you, Leah said. It wasn't that he wanted to tag along. He'd simply recalled a version of Arrow he'd seen in his past life, where Oliver's team first crossed paths with the Flash during a Queen Consolidated break-in. Or rather with Barry Allen, not yet the Flash. Oliver wanted to wave him off. His rib injury had been treated, he could manage. But the moment Diana heard the word robbery, her heart for justice roared into flame. I'm coming too! Whoever did this must be under Ares' sway. I have to. Diana, not every criminal is linked to Ares, all right? Leah muttered. Poor god of war, always taking the blame, dragged into every evil deed on Earth. But Diana would hear none of it. She argued with conviction, why not him? My mother taught me that Ares is the source of all evil. It's he who sows lies, deceit, and war among men. And she made it sound so convincing that Leah found himself at a loss for words. Was this what people meant by Chunabu? They drag your logic down to their level, then beat you with sheer, unshakable conviction. Fine. Whatever makes you happy, Leah sighed, conceding defeat. Meanwhile, Felicity's eyes darted between the two. Whoa, Diana, when you say Ares, do you mean the Ares, god of war from Greek mythology? Oh my god. You said your people have survived since the mythic age. You don't actually know the gods of Greek myth, do you? Leah smiled faintly. Know them? The Amazons more than knew them. Diana's mother, Queen Hippolyta, had once shared a bed with Zeus himself. Diana, delighted by Felicity's interest, eagerly launched into tales of Ares's countless crimes. Watching the two women chat like old friends, Oliver rubbed his temples in exhaustion. Enough. Fine, you're all coming. Let's go. So the CEO of Queen Consolidated ended up driving the group himself. Leah sat in the passenger seat, while Diana and Felicity chattered away in the back like schoolgirls. Diana recounted dark histories of the gods she'd heard from her mother, though whether they were true was another matter. Felicity hung on every word, gasping, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" the entire ride. Before long, they arrived at the scene. Oliver's bodyguard, the man nicknamed Spartan, was waiting outside the warehouse. Diggle was a broad-shouldered black man with military training, expert in hand-to-hand combat. Spotting Oliver's car, he came over immediately, then froze in surprise when Leah and Diana stepped out alongside him. And these two are? Diggle asked. They wore Queen Consolidated uniforms, but he was certain he'd never seen them before. Not in Oliver's circle, at least. Diggle, this is Mr. Leah and Miss Diana. They're friends of mine, Oliver introduced. Hi there, I'm Diggle, Oliver's bodyguard. He smiled politely, though suspicion lingered behind his eyes. Friends? If Oliver and Felicity weren't standing right there unharmed, Diggle would have thought this was some kind of coded cry for help. After brief introductions, the group entered the Applied Sciences Division warehouse. It was a vast storage hall, though its front gate had been blasted open. Police had already cordoned off the area, and officers bustled inside gathering evidence. "This door is reinforced titanium alloy. How the hell did the thieves manage to knock the entire thing down?" Oliver stared at the warehouse gate, its frame warped from the impact, then glanced instinctively in the direction of Leah and Diana. Quentin Lance, the police captain leading the team, answered offhandedly, "Could have been a truck. Or maybe a crane. My guess is 4 or 5 men working together. The way they got in and out so fast. Definitely premeditated." "What about the security footage? A place like this should have caught something useful," Felicity pointed out, gesturing to a camera mounted overhead. The camera had been shot out, the lens blown apart. Lance waved over one of his officers, who brought up footage on a tablet. "Before the feed was destroyed, we saw one guy take out both guards, but he must have had backup. Probably came in from another angle to avoid the cameras." Everyone assumed it had to be a team. To a normal mind, it was unthinkable that a single person could smash through a titanium door, subdue armed guards, and haul something away in such a short time. In fact, it was just one person. A voice cut in. From inside the warehouse, a tall young man emerged, about 6 feet, sharp features, brown jacket. Lance's brow furrowed into a deep scowl. "And you are? I don't recall anyone like you on the force." The man gave an awkward smile, flashing a badge. "Barry Allen, CCPD Forensics. Central City had a similar case recently. Strange details we couldn't explain. My captain sent me here to compare notes." Leah's eyes lingered on the boy. Through his X-ray vision, he saw a magazine in Barry's bag, its cover headline reading, "Is Star Labs Particle Accelerator Safe?" So the collider hadn't exploded yet, meaning Barry Allen, standing before him now, was not yet the Flash. Lance, remembering Barry's comment about a lone suspect, asked, "So you're saying one person could have smashed through that door?" "The titanium one?" "Yes. Someone incredibly strong," Barry replied with confidence. He produced evidence to back it up. "It takes about 1,250 foot-pounds of torque to snap a human neck. Look at this photo of the guard's injuries. The bruising shows the killer used only one hand." Noticing the skeptical but intrigued looks around him, Barry pressed on, fixing his gaze on Oliver, Diana, and Leah. "I don't think you understand how hard it is to break a man's neck." Oliver raised a brow, feigning innocence. "Ooh, yeah, you're right. We have absolutely no idea how to do that." Leah, worried Diana might give herself away, jumped in quickly. "Yep, same here. No clue. None of us." Chapter 33. Ares takes the blame. Captain Lance still wasn't buying Barry's theory, but with no solid counter-evidence, he dropped the matter. "Oliver, I'll need a full inventory list. That way we can figure out what's missing." Leah raised a hand, pointing toward a relatively empty section of the warehouse floor, where a squat concrete block stood. "If you ask me, that's what the thieves came for." Everyone turned. The block was reinforced with 6 steel rods snapped clean. Lance and his men had seen it earlier, but they hadn't considered theft. After all, whatever was mounted there couldn't be removed without heavy machinery. Barry's eyes lit up with approval as he followed Leah's lead. "Exactly. That's where the centrifuge stood. Queen Consolidated's dual, cable model 900. It had 3 support braces." He crouched by one of the broken rods, pointing at the fractured edge. "See the shear mark? It looks like someone ripped it out by brute force." Leah traced the gouges across the concrete floor, and these cracks like footprints. According to Barry's theory, the thief probably hoisted the centrifuge and walked it straight out the door. Sure enough, the trail of broken concrete extended right to the gate. Barry now looked at Leah with genuine surprise, almost admiration. "That's exactly what I was thinking. What's your name? You ever done CSI work?" Leah smiled, shaking his hand. "Name's Leah Rogers. My uncle's a police captain." The moment he said it, everyone relaxed. It fit the world's logic, just like assuming a doctor's son must know a thing or two about medicine. The moment Leah shook Barry Allen's hand, the system's interface flickered in his mind and produced a new card, Barry Allen's card. At this stage, Barry was still just an ordinary man. His card glowed white, the mark of a baseline human. True, he possessed impressive knowledge in certain fields, but that wasn't enough to change the fact. For now, he was a white card. "So that's how it works," Leah mused silently. "Ordinary people are white cards. Only those who have pushed human limits are classified as blue. Superhumans are judged by their strength, but at minimum, they start as blue. Truly powerful beings could reach purple, and legends like Superman or Wonder Woman, their base tier is purple, and when their strength peaks, they evolve into golden legend cards. The hierarchy of cards, Leo realized, mapped directly to the hierarchy of power. By now, even if he set aside the Superman and Wonder Woman cards, his own foundation had surpassed human limits, standing firmly in the elite tier. Just as he was turning this over in his mind, Diana nudged his arm, her tone dramatic and secretive. I know who's behind this. The only one who could drive mankind to such deeds is Ares. Yes, it must be Ares. We get it, we all know. Leah, Oliver, and Felicity all wore the same exasperated look. Please, don't say another word. Barry had already pushed their understanding by claiming the culprit was a thief with superhuman strength. If Diana started preaching about the god of war manipulating mortals into evil, Captain Lance would have her carted straight to Arkham. Despite Barry presenting evidence, Lance still struggled to accept it. Believing in a man who could hoist a 2-ton industrial centrifuge with his bare hands was a step too far. There has to be another explanation, Lance muttered stubbornly. No one alive could possess strength that monstrous. With the police pulling back, Felicity and the others stayed to help Barry with the investigation. Diggle's team cross-checked the applied sciences inventory and confirmed only one item had gone, missing the industrial centrifuge. Meanwhile, Felicity hacked into the traffic network, pulling footage from a street camera. The feed showed a man in a black jacket slinging the 2-ton centrifuge onto his shoulder and hauling it into a truck. Good Lord, Diggle breathed. If I didn't know the weight, I'd swear he was carrying a block of styrofoam. Oliver and Felicity exchanged uneasy glances, eyes flicking from Leah to the footage as if comparing faces. I traced the truck's model through the city's surveillance grid, Felicity rattled off quickly. Guess what I found? That same vehicle just robbed a blood bank, 30 liters of O negative. Barry added grimly, that much blood, unless it's for dozens of surgeries, there's only one possibility. Someone's cultivating something. He wasn't far off. Oliver and Leah already knew the truth. Deathstroke was preparing to mass-produce Mirakiru. The serum could grant superhuman strength, but its success rate was abysmal. Out of 100 test subjects, fewer than 5 survived. Those who did became volatile, aggressive, their minds twisted by the drug. I think we need to tell Captain Lance right away, Barry urged, alarmed by how calm the others seemed. He feared the criminal would slip away if they delayed. But Oliver loosened his tie and waved him off. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Felicity will support you with the follow-up. I have other matters. He meant, of course, to become Green Arrow again and confront the thief. Yet Oliver was still injured, and this opponent wasn't ordinary. He had torn through titanium doors barehanded. A man enhanced with Mirakiru wasn't human anymore, he was a meta-human. Green Arrow was formidable, but wounded, facing such a foe alone was reckless. Leah stepped forward, stopping him. Are you sure you can handle this? Want me to back you up? I fought through worse injuries, Oliver said with quiet resolve. It's late, Leah. Take Diana and get some rest. I'll manage. All right, Leah sighed. If Oliver was that determined, he could only observe from afar. But when he turned to look for Diana, his stomach dropped. She was gone. Crap. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead. No wonder it got so quiet. She stopped ranting about Ares, because she already ran off on her own. Chapter 34. Beating down the enhanced man. But soon another problem hit Leah. Did this girl even know her way around? She had no clue where the criminals were. Just a few hours ago, she was still living in the age of the gods, and now suddenly she was dropped into a modern city. Who knew what bizarre things she might do? So while Oliver chased after the robbers, Leah went off to find Diana. On the outer ring of Star City, well past midnight, the traffic had thinned. A white truck barreled down the road at full throttle, engine howling like a storm. Its most striking feature wasn't the speed, it was that one of the cab doors was gone, ripped clean off by something. This was the same truck the robbers had used to hit Queen Consolidated. Felicity had tracked its route and predicted where it would go. Oliver got there first, riding a motorcycle ready to intercept. Got you. With the truck screaming toward him, Oliver couldn't risk a head-on clash. He fired an arrow with a grappling line, swung himself onto the roof, and steadied his stance against the shaking metal. The driver jerked the wheel violently, trying to throw him off. But this wasn't Oliver's first rodeo. Keeping his balance, he slid into the passenger seat window, drew his bow, and aimed at the driver. His voice was low and sharp. "You've disgraced this. Get lost." The driver didn't even glance his way. He just swung a fist, slamming it into Oliver's body. It looked casual, but the force was crushing. Oliver crossed his arms to block, but the blow exploded with power, blasting him and the passenger door straight off the truck. He slammed onto the pavement, skidding hard. The only thing that spared him was the door beneath him, scraping across the asphalt until it slowed to a stop. It still hurt like hell, but thanks to that time Diana had kicked him so hard she cracked 2 of his ribs, he'd at least learned how to brace for superhuman impacts. He managed to stay conscious. Coughing, Oliver pressed the comms in his ear. Cough, green arrow to Overwatch. Mission failed. A pause, then Felicity's voice came through. Overwatch here. The Avengers already found Wonder Woman. They're heading your way. You'll regroup soon. Of course Leah could find Diana quickly. He had super hearing, supervision, and could just take to the skies to scan the whole city until he spotted her changing back into her armor. Easy. But Oliver stumbled on the wording, "They'll be with you soon." He frowned. Sure, Diana and Leah were fast, but faster than a truck. By the time they arrived, the criminals would be long gone. I repeat, mission failed. I'm heading back. Before he could finish, a deafening sonic boom cracked the night sky. Oliver looked up. Why? Died. A black dot tore across the heavens, closing in at impossible speed. What was that? A bird? A jet? Holy crap, it was Leah flying, with Diana in his arms. Oliver's jaw nearly hit the ground. He had already forced himself to accept that some people could lift cars, that others could live since the age of gods, even leap 20 meters into the air. He had swallowed all of that. But flying? Really? Leah streaked overhead with Diana, the shockwave buffeting Oliver until his hair whipped wild. He stood there, completely rattled. Truth was, Leah had intentionally kept quiet. He didn't want to dump too much on fragile mortals at once. He'd only revealed a fraction of what he could do. Up in the air, he dropped Diana toward the road, then dove like a meteor himself, slamming down right in front of the speeding truck. The thug behind the wheel saw the figure in black land in his path. A twisted grin spread across his face. He didn't even slow down, just floored it, aiming to paste Leah into the asphalt. "Leah, look out!" Oliver, wincing in pain, scrambled to his feet. He tried to draw his bow, thinking to shoot out the tires, but no, the truck was too far. The arrows would never make it in time. He squeezed his eyes shut as the truck slammed into Leah. His chest clenched with regret. Boom! Sound tore through the night. Oliver's eyes snapped open and froze. The truck had crumpled like it had hit a steel pillar. The cab folded inward, the hood crushed flat, while the rear lifted off the ground and flipped, tumbling down the road for dozens of meters before crashing to a stop. Oh my God, what the hell? Oliver's brain went blank. What could possibly wreck a truck like that? Then he saw him. Leah, still standing in the middle of the street, arms crossed over his chest, unmoved. He hadn't taken a single step back. Oliver's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Rag! From the wreckage of the cab, a roar split the night. The man dosed with Mirakuru tore his way free, ripping through the crushed metal, and stormed into the street. After all, he was an enhanced human. A crash that violent wasn't enough to kill him. Ha! The instant Diana spotted the thug, she charged straight at him, landing a solid punch across his face. You little brat looking for death? In his current state, the thug didn't stop to think about why the truck had overturned. The pain had clouded his mind, and seeing a strikingly beautiful girl coming at him only pushed him further over the edge. He lunged at Diana, trying to grab her and take her hostage, something to shield himself whether he fled or fought. But the moment his face collided with Diana's fist, he realized just how badly he'd miscalculated. With a loud bang, he was sent crashing sideways, his skull slamming into the asphalt so hard it cracked the concrete beneath him. Not to be outdone, Leah refused to just stand there watching. If Diana was dealing with the thug, then he had to do his part too. He stepped in with a few quick blows of his own. Even holding back, his strikes left the Mirakuru-enhanced man wishing for death he couldn't find. Oliver, meanwhile, was inwardly wailing. That was a Mirakuru soldier. Someone who could lift 2 tons with ease. And these 2 were casually beating him half to death? Couldn't they at least leave him breathing? Chapter 35, Oliver's Invitation. The thought of how easily that same man had floored him earlier made Oliver choke up. The blood he had barely held down before finally spilled from his lips. Maybe the world had changed, or maybe he'd simply grown old. Either way, he felt utterly drained. The brutal pummeling didn't last long, mostly because Leah worried he might accidentally kill the guy. Honestly, the so-called enhanced thug was just too fragile to withstand much. Dragging the battered man over to Oliver, Leah noticed him coughing up blood. Concerned, he asked Oliver, "You're hurt? Should I take you to a hospital?" I'm fine. What matters now is getting information out of him. You didn't kill him, did you?" Oliver knew Marakiru soldiers weren't that easy to kill, but with these two, who could say? "In one piece, don't worry. I can see his heart still beating," Leah said confidently, patting his chest as if swearing on his honor. Oliver nodded. He knew Leah's first ability was X-ray sight. If he said the man was alive, then he was alive. The rest Oliver didn't even want to think about. Ding! A voice rang in Leah's head. Friendship level raised to friendly. Character card unlocked. Oliver Queen. He blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Oliver's opinion of him to improve just because he caught a Marakiru soldier. When they first met, Oliver had outright disliked him. Thinking back, it wasn't so strange. Without his help, that soldier would have definitely escaped. Oliver had long suspected Marakiru's return in Starling City, though he lacked proof. Now, with a living example before him, his fears were confirmed. And anything tied to Marakiru always led back to his 5 years on Lion U. That made him all the more grateful Leah had helped capture this one. As for what came next, Leah couldn't be bothered. Oliver would handle the interrogation, finding out who this soldier was and who had sent him. Leah could already guess who was pulling the strings: Deathstroke. In the DC universe, Deathstroke had many incarnations, but if he was showing up in Green Arrow City, he had to be the former DC's operative from Australia, who had once been stranded on Lion U with Oliver. Injected with Marakiru, he'd become a formidable enhanced fighter. Once Oliver's ally, he'd eventually turned against him. Now he was in Starling for revenge. Oliver knew none of this yet. For now, he intended to bring the prisoner back and interrogate him personally. As for Leah and Diana, Oliver went out of his way to have Felicity book them presidential suites at a luxury hotel. 2 of them. Yes, 2. Whether by accident or design, it was a baffling move. How could he miss such an obvious opportunity? At times like these, even if every hotel in Starling had vacancies, the right play was to say there was only one room left, one big bed they'd have to share. That was the real script. Instead, Leah spent the night restless and frustrated. The next morning, in the hotel restaurant, he was explaining the difference between hamburgers and sandwiches to Diana when Oliver, sharp in a tailored suit, walked over with a bright smile. "Good morning, Mr. Leah." "Miss Diana." Leah gave Oliver a sigh. His expression full of accusation. "Judging by that look on your face, I'd say you dug up a lade?" Oliver nodded, then shook his head. "A little. The man's name is Cyrus Gold. Remember when I told you about Marakiru? He injected himself with it about 5 months ago. From him we traced hints of someone else, a crime boss in Starling City known only as the Mayor. He's the one behind the recent heists." Diana immediately set down her utensils, face solemn. "Then we should capture him and put an end to his evil." Oliver sighed. If only it were that simple. First, they stole an industrial centrifuge, then massive quantities of blood. I suspect someone's trying to mass-produce Marakiru. They failed this time, but I doubt they'll stop here. Leah rolled his eyes. "So what you're hoping will help you flush out the mastermind?" Oliver shook his head. "No, I'll handle the one pulling the strings. But if they unleash more enhanced soldiers, I'll need backup. That's where I'm asking you two to stand with me." It was an invitation, plain and simple. Oliver knew one enhanced opponent he could maybe handle. 2 or more, he'd be in over his head. And right now, Team Arrow had no one who could go toe-to-toe with a small army of Marakiru brutes. Before Leah could even respond, Diana answered brightly, "Of course. Whatever you need, we'll be glad to help." Leah smacked a palm to his forehead. His plan had been to use this as leverage to squeeze Oliver a bit. After all, the man was CEO of Queen Consolidated, sitting high on the Forbes rich list. A few thousand, maybe tens of thousands of dollars in support wouldn't even scratch his fortune. But no, this girl had to go and volunteer their services for free, out of pure Amazonian virtue. "Fine," Leah muttered, then perked up with his own request. "But Oliver, there's something else. You know Diana's situation here in America. she's basically undocumented. Can you get her proper ID? For most people, that would have been a nightmare. For someone like Oliver, an elite with resources and connections, it was child's play. Hell, Felicity alone could hack the government system in minutes and slot in a pristine new identity. Oliver didn't hesitate. Consider it done. Name stays Diana Prince, right? You mentioned that before. Leah nodded. Yeah, Diana Prince. The conversation had barely settled when the restaurant door clattered, plates and cutlery crashing as a young man stumbled inside, tripping over everything in his path while mumbling apologies. His eyes scanned the room until he spotted Leah, then he rushed over like an overeager puppy. Mister, Leah finally found you. Oh, Mr. Queen, you're here too. The newcomer plopped down across from Leah without invitation, clutching a tablet. He glanced nervously at Oliver, then turned back to Leah, as if unsure whether to speak. Barry, Leah said with a sigh, what brings you here? Looking for me? It was Barry Allen, whom Leah had just met yesterday in Queen Consolidated's Applied Sciences Division, the boy destined to become the Flash. Why he'd suddenly shown up today, Leah had no idea. Author's note. Some readers pointed out earlier that Green Arrow should already know superpowered people exist, so he shouldn't have been that shocked watching Diana leap 20 meters in the air. And yes, in the TV series he does meet plenty of metas. Think about it, if you think you're up against two ordinary people and one of them suddenly goes full cheat code on you, you'd be shocked too. In the story's timeline, metas aren't widespread yet. Barry hasn't become the Flash. Zod hasn't arrived. It's only after those events that powered individuals start popping up everywhere. So unless a change contradicts core canon, roll with my version. Also, for the record, this Wonder Woman has never left the Masira, never dated anyone. Ask again and I'll jump off a bridge. That's all. Chapter 36. Barry Allen. Barry Allen glanced awkwardly at Oliver, then spoke slowly, as though weighing every word. I have a personal matter I'd like to ask Mr. Leah for help with. Oliver's lips curved in a faint smile. He understood at once and rose to his feet. Then I'll leave you two to it. I need to head back to the company anyway. Leah, about what you asked of me earlier, I'll see it done quickly. He inclined his head politely, then pulled an envelope from his coat and set it on the table in front of Leah. This is for you. Please accept it. With a flick of his X-ray vision, Leah peeked inside. A bank card. His mood brightened instantly. Now, here's a man who knows how to handle people. Quinn Enterprises filthy rich. If it's less than 20 grand, they'd probably feel embarrassed giving it away. Naturally, Leah took the envelope. The two men exchanged a subtle glance, each understanding the other without another word. Barry, who had just sat down, seemed oblivious to this exchange. He pressed his lips together, gathering his thoughts. Mr. Leah, earlier I said I came here to investigate a robbery case similar to the one involving Quinn Enterprises. That wasn't the truth. He paused, drawing in a deep breath, as if summoning all his courage. When I was 11, my mother was murdered. The police arrested my father and sentenced him to life in prison. But he's innocent, he didn't do it. Barry's voice tightened, but he pressed on. I was young, but I remember that night vividly. Something stormed into our home, a blur of red and yellow, like a tornado. I tried to run to my mother, but in an instant I was thrown 20 blocks away from our house. No one believed me. No one believed in that blur. Just like no one believes me when I say someone smashed open Quinn Industries' titanium doors with his bare hands. Diana reached out, laying a gentle hand on Barry's shoulder to comfort him. She turned to Leah, her eyes firm. I can. No, you don't know. Leah cut her off before she could finish. One look at her expression was enough. He could practically see her winding up to pin the blame on some god again. Diana's face fell. You didn't even let me finish. How can you say I don't know? Wait, does she know something? Barry's eyes lit with sudden hope. Leah sighed heavily and hurried to divert the conversation. Diana only means the culprit's already been caught. Star City police are closing the case. Yes, I know. The robber was caught. Because it was the one you two fought, Barry declared, lowering his voice and glancing around. Making sure no one was watching, he finally pulled out the tablet he had been clutching. He tapped play. The screen showed grainy surveillance footage from the previous night, Leah and Diana dismantling a Mirakuro-enhanced thug. The video wasn't high quality, but the essentials were unmistakable, especially Diana. A goddess was still a goddess. Even pixelated, her slim waist was her slim waist, her long legs were her long legs. She didn't need clarity, just standing there, her presence was undeniable. Great, Leah thought grimly. Guess I'll need glasses, the Superman disguise kit. This masked vigilante is clearly Diana, and this one in the black suit obviously you, Mr. Leah, Barry said with conviction. Vigilante for her, the guy in black spandex for me? Leah's face darkened instantly. It took every ounce of self-control not to slam his fist on the table and challenge Barry to a duel. Barry, oblivious, mistook the reaction for fear of exposure. Don't worry, I'll keep your identities secret. Like I told you, I investigate cases no one else believes, because I'm searching for the truth. If I can prove the impossible exists, then I can find my mother's real killer, and clear my father's name. His sincerity was almost painful. Diana lowered her head and whispered, I have a lasso of truth. If you ever find a suspect, I can help you question him. Barry's eyes widened. That's real? Something like that really exists? He looked back at them, curiosity burning. I have so many questions. Your abilities like punching through steel plates, where do they come from? Leah kept his tone calm. The world isn't as simple as it looks. There are things beyond human knowledge, aliens, gods, magic. You'll understand more in time, but not here. Barry still wasn't satisfied. Then is there some kind of school? Like Hogwarts for people with powers? A place they gather? How do I find that blur I saw as a child? I've never seen it again, not once in all these years. How can I? Barry, breathe. Leah could feel the young man's emotions spiraling. It was natural. Anyone learning the truth of metahumans for the first time would react this way, and Barry had been chasing his mother's killer for over a decade. Barry shot to his feet, voice rising. How can I calm down? I've spent my whole life proving what I saw that night was real. I've never been this close to the truth. He glanced at his watch and froze. Particle accelerator test at SAR. Labs, it's tonight. The train to Central City leaves in 10 minutes. God, how am I supposed to make it in time? As he moved to bolt, Leah pressed him firmly back into his chair. Barry, I'll keep an eye out for that red, yellow blur you mentioned, all right? As for the train, don't worry. I'll take you back myself. Thank you, but are you sure? Even driving, it's a 7-8 hour round trip between Star and Central City. Barry looked doubtful. He still had to report to the precinct that afternoon. Technically, his trip to Star City was him sneaking out on sick leave. His boss already knew and had ordered him to show up without fail or else be fired. Diana said softly, relax, Leah can fly. Fly. Barry's eyes went wide, his face frozen in shock, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a whole banana. Of course, no surveillance cameras ever pointed at the sky, so there was no footage of Leah carrying Diana through the air. Barry had never known he could fly until now. And now it felt like another world was opening before his eyes. Wow, what else can you do that I don't know about? Barry's expression was priceless. Chapter 37. If you like her, confess. Leah shot him a glare, not wasting words. He turned to Diana. Instead, I'll take you to Felicity's place. Wait there for me, I'll drop Barry off in Central City. All right, don't worry. I'll stay with Felicity and definitely won't wander off. She said it with conviction, but Leah wasn't convinced. After all, he'd seen her happily running through the streets by herself just last night. Hard to feel at ease. Fine, I'll trust you. Barely. He left with the two of them, dropped Diana off at Felicity's office in Queen Consolidated, then brought Barry up to the rooftop of the building. Ready to fly? Leah asked, now in his black vigilante suit. Kryptonian gear was tough, nearly indestructible, and even slowly repaired itself after being damaged. Nanotech maybe? Leah didn't know just that it was far better than anything Earth made. Barry, though, knew exactly where he was, the 37th floor. He leaned out, peering down at the dizzying drop. You're sure we're starting from up here? Since when am I afraid of heights? How are you even gonna do this? Do you put on some kind of hawk mask and sprout wings? Or do you shoot flames from your hands for propulsion? Shut up. Leah took off straight from the rooftop, grabbed Barry by the collar, and shot into the sky. Barry felt like he'd just been hooked by a crane and hoisted into the air. The city shrank beneath them, headlights and streets turning into toy models. Panic surged, and he flailed helplessly. Wah! Steady. Mister. Leah, big brother, hold tight, please. Sure, if I don't make it to the CPD on time, I'll lose my job, but I'd much rather lose my job than my life. Barry Allen, king of non-stop rambling, couldn't shut up even in midair. Leah looked down at him, and Barry looked back up only to see that sly, devilish grin spreading across Leah's face. Barry's own face went pale. No, No, what are you thinking? Leah, calm down. Barry, I can have you at CPD in under 5 minutes. You ready? Wait, Leah, don't. Boom. A sonic boom cracked the air. Leah vanished, dragging Barry with him like a missile tearing through the skies. The roar of displaced air echoed across the horizon as they streaked toward Central City. Barry was used to speed after all, as the Flash, running faster than sound, was his daily business. But being carried like a rag doll for 300 miles at breakneck velocity was something else entirely. Leah made the trip in barely 5 minutes. By the time they landed outside Central City Police Department, Barry staggered to the side and spent half an hour vomiting. Brother, you sure you're okay? Want me to drop you at a hospital? I saw one about 5 kilometers out while we were in the air. Barry immediately dropped to the ground, shaking his head violently. No hospital, I'm fine, erg. Leah gave him a sympathetic look, sighing in mock regret. Shame I didn't record that. Would have been the perfect blackmail material. The great Flash, puking his guts out. What a legacy. You just said, what Flash? Barry, still pale, looked up. I said tonight there's that particle accelerator test, right? You going? Leah deflected instantly. Barry leaned back against the wall, eyes shut, still pale. Yeah, I was thinking of inviting my girlfriend. Well, not my girlfriend. Just a girlfriend. We've never actually been on a date. Right. Don't worry, I know all about it. Leah clapped him on the shoulder. Anyone who'd ever seen the Flash knew Barry's heart belonged to Iris, the girl he grew up with, his lifelong crush. The only problem? He'd never confessed. And while he spent 9 months comatose after being struck by lightning, Iris had started dating her dad's partner, a handsome cop. But to Barry, Leah's words just sounded like empathy for his unrequited love. Listen, brother, Leah said, I've got some advice for you. Barry looked earnestly at Leah. What advice, Leah? You can tell me, I'm listening. We're all adults here. None of that secret crush nonsense. If you like her, confess. If she says yes, great. If not, well, force it and you'll be looking at 3 years minimum, maybe 10, but when you're out, you'll still be standing tall. Leah delivered his words with deadly seriousness. Barry burst out laughing. Iris has been practicing martial arts with her cop dad since she was 9. I wouldn't stand a chance against her. Leah's mouth twitched. He gave Barry a look of utter disappointment, as though scolding him for being hopeless. Barry quickly backpedaled. I get it, you mean I should just confess. You're right, Leah. I'll find a chance today to tell her how I feel. Don't wait. The moment you see her, say it. Matters of the heart shouldn't be delayed, understand? That was as far as Leah could help him. The rest was up to Barry. If he couldn't summon the courage, then his future wife would be swept away by her father's partner, and Barry would spend the next year watching her being affectionate with someone else. How did that old song go? Love is a light, green enough to make you sick, brother. Barry nodded so fast he looked like a pecking chick. Got it. Thank you, Leah. I've decided today, the moment I see Iris, I'll confess. That's more like it. I'm rooting for you. With that, Leah took his leave of Barry Allen and shot back into the sky. Once outside the city, though, he slowed down, flying low as if expecting something. Sure enough, a streak of red lightning flickered in the distance, then stopped not far ahead of him. Leah frowned, addressing the yellow blur in front of him. You've been tailing me since I entered Central City. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? The yellow figure flashed again, this time appearing right behind him, closer than before. Who are you? Why did you come to Central City? And why are you getting close to Barry Allen? The man's voice was low and heavy, his tone sharp and demanding, as though Leah's presence had genuinely unsettled him. Leah couldn't see the man's face, but the yellow suit, the lightning bolt emblem on his chest, everything pointed to one conclusion. This was the Reverse Flash. The very man who murdered Barry's mother, a speedster from the future, the nemesis of the Flash, equal in power, neither ever able to completely defeat the other. But Reverse Flash had learned Barry's true identity. So he devised a twisted plan to travel back in time using the Speed Force and kill young Barry Allen, erasing the Flash from history entirely. But the Flash of the future had followed and stopped him. Furious, the Reverse Flash had turned his wrath on Barry's mother instead. Leah gave the yellow-suited man a calm smile. Speedster, should I call you Harrison Wells? Or Eobard Thawne? Chapter 38, Reverse Flash. The moment Leah exposed both his disguise and his true identity, Reverse Flash froze for an instant. Masked men always guarded their secrets, and if an enemy discovered who they truly were, the danger increased tenfold. So when Leah casually named both his aliases, Reverse, Flash instantly ranked him as a maximum threat.
How do you know my name? Who the hell are you?
The last words came out as a roar. Step by step, he advanced on Leah, then suddenly broke into a high-speed sprint, circling him in a blur. To ordinary eyes, the crackling sparks, lightning arcs, and distorted afterimages were terrifying to behold. But Leah had super speed of his own. His eyes could track every motion with ease. From his perspective, it was nothing more than a middle-aged man in a yellow spandex suit huffing and puffing in circles around him.
What an idiot. Keep running and I'll smack the discount into you,
Leah snapped, swinging a hand. At first, Reverse, Flash sneered. To him, Leah's movements looked impossibly slow, like a snail crawling. He figured the slap wouldn't land until the next century. In that first thousandth of a second, he was already deciding what to do. Should he kill Leah outright and toss the body into the bay, or restrain him and study why this mysterious stranger could fly? Killing was easy, but studying superhumans was how he built his own power. And then in the very next instant, within the still world that Reverse, Flash had conjured, he noticed something impossible. Leah's eyes were following his movement. The still world was what speedsters called the effect of tapping into the speed force. When they moved fast enough, the entire world seemed frozen in place. Not truly frozen, of course, everything else was simply too slow to keep up, making it look that way. But here in Reverse, Flash's frozen world, with the city hanging motionless around him, Leah's gaze was locked squarely on him, tracking his every step as he circled.
That's impossible. How can you see me?
Reverse, Flash stammered, stunned. He knew every speedster on Earth and Leah wasn't one of them. Not only can I see you, Leah bellowed, I can hit you. He roared and swung while Reverse, Flash was still reeling. Caught completely off guard, Thon's heart lurched. He tried to dodge, pouring every ounce of speed into the effort. But Leah's timing was perfect, his palm smacking across Reverse, Flash's jaw. Smack! The force exploded out of Leah's hand. The still world shattered, reality snapping back into motion. Reverse, Flash spun through the air, body twirling like a top, completing what felt like 2,880 degrees before tumbling down the asphalt. He skidded to a stop a long way off, collapsed on the pavement, clutching his face. Blood gushed from his mouth, teeth scattering across the ground. He looked absolutely wrecked. Speed alone, Leah could never match, but that one perfectly placed, unexpected strike had landed clean. Whoops! Yes, I hit a little hard, Leah said casually, floating toward him. The sight of Leah approaching made Reverse, Flash scramble backward in terror, crawling on hands and knees. Blood whistled through the gaps in his missing teeth as he wailed, God, what the hell are you? Hovering above him, Leah stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I killed you now, it'd save Barry a mountain of trouble. But then again, without you, he might not become the Flash for years. Maybe not at all. That single line was enough to send Thon's pulse racing. Packed inside it was a wealth of knowledge he hadn't shared with anyone. Leah knew his identity. He knew about his plan to shape the Flash's destiny. It was as if everything, his secrets, his schemes were laid bare. The brilliant mind of Eobard Thawne leapt to the most logical conclusion. You're like me, from the future, aren't you? Reverse, Flash's eyes burned into him. You know everything because you've already seen it happen. And just like that, he had supplied his own explanation. Leah didn't need to invent a thing. In truth, Leah wasn't from the future at all, he was from another universe entirely. But did that matter? As long as it fooled Thawne, it was enough. You can think of it that way, Eobard Thawne. Remember two things. First, I won't interfere with your training plan for the Flash. But if you ever harm Barry Allen, I'll break every single bone in your body, one by one. Thawne exhaled shakily. You know I need his speed. He's my only ticket back to my own time. So no, I won't harm him. In fact, I'll protect him with everything I have. How imagine that, me, protecting my greatest enemy. What a joke. Glad you understand, Leah said smoothly. Now the second thing. That yellow ring on your finger. It's some kind of future tech, right? Storage for your suit? Make me a few. 5 or 6 should do. Leah wasn't about to spend every day with a spandex costume crammed under his jacket. That was ridiculous. Even Superman must have been dying of discomfort. Thawne glanced at the ring. It doesn't exactly store the suit. It's based on the Atom's principles. Ray Palmer can manipulate size at will. This ring uses the same concept to shrink my costume down. Ray Palmer hasn't built that tech yet, Leah cut him off. Which means you're still useful. Spare me the lecture and answer me straight. Can you make them or not? I can, but it'll take time, Thon admitted. Leah narrowed his eyes. He didn't trust him for a second. Thon's entire nature was scheming. Still, he offered one warning. You're a clever man, Thon. Too clever. Try anything with me, and I'll kill you without hesitation. Thon's eyes flickered with unease. His mangled lips finally forced out, understood. Then get lost, Leah barked. Like a prisoner granted pardon, reverse, Flash bolted, vanishing in a blur of yellow lightning. Speedsters healed fast, but Thon's regenerative perks only kicked in when he was suited up. And lost teeth? Those weren't coming back. The thought of him later that night, trying to conduct a news interview in his Harrison Wells disguise while whistling through the gaps in his smile now that was a picture Leah couldn't stop chuckling over. Chapter 39, The Research Project. Metropolis. Lex Corp Tower. After wrapping up the day's business, Lex stepped into his private elevator and pressed the button for the third sublevel. That floor was reserved for his most secret laboratory. Ever since he had covertly transported the Kryptonian corpse into the facility, his scientists had been working around the clock to dissect its mysteries. Today Lex had come down himself to check on their progress. How is the research? Any breakthroughs? As soon as he entered the lab, Lex strode past rows of cluttered workbenches covered in jars, instruments, and devices, heading straight for a reinforced glass wall. Beyond it was a chamber resembling an operating theater, where the Kryptonian body lay stretched out on a surgical table. Researchers bustled around it, busy with their tasks. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline approached him and reported, Mr. Luthor, so far we've confirmed that the only material capable of harming the subject is green meteorite. We've had to reforge all our surgical instruments out of it just to proceed. Lex's lips curved in satisfaction. Green meteorite? Excellent. I've already collected a significant stockpile. Clearly, it's time to consider manufacturing a new line of weapons from it. For Lex, the thought of any being existing above humanity's control was intolerable. Imagine driving down the street, only for some invulnerable titan to snatch up your car and hurl it like a toy in a fight with another monster. Unacceptable. Now that he had discovered such a creature's weakness, he had no intention of wasting it. Go on. I assume that isn't your only discovery. Of course not, Mr. Luthor. While the specimen is technically dead, its cells remain in a dormant state. We've been working to unravel its genetic sequence to understand the source of its immense power. The task is monumental. It will take time. The researcher hesitated, then leaned forward with excitement. There's more. We've observed faint cellular reactions to exposure to sunlight. My theory is, with sufficient light and the right biocompounds injected into the body, it might be possible to revive it. Lex's brow immediately furrowed. He glared at the man. Revive it? No, sir. Hear me out. The man spoke rapidly, words tumbling over each other. If we implanted a biochip into its brain, established behavioral controls, and then maximized its cellular activity under simulated solar radiation, we could transform it into a living weapon, your most loyal soldier. Of course, it's only a theory. Nothing would be attempted without your permission. The man babbled at full speed, terrified Lex might cut him off before he could finish. Lex, however, remained silent for a long while. Then, slowly, he smiled an unsettling, predatory smile. He clapped the researcher's cheek lightly. You want to make me a watchdog? Dangerous idea. But I like it. Tomorrow morning I expect a full feasibility study and risk assessment on my desk. Understood? The man nearly glowed with excitement. Yes, Mr. Luthor. Absolutely. Back in Starling City, Leah returned to Queen Consolidated, only to find neither Diana nor Felicity there. A quick word with Oliver confirmed the two had gone shopping. Let's hope Felicity can keep an eye on Diana, Leah muttered, rubbing his temples. Diana had only recently stepped off an island untouched by the modern world. She barely understood how a toaster worked. Thought of her let loose in the mall gave him a headache. Maybe what she needs is a tutor, someone to teach her modern basics, Oliver suggested with a chuckle from behind his desk. Leah poured himself a cup of coffee from Oliver's machine. I've tried teaching her, but Diana is stubborn, and once she locks onto something, good luck shaking her free. Oliver leaned back with a grin. Her new identity papers are already in process. Shouldn't take more than a day or two. We're going with Israeli immigrant, formerly living in Starling, now employed at Queen Consolidated as an investment consultant. What do you think? Leah shrugged. The cover identity was fine. The investment consultant title, however. Oliver, you do realize Diana knows nothing about finance. She can barely sit through a meeting. Of course, it's just a title. She doesn't need to actually do the job. What matters is giving her a legitimate cover. Oliver's tone shifted, more serious now. Speaking of which, Leah, have you thought about staying in Starling? I'd like you on my team. It was his second time extending the offer. After witnessing Leah's abilities firsthand, Oliver was more determined than ever to pull him into the fold. Having Leah at his side could mean the difference between survival and disaster. Leah, however, shook his head. Thanks, but I have business back in Smallville. Things I can't leave undone. Meanwhile, Diana and Felicity's shopping spree turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Two women, arm in arm, hauling back bags and boxes like seasoned pros. That evening, Central City buzzed with tension as crowds gathered outside SDR labs for the much-anticipated particle accelerator test. Protesters shouted, reporters swarmed, and police struggled to hold order. Inside the CCPD forensics lab, Barry Allen was still busy cataloging evidence when a young woman with long brown hair and a bright smile walked in. Hey Barry, still working? I thought we were going to watch the accelerator lunch together tonight. Iris. Barry hesitated, guilt flickering across his face. I don't think I'll make it, but that's not the important thing. What matters is... His voice softened. He remembered Leah's words earlier that day, gathered his courage and stepped closer. I love you, Iris. Iris laughed lightly and pulled him into a hug. I love you too, Barry. But Barry knew she misunderstood. In America, I love you could be casual, a phrase for friends or family. That wasn't what he meant at all. Iris, he pressed on, more serious now. What I mean is, back when we were still kids, before we even knew what love was, I already loved you. Chapter 40, Barry Gets Struck by Lightning. Hearing Barry's heartfelt confession, Iris's smile froze on her face. She seemed stunned by the sudden turn of events, covering her mouth in disbelief. Barry, not realizing what was going through her mind, panicked and kept talking. Then, my mother was murdered, and I had to live with the girl I loved. I had so many chances to tell you at senior prom, when we started college, every birthday, every Christmas. But I never said it. I was a coward. I was terrified that you didn't feel the same, and if I confessed, I'd lose you forever. But I can't keep living like this anymore. Iris's body trembled. Maybe deep down, she had always loved this sunny, awkward boy. She tested him carefully, her voice soft, but trembling. Barry, are you serious? You're not joking, right? Seeing the hope in her eyes, the seed of love Barry had buried for years finally began to sprout. He raised 4 fingers toward the sky and spoke the words almost every man in love has uttered at some point. I swear my love for you is real. If I'm lying even a little, may lightning strike me where I stand. The moment he said it, thunder rumbled across the sky. The booming roar made Iris's face go pale with fright. Barry's own face drained of color too. Seriously? I just swore, and the heavens answer with thunder? Not cool. Before he could explain, a brilliant yellow flash erupted outside the window. From the direction of the SDR labs came the roar of a massive explosion. The shockwave spread outward in an instant. What the F? Barry froze for a full second. He had just started to move, intending to get Iris out of the lab, when a golden bolt of lightning split the sky and slammed directly into his body. Crack! Boom! Oh come on, you've got to be kidding me. That was Barry's last coherent thought before everything went black. The next day, in Star City's secret aero base. Did you hear? That kid who helped us on a case last time, Barry Allen. Word is, he got struck by lightning. He's in Central City Hospital's ICU right now. Diggle delivered the news with a straight face. Oliver and the others jolted in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. How the hell does someone just get struck by lightning? Oliver asked. Apparently, Diggle shrugged. He was confessing to a girl, swore some kind of oath, and the moment he said it, bam, lightning hit him. Everyone's faces twisted with complicated reactions. Felicity, however, leaned forward, genuinely worried. Is he out of danger? I saw the news. Central City's particle accelerator exploded. Lots of people got hurt. Barry being struck, could that be connected? Diana, now dressed in a graceful white dress, joined in the conversation. I think. But Leah cut her off before she could finish. Ares has nothing to do with lightning. If you ask me, Zeus is way more likely to be behind this. He said it quickly, saving Ares from taking the blame yet again. Actually, I was thinking we should visit him. He's our friend after all. For once, Diana didn't bring up Ares. Oliver, meanwhile, had been tracking the source of the Marikuru. The past few days he'd been chasing down a crucial lead, leaving no time to check in on Barry.
I can go with Diana on everyone's behalf, Lee offered. It'll only take me 5 minutes to fly to Central City, and besides, it's about time I headed back to Smallville.
No one objected, though Oliver sighed.
Didn't expect you'd be leaving so soon.
I was hoping you'd stay a few more days.
If you need me, just call. I promise I'll be there in 10 minutes tops.
Those words lifted a huge weight off Oliver's shoulders. As long as Leah was around, even an army of Marikuru-enhanced soldiers wasn't worth worrying about. None of them could stand against him. Felicity slipped out to a florist, bought a bouquet, tucked it safely in a sturdy box, and brought it back so everyone could write a few words of encouragement. Then Leah bid the group farewell, and took Diana with him to Central City to visit Barry. Since the accident, Barry's foster father, Joe West, had taken extended leave from the precinct to stay by his side. When Leah and Diana arrived, Joe greeted them warmly.
Mr.
West, I believe Barry will wake up soon. You don't need to worry too much. Leah knew the future, but Joe took it as a simple reassurance. Yeah, I know. Thank you both for coming. As they left the hospital, Diana hesitated before speaking. I can feel it. There's a powerful force inside Barry.
Exactly.
The lightning gave him something. Once he wakes, he'll be a different man altogether. In Leah's mind, he saw Barry Allen's card in his system's codex, changing from blank white to violet.
So where to next?
Diana asked.
Smallville, Leah replied. It's my home and where I'll find weapons to deal with General Zod.
By weapons, he meant kryptonite. Smallville was the crash site of many meteors, littered with fragments. Leah had two goals in returning: forge kryptonite-based weapons to face Zod, and destroy any excess to ensure Superman's safety. Kryptonite was a double-edged sword capable of killing villains, but just as dangerous to heroes. Diana frowned in frustration.
Why can't we just storm Zod's homeworld and cut him down there?
He's somewhere out in the vast universe, I don't know where, but he knows where Earth is.
Look, Earth holds the key to restoring Krypton. You heard Lara yourself. Zod will come soon. Before that happens, we have to be ready.
If Clark were here, Leah's burden would be lighter. Clark was still hidden away in the Fortress of Solitude, with no telling when he might emerge. So Leah had no choice but to prepare in advance. Diana sighed, giving in. Fine, but I want to fly in a plane. Felicity told me they're the fastest form of travel. Don't listen to her nonsense. The fastest ride in the world is me. And I'm your lifetime personal, exclusive chauffeur. Come on, Diana, hop on, I'll take you flying. Leah grinned mischievously. Chapter 41. The Doomsday Project. Metropolis. Today marked a historic moment for LexCorp. Lex Luthor had officially approved the proposal submitted by that Mediterranean researcher, the plan to implant a neural chip that could awaken and control the test subject, the Kryptonian warrior, Joel Lar. The project had been given a name worthy of its ambition, the Doomsday Project. Though the raw power of a Kryptonian filled Lex with unease, the opportunity to bend such a being to his will was too tempting to pass up. It was the same logic that drove nations to build nuclear weapons despite the risks and treaties forbidding them. The one who controls the ultimate weapon holds the ultimate leverage. In a world of rising threats, power was survival. Mr. Luthor, the strike team is ready. All ammunition has been swapped for kryptonite rounds. A squad of heavily armed mercenaries stood at attention, rifles modified with glowing green magazines. They formed a protective wall around their employer, a silent reminder that if something went wrong, they would be the first, and perhaps the last line of defense. Lex stood before a reinforced glass wall, his gaze fixed on the sterile chamber beyond. Inside lay the Kryptonian corpse, stretched across the operating table. Lex pressed the intercom. Begin the procedure. At his order, the researchers inside the chamber sprang into action. Using scalpels forged from kryptonite, they cut into Joel Lar's skull, sliding a glimmering chip into the folds of his brain. Neural chip implanted. Activating. Neural response stable. Amplify simulation raise by factor 20. Wound is closing. Signal transmission is clean. So far, the operation was flawless. The chip's signals synced smoothly with the Kryptonian nervous system. The dead flesh was responding. A promising start. The Mediterranean scientist looked up, catching sight of Lex on the other side of the glass. The billionaire had leaned forward, both hands braced against the barrier, eyes alight with something that almost looked like anticipation. Proceeding to Phase 2, Increase simulated solar radiation to 300 times baseline. In theory, this will push the subject's cells to maximum activation. But to be clear, this is not true resurrection. He will have no independent consciousness. He'll only respond to commands relayed through the neural chip. The scientist paused, then added cautiously, "Still, I advise that the security team be prepared for combat just in case." Lex flicked his hand in a sharp gesture. Behind him, the mercenaries raised their weapons in unison, chambering the kryptonite rounds with a chorus of metallic clicks. When everything was set, the researchers cranked the radiation array to full power, injecting the body with a glowing bioserum. Then, one by one, they pulled down blackened solar goggles, shielding their eyes from what was to come. A button was pressed. 300 times the intensity of a yellow sun blazed down upon Joel Lar's corpse. Even through the tinted lenses, even from behind glass, Lex felt the world ignite, the blinding flare of light, the wave of searing heat that washed over him like the breath of a newborn star. "How's the subject? Did the simulated solar radiation have any effect?" Lex asked sharply, his voice tight with impatience. The balding researcher wrestled with the controls, sweat beading on his forehead. "So far, nothing. No signs of reanimation at all. Wait. That can't be right. His cells are deteriorating." "Shut it down," someone barked. The 300-fold simulated solar rays flicked off, plunging the chamber into shadow. It took several long seconds for everyone's eyes to adjust. On the table, the Kryptonian corpse was changing. Dark blotches, like spreading necrotic stains, began to crawl across its skin. The experiment had failed. The Mediterranean researcher's face twisted in disbelief, bordering on madness. No, that's impossible. My calculations were flawless. There must be a variable I overlooked." Snatching up a kryptonite scalpel, he sliced a piece of the blackened flesh and slid it under a microscope. Lex exhaled heavily, shaking his head. Around him, the armed guards lowered their weapons. "Cancer? Is that what we're seeing?" the researcher muttered, staring at the scope. "The cells, they're mutating, dividing uncontrollably." Even as he spoke, the sample he had cut away regenerated in seconds, knitting itself back together. On the surgical table, the once pristine Kryptonian body was no longer recognizable. The skin had turned a mottled brown, black, swollen with cysts that bulged grotesquely only to collapse into sunken pits. "God, he's hideous. Looks like something straight out of a zombie flick." Lex's brow furrowed. He was weighing whether to order the corpse destroyed when the abomination twitched. "Did it just move?" one scientist gasped. "Oh my God, it's standing." Everyone had come here hoping to witness the resurrection of a Kryptonian, but now that it was happening, this grotesque, corrupted version hauling itself upright from the table, the air grew icy. Every neck prickled, every spine shivered. The guards snapped their rifles into position as the researchers froze, eyes glued to the thing swaying on its feet. The creature didn't lunge. It just stood there, blank and unmoving at the edge of the surgical table. "Relax," the lead researcher said, voice trembling but eager. "It's stable." Summoning his courage, he edged closer and pressed a control pad. Chip implanted in the thing's brain activated. He gave a command, "Sit down." The corrupted Kryptonian obeyed, lowering itself back onto the table. The room exhaled as one. The scientist studied the abomination, relief sparking in his eyes. Ugly, yes, but controllable. He straightened, excitement creeping back into his tone. "The subject is stable. I need more samples for analysis." At his signal, several researchers crept forward, syringes in hand, preparing to draw its blood. The metal needle pierced Joel's decayed, looking skin only to snap instantly. "Hey, don't be fooled by his skin looking like rotting plant matter. Regular steel can't cut through his defenses. Use the green meteorite blade to slice his arm open first, then draw the blood. Don't panic. He's nothing more than a mindless corpse right now." The Mediterranean scientist barked at the trembling researcher. "Why, yes sir. Understood, Director." The researcher quickly switched to a kryptonite blade, cut into Joel's flesh, and began drawing blood. But the moment the kryptonite edge split his skin, Joel's supposedly empty face twisted into a feral snarl. "Ruh!" With terrifying speed, the corrupted Joel lashed out, seizing the researcher by the throat. The syringe, half filled with blood, clattered uselessly to the floor. Outside, armed guards instantly pulled Lex behind cover, raising their rifles loaded with kryptonite rounds, all trained on the rampaging Kryptonian. "Wait, hold fire," Hold your fire! The Mediterranean scientist raised a calming hand, quickly activating the control chip interface. He barked an order at Joel. Put that man down. Sit back down. Repeat, put him down and sit. Joel's head jerked violently, twitching as though caught between commands. His unfocused eyes stared blankly ahead, and his arms slowly began to lower. Relief washed over the room until Joel's fingers tightened with a sudden, sickening crunch, snapping the researcher's neck like wet clay. In the same breath, Joel lunged forward with explosive force, charging straight at the Mediterranean scientist. Chapter 42: Breaking Out of the Cage. Joel might look like a corrupted husk, but Kryptonians are still Kryptonians, especially after being blasted with simulated solar radiation at 300 times intensity. The lab thundered with a sonic boom as corrupted Joel smashed into the Mediterranean scientist. It was like an armored truck hitting a watermelon. The man's body burst apart with a wet explosion, blood spraying across the lab as screams filled the air. Fire! Kill him! Lex was the first to bark the order. He didn't know why the subject had turned into a monster, but he did know its weakness. Kryptonite. Rat-a-tata-tata. The rifles spat green-tinted fire, streams of kryptonite bullets slicing through the air like a storm of poisoned rain toward Destroyer Joel. Even as Joel blurred and twisted to evade at superhuman speed, several rounds still struck home, punching clean through his flesh with ease. Thick, black blood splattered across the floor. But before anyone could celebrate, they saw the impossible, Joel's wounds knitting shut. His cells divided at a frenzied pace, forcing the kryptonite rounds back out of his body, clattering onto the ground. The bombardment of simulated solar radiation, combined with layers of bioserums, had mutated Joel's Kryptonian cells into something cancerous and grotesque, hyperactive, endlessly dividing, infinitely regenerating. Kryptonite's effect had been reduced to nearly nothing. Rog! Rah! Joel was, after all, born a warrior. Even stripped of consciousness, his combat instinct was etched into every strand of his DNA. In the brief instant when the armed troops froze in shock, his figure blurred, snatching up two researchers and smashing them into the glass wall. The shattering crash was followed by Joel the Destroyer bursting through into the soldiers' midst. His arms lashed out, and in a blink, several men were torn apart like paper. Rah! Another guttural roar sent a chill shooting down every spine. Fortunately, Joel the Destroyer didn't press the slaughter. It was as though he sensed that these soldiers carried something that unsettled him. With a sudden bend of his legs, he launched upward. Boom! His body crashed against the reinforced concrete ceiling. The slab yielded like tofu, collapsing into rubble as Joel smashed a gaping hole and vanished from sight. Damn it, why aren't the green bullets working? One of the surviving troops stammered in terror. Lex had already been hustled to the back, shielded by his men, the instant Joel broke loose. It's not that the green rounds failed, he snapped. The subject mutated. We'll need a larger kryptonite-based weapon to bring him down. Indeed, kryptonite could still pierce his iron-hard skin. Problem was simply that the bullets were too weak. A heavier caliber aimed at the heart or head would be more than enough to finish him. The experiment's out of control. Deploy every piece of kryptonite weaponry at any cost. Eliminate him. Lex barked into his calms. He held no regret for starting the project. The chance to bend such power to his will was too intoxicating to resist. In his mind, mastering a being like Joel would benefit not only himself, but all of humankind. Failure? That was on the incompetence of his researchers, nothing more. Meanwhile, Joel the Destroyer burst from the underground labs of LexCorp, driven only by instinct. He rampaged through Metropolis, bellowing like a ravenous wolf loosed into a flock of sheep, tearing through the streets with feral hunger to destroy everything in sight. Leah and Diana, by contrast, had returned to Smallville. Thanks to his superhuman memory, Leah had no trouble recalling every detail of the maps he'd seen, though in truth, he didn't need them. Flying above the clouds, roads hardly mattered. Diana, he said as they touched down at his doorstep, you'll stay here with me for now. Once you've gotten the hang of modern life, you can think about studying, working, or even moving out on your own. Before stepping inside, he felt he needed to make something perfectly clear. He really didn't want her getting the wrong idea. Diana tilted her head, puzzled. I understand the part about studying and work like Felicity at Queen Consolidated, but why move out? Do you not want me here? Her voice wavered with hurt, her wide, glistening eyes so pitiful that anyone passing by might assume Leah had committed some unspeakable cruelty. No, of course not, he hurried to explain. It's just, normally when a man and a woman live together, it means they're together. As in they're a couple, they like each other and are willing to do anything for each other. He wanted no awkward misunderstandings later, once she fully grasped how things worked in this society. But Diana only looked straight at him, her expression earnest. We are a couple. I like you very much, and I'd do anything for you. Do anything for me? Those words nearly short-circuited his brain. Coming from a gorgeous, perfect-bodied warrior goddess, it was enough to make his self-control scream for mercy. For one dangerous moment, he almost thought about pulling out those unopened boxes of protection he'd stashed away, and conducting some very hands-on research into the origin of life with Diana. Since Diana herself wasn't opposed to moving in, Leah figured it would be pointless and a little pretentious to keep hesitating. Diana, as long as you're comfortable, you can stay here as long as you like. I live with my uncle, he's a police captain. Always wears a stern face, but he's a good man. As for the fact that the apartment only had 2 bedrooms, well, that conversation could wait until later tonight. Leah headed up to unlock the door, but before he could touch the knob, it swung open from the inside. Out stepped his uncle, James Rogers. Their eyes met. Recognition flashed. You little brat. You dare come home? Do you know how worried I've been? Get inside. Unless you explain everything tonight, don't even think about, and who's this young lady? James had been about to drag Leah in by the collar, but then he spotted the figure standing just behind him. A girl, face like it had been sculpted by an artist's hand, her poise radiating the air of someone born into nobility. Which immediately raised a question in James's mind. What on earth was such a girl doing showing up at his nephew's side? Drawing on his instincts as a cop, James narrowed his eyes at Leah, his tone sharp like an interrogation. So you've grown bold, huh? Better confess now for leniency. What stunt did you pull with your powers to trick or kidnap this young lady? Chapter 43. Leah's explanation. Leah flushed bright red, glaring at his uncle. Seriously? What kind of nonsense? Do I look like the type who kidnaps girls? James gave him a look that said as plainly as words, don't you? The air grew painfully awkward, until Diana, ever the graceful Amazon princess, broke it with a warm smile. Hello, uncle. My name is Diana. James's face softened instantly. Well, hello, Diana. Please come in, have a seat. He ushered her into the living room and even fetched her a drink, leaving Leah standing there with dark lines practically drawn across his face. Am I even your nephew anymore? While Diana settled in front of the TV, James dragged Leah out to the balcony. His expression hardened again. Care to explain? Where exactly did these powers of yours come from? And what about that man you fought in the street? My God, you two tore it up like a professional demolition crew. The whole block was wrecked. And where have you been these past few days? And who exactly is this girl you brought home? Leah hesitated, but then he remembered. When General Zod finally descended upon Earth, the truth about Krypton would come out anyway. Better his uncle heard it now than later. That man was an alien. They possess immense strength and bodies nothing can pierce. The only thing that can kill them is kryptonite, the green mineral that fell with the meteor shower 10 years ago. And reliable sources say even stronger aliens will come to invade Earth. James gave Leah a long, skeptical look. So, what are you saying? You're an alien too? Please, I'm your blood nephew. You really need to ask? Of course I'm human, just happened to end up with powers. Leah shrugged, not caring much whether James bought it or not. His uncle crossed his arms. Fine. Then, what about the girl in the living room? What's her story? You mean Diana? I met her while I was hunting another alien. She's gifted 2 powers like mine. She can help me face what's coming. James blinked at him, utterly baffled. Wait, hold on. You're telling me this little girl has superpowers? Of course. She took down an entire American battalion on her own, barely broke a sweat. Leah said it so casually that James nearly choked. He dragged hard on a cigarette, smoke curling as he tried to decide if Leah was joking or insane. Aliens, superpowers, you're describing a science fiction novel. How am I supposed to believe any of this? Who cares if you believe me? It's not like you're going to pick up a rifle and help me fight aliens. You're not getting any younger. Find yourself a partner and enjoy the rest of your life in peace. Leah's jab hit home. James almost spat blood in fury. Before he could explode, Leah cut him off with a quick diversion. By the way, the Kryptonian corpse I left in your care last time. You handled it properly, right? The question froze James in place. His silence made Leah's stomach twist with unease. Leah, James began slowly, the government stepped in. I couldn't stop them, but I heard the transport convoy was ambushed. Every officer was killed. The body's gone. No one knows who took it. Body's been stolen? Leah rubbed his temples, groaning. No wonder his eyelid had been twitching for days. Trouble was coming. James frowned, confused by his nephew's grave expression. It's just a corpse. How much chaos could that cause? The government had it, at least they'd lock it down. Whoever took it won't have those scruples. I can only hope my fears are unfounded. Leah sighed. Just then, Diana's voice rang from the living room. Leah, on the news there's a monster killing people. That's fake too, right? The first time she'd seen television, Diana mistook a werewolf movie for reality, donned her armor, and split the screen in half with her sword. James shot Leah a look that said, "What the hell?" Leah just shrugged. She's never seen a TV before in her life. When he stepped into the living room, Leah's face tightened instantly. The broadcast showed Metropolis in chaos. A creature that looked like a rotting corpse rampaged through the streets, flipping cars like toys, tearing through buildings, leaving death in its wake. Diana, this is the news. It's real. Leah stripped off his jacket, revealing the black tactical suit beneath. I'm coming too. In a heartbeat, Diana was armored, sword and shield in hand. She would never sit idle while innocents suffered. You two, what do you think you're doing? This is for the police, the government. James barked, panic cutting through his anger. Leah shook his head, pointing at the screen. You're a cop. Do you really think they can handle that? Shield in one hand, sword in the other, Diana's eyes blazed. We can't watch people die. Leah told me this is my destiny, and I'll fight for it. James glared at Leah. Destiny? Really? You're feeding her that nonsense now? How could this girl be so easy to sway? Fine, fine. Go. Just be careful, both of you. James threw up his hands, defeated. Leah bit back the truth that Diana was older than James's great-grandmother and instead said, Relax. We'll be fine. Then, together, he and Diana launched toward Metropolis. Metropolis. A quiet street in what used to be a peaceful neighborhood. A chubby cop strolled lazily down the street, one hand clutching a drumstick, the other resting on the pager at his hip. He waddled along, every step a little sway. Man, big cities really are the best. I knew it. Small towns are unbearable. Every other day, it's either a robbery or some monster popping up. Good thing I was smart enough to transfer to Metropolis. Now here's a place with real peace and order. Hardly any terror incidents, the people are polite, friendly to a fault. Yeah, I love it here. Suddenly, a Mercedes ripped clean in half plummeted from the sky, crashing down right in front of him with a deafening boom. Right behind it, a zombie-like humanoid tore through the street, rampaging wildly, smashing cars like they were made of paper. Hop was so terrified he dropped his chicken leg, eyes bulging like he'd seen a ghost. Holy, what the hell is this? Am I still dreaming? Chapter 44, Destroyer Joel. All units be advised. All units, terrorist activity reported on 12th Street. Immediate backup requested. Repeat, immediate backup. The fat cop froze, staring blankly at the carnage ahead. Barely 100 meters away, Destroyer Joel hefted a truck in one hand and was smashing it around like a toy. Tears welled up in the officer's eyes. Back up. Back your mother. You told me Metropolis was safe. The whole street was chaos. Cars jammed bumper to bumper, families abandoning vehicles and fleeing on foot. Screams, cries for help, metal crunching under raw force, it all blended into a wave of sheer panic. Several squad cars skidded onto the scene. Riot police jumped out, weapons raised. Team A, evacuate civilians. Teams B and C with me, we're taking down the suspect. What the hell is that? The incoming officers froze at the sight of Joel, smashing everything in sight. What was that thing? A zombie? A zombie swinging trucks like baseball bats? Had the world lost its mind? The swarm of police drew Joel's attention. He raised the truck high overhead, then hurled it with monstrous force. The 5-ton vehicle spun through the air in a deadly arc, coming down straight at the officers. Scatter! Move, move, move! Boom! The truck slammed down with crushing impact, the sheer momentum shoving nearby cars aside. Some officers and civilians, too slow to escape, were caught and crushed instantly. Fuck! Got him. It. Open fire. Put that beast down. Fury blazed in the captain's voice as he watched his men and innocent bystanders fall. At his command, every armed officer chambered rounds and unleashed a storm of bullets. Gunfire poured down on Joel like rain, sparks flaring across his body, yet not a single round pierced his hide. Shells bounced off, clattering uselessly onto the asphalt. "Rog! Rah!" Destroyer Joel bellowed in rage. With one mighty leap, he shot 30 meters into the air, then dropped like a cannonball into the midst of the police line. Boom! The ground shook violently, splitting with jagged cracks. The car beneath Joel the Destroyer's feet was flattened into scrap as he lunged forward, smashing a policeman aside with a single swipe that sent the man flying dozens of meters. He wasn't going to survive that. What the F***K, why are there monsters everywhere? Another officer, stocky and out of shape, stood barely 20 meters from Joel. He had already fired his service pistol, but the tiny weapon was laughably useless. Worse, it drew Joel's attention straight to him. After mowing down several others, Joel's gaze locked onto the heavyset cop. Crispy on the outside, pork, flavored on the inside. "Oh God, he's looking at me," the cop squealed, bladder giving way as he bolted with a speed worthy of an Olympian sprinter. "Screw this. I quit. Being a cop is a death sentence. I'd rather fling myself off a bridge than do this another day." He ran for his life with every ounce of strength in his body, but no matter how fast, he was no match for Joel the Destroyer. Joel leapt high, fist cocked back, and brought it crashing down toward the fleeing officer. If that punch landed, the man would be nothing but paste. "God, Jesus, Buddha help me," the cop screamed, diving behind a parked taxi, as if a cab could shield him from that monster. Wishful thinking at best. Then boom! A sonic crack ripped through the air. Windows lining both sides of the street exploded in a spray of glass. At the exact instant Joel's fist came down, a black-clad figure appeared between them, meeting the blow with his own punch. Thud! The collision shook the air, shock waves rippling outward in all directions. The fat cop flinched so hard his body wobbled like jelly. Realizing he was still alive, he dared to peek from behind the taxi. There he was, dressed in a sleek black suit, cape whipping in the gust, his face unmistakable even if the costume had changed. The Avenger. The vigilante of Smallville, their protector. Thank God, thank Jesus, thank Buddha, thank the Avenger. The cop sobbed with relief, gazing at Leah as if he'd just been reunited with his long-lost father. "Ha!" A fierce cry rang out. Diana, clad in her Wonder Woman armor and wielding the sword of Hephaestus, descended from the sky. She struck Joel across the back with a mighty. The unbreakable Destroyer howled as the blade carved a grotesque wound into his flesh. Enraged, Joel wheeled around, fist arcing toward Diana. Her eyes hardened, and she raised her shield to meet the blow. Boom! The impact hurled her backward, shield and all, but she twisted midair, landing squarely on her feet again. "You dare lay a hand on my Diana? Did I say you could?" Leah stepped forward, seizing Joel's arm with his left hand while drawing back his right. His fist crashed into Joel's face. Bam! 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 Each strike rattled the earth beneath them. After 5 or 6 crushing blows, Joel's face was mangled beyond recognition. But even that wasn't enough. His cells regenerated at a frantic pace, his already hideous features twisting into something worse, a grotesque wreck, as if sculpted by a car crash. From the wound on his back, fresh bone spurs began to push through, forming a jagged row of spikes. Holy crap, this guy looks just like Doomsday, and in his original form, no less. Leah stared at the creature before him, his confusion growing. In many versions of the lore, Doomsday was a super being created in Krypton's ancient past. By ancient, they meant the height of Krypton's expansion, when Doomsday was deployed as the ultimate soldier weapon in war. Some even claimed that in the artificially engineered soldiers like Zod, a trace of Doomsday's DNA was spliced in, explaining how in some stories, General Zod could evolve into a version of Doomsday, as seen in Batman v Superman. When Doomsday first appeared, he wasn't particularly strong, but each time he died, he returned in some form stronger than before. In mainstream stories, he had even killed Superman once. Damn it, don't tell me this guy is that Kryptonian, Joel Laurel. He's Zod's subordinate, and he carries the same warrior genes as Zod. Leah's mind suddenly pieced it together. Chapter 45. Presidential Call. Leah's guess was close to the mark. Only a handful of people could have engineered something like this. After yet another round of rampant cellular division, the destroyer Joel's body appeared slightly larger than before, his face even more grotesque. Roar! With a savage sweep of his hand, Leah barely managed to raise his arms in defense. Boom! The force slammed him into the side of a nearby building. Joel leapt to follow, but Diana sprang into action. She whipped out her lasso of truth, snared his lower leg, and yanked with all her might, sending him crashing to the ground. Using the recoil to her advantage, Diana vaulted into the air, swinging her sword in a deadly arc. Joel, strengthened by his warrior genes, narrowly dodged her strike and countered with an elbow. Diana raised her shield to block and thrust her sword again. In an instant, the two clashed repeatedly, each exchange a push and pull of offense and defense. Leah emerged from the building, yanking a street lamp from the pavement and swinging it at their heads. Bang! 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 The fight raged on, a chaotic ballet of punches, kicks and crushing blows. The street around them was utterly devastated. Cars twisted into heaps, some slammed into walls, others shattered beyond recognition. Most pedestrians had fled. Only a small squad of police remained within several hundred meters, calling for backup over radios. Metropolis PD to armed helicopter units. Repeat, Metropolis PD to armed helicopter units. Extreme threat, destructive terrorists. Streets from 12th to 34th destroyed. Requesting heavy fire support. News of the Metropolis incident had already hit national headlines. A monstrous creature had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, accompanied by two equally powerful, unidentified vigilantes. Though the U.S. government quickly contained the situation, preventing mass panic, the public caught glimpses online and rumors spread. At the nearest 7th Army District, Colonel Ryan convened an emergency meeting upon receiving the Metropolis PD distress call. Just then, the landline in the high-level conference room rang. The secretary glanced at the caller ID and said gravely, "It's the president," likely regarding the Metropolis threat. Colonel Ryan rubbed his temples. At this moment, a call from the president was the last thing he wanted, but there was no ignoring it. "Hello, Mr. President. Please, allow me to explain. It's not that we failed to detect the threat. You must have seen the footage. It's a monster. Biochemical experiments." "No, sir, we've conducted no such experiments." Yes. I'll dispatch armed helicopters immediately and neutralize it in the shortest time possible." After Colonel Lane's hurried assurances, a busy signal buzzed on the other end. "What did President Aguanhai say? Doesn't he usually prefer watching the sea? Since when does he start paying attention to the news?" one of the officials in the meeting asked. "If President Aguanhai hears this, you'll all be retired by sundown." Colonel Lane snorted, then barked his order. "Launch Eagle 1, 2, and 3. Armed ordnance authorized. Eliminate the Metropolis terrorists." "Colonel, according to live footage, 2 vigilantes are involved. Take them out too." Lane cut him off, and the secretary transmitted the order. The 3 armed fighters roared to life and shot toward Metropolis. "Eagle 1, 2, 3. Be advised, intelligence indicates your target is extremely dangerous. You are authorized to use heavy anti-personnel munitions. Mission priority, neutralize the target." Colonel Lane briefed the pilots in the ops room. The normally bustling avenue in Metropolis was eerily deserted, and then, a searing crimson beam sliced across the street. A clean fissure tore the pavement as if a gigantic chainsaw had split the road in two. Crunch! Within heartbeats, 2 figures slammed down through the street, leaving a massive crater where they landed. Surrounding walls cracked and buckled from the impact. There was no doubt, Leah and the destroyer Joel were fighting. Because there were still civilians trapped in nearby buildings, Leah had been doing his best to keep the fight from spreading. "Die!" he snarled. Leah pinned the destroyer Joel into the pit. His eyes flared blood red and twin beams of scorching heat shot from them, focused dead center on Joel's chest. He meant to burn through the other man's heart with heat vision. "Rrr! Grrr!" The pinned Joel howled like a beast, his blackened hand snatching for Leah's throat. The 2 men locked again in a brutal contest, each trying to kill the other. "Agarg!" Leah let out a strained cry. His heat beams doubled in intensity. He was pushing his power to the limit. The exertion drained him fast, but the effect was devastating. The destroyer's zombie-like flesh charred away, revealing the blackened muscle beneath. Survivors peered out of windows.
Some braver souls even pulled out phones and began filming. Nearly everyone was silently praying Leah would end the monstrosity and stop the carnage. But just as Leah's heat vision was about to pierce Joel's heart, Joel lashed out with his free hand. His grip clamped down on Leah's neck and twisted, forcing Leah's gaze to the surrounding buildings. With her, yar. Joel's grip tightened until Leah nearly felt his neck snap. Joel wrenched Leah's head aside, then slammed a brutal series of fists into Leah's soft ribs, one blow after another. Boom, boom, boom. Leah squeezed his eyes shut, vision burning red as if overloaded. He'd lost count of how many times he'd beaten Destroyer Joel into a mangled heap, yet the monster, looking more and more like Doomsday, always regenerated within moments, each time stronger than before. What baffled him most was that even kryptonite had little effect. Not because it didn't work, but because the shard he carried on his necklace was far too small. Could this thing really be invincible? Leah's strength was flagging, exhaustion creeping in, while his opponent fought on with endless stamina, bent on destroying everything in sight. Chapter 46, Bald and Stronger. Destroyer Joel clamped one massive hand around Leah's throat, hoisting him into the air. Overusing his heat vision had drained him badly. He couldn't break free in time. Leah, Avenger, watch out. Diana leapt into the fray, arriving one step too late. She had been busy shielding civilians almost caught in the chaos of the battle. Seeing Leah in Joel's grip, she raised the sword of Hephaestus and dropped from above, channeling her falling momentum into a savage strike. Slash! Joel's arm was severed cleanly. Leah followed up with a brutal kick, sending the beast hurtling away. Just then, 3 armed fighter jets streaked overhead, Tomahawk missiles locked on target, angling downward at the 3 figures below. Command, this is Eagle Squadron. Target spotted on 24th Street. No civilians visible on the road, but possible presence inside buildings. Requesting orders. Priority is elimination of the target. Fire immediately. Colonel Ryan's cold voice crackled through the comms. None of the pilots dared disobey. Their fingers pressed the triggers in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 missiles roared down in tight formation, aimed squarely at Leah, Diana, and Joel. Realizing he was included in the strike package, Leah nearly choked. The US government really has lost its damn mind. The warheads couldn't do much against him, sure, but still, hadn't he and Diana been protecting civilians this whole time? Not a single casualty since they arrived. He'd even pushed the fight steadily outward, away from the heart of the city, to limit the damage. And now? The military's first move was an indiscriminate missile barrage, never mind the people still trapped inside nearby buildings. Son of a, Leah cursed, grabbing Diana and pulling her clear just before impact. Destroyer Joel, however, made no attempt to dodge. The missiles struck home, detonating in a chain of thunderous explosions. Ka-boom! Flames and shockwaves ripped through the street, debris and shrapnel raining down in all directions. Diana, are you hurt? Leah wrapped himself around her, shielding her from the worst of the blast and flying debris. Bullets and blades couldn't pierce his skin, but Diana didn't have that luxury. I'm fine, she answered breathlessly, then her face blanched. But the buildings, there are still people inside. Diana's eyes swept the ruined street with deep concern. The shockwave from the missile strike had torn through the lower buildings, collapsing walls and leaving devastation everywhere. The sight was harrowing. But Leah's focus never left the center of the road. The smoke still hung thick, but it couldn't block his X-ray vision. He saw clearly Joel the Destroyer was standing there, completely unscathed. His skin and muscles had absorbed the missile's force, his cells splitting at a terrifying rate. From the severed arm Diana had cut, jagged bone spurs were now sprouting. He was evolving, becoming even more like Doomsday itself. These idiots have no idea what they've unleashed, Leah muttered, glaring up at the fighter jets screaming low overhead. The 3 pilots, however, were already cheering in triumph. To them, nothing could survive 9 direct missile hits. Impossible. Command, all missiles hit the target. Colonel Ryan's voice crackled back through the comms. Well done. But don't get complacent. Confirm the kill. If the target's still alive, hit it again. Roger that. The trio banked their jets in a smooth arc, preparing to circle back. Then boom. A figure burst from the smoke below, trailing a plume of dust like an anti-air shell, rocketing toward the lead jet. Mels, eject now, one pilot shouted instinctively over comms.
Too late. Joel the Destroyer vaulted onto the aircraft, tearing open its hull with his bare hands. Using the bone spurs jutting from his mutilated arm, he impaled the pilot straight through the chest. Without pause, he sprang off, using the jet as a springboard, hurling himself into another plane. Crash! The steel frame crumpled like tin, shearing apart in midair. The pilot was killed instantly, the wreckage splintering into pieces that plummeted toward the city below. Damn it, they're only making this worse. Cursing, Leah shot into the sky, catching each chunk of falling debris and redirecting them outward, steering the wreckage away from the city. That left just one jet. Its pilot, trembling, nearly wet himself. What had he just seen? A monster not only surviving a missile barrage, but leaping hundreds of meters, and ripping planes apart with his bare hands? This wasn't war, it was a sci-fi nightmare. Still reeling, he reported in, Eagle 1 and Eagle 3 down, requesting immediate backup. Then he froze. A black speck grew rapidly in his line of sight. The next instant a grotesque, zombie-like monster was hurtling straight for him. Sure, the jet was steel, but at this speed even a bird strike could bring it down. Against a monster like that? No chance. Oh God, help me. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. He shut his eyes, bracing for death. Boom! Another sonic crack tore through the sky. Leah slammed into Joel midair, knocking him away and carrying the monster toward Metropolis's outskirts. The pilot blinked, realizing he was still alive. Relief washed over him so hard he almost wept. Meanwhile, Leah pummeled Joel relentlessly, driving him further and further from the city. High in the air, the destroyer Joel struggled desperately, and Leah realized with alarm that the creature's strength had increased significantly. Handling him was becoming increasingly difficult. Roar! The two of them plummeted toward the ground. Leah skated low, punching relentlessly at Joel's face. To defeat this monster, he needed the power of kryptonite, but the only place he knew with a large supply of it was the small town. The very place where the meteor shower had fallen 10 years ago. Even now, plenty of kryptonite remained there. Sage! Joel roared, raising his arm now transformed into bone spikes, and drove it into Leah's abdomen. Both were sent tumbling forward by the impact, carving 2 deep furrows into the terrain as they rolled. Damn it, why is this beast so strong? Could it be because he's bald? Leah recalled that this Kryptonian warrior, Joel Laurel, had once had a thick head of black hair. Could it really be true, the saying, I may be bald but I've grown stronger? Otherwise, there was no other explanation. Chapter 47. Superman Returns. Even with the bone spike lodged in his stomach, Leah basked in the sunlight. Like a solar-powered cell, he rapidly recharged, and his wound began to heal. Yet, no matter how quickly his own injuries closed, he still couldn't match the regeneration speed of Joel. The Kryptonian's cells were splitting frantically, and he had grown a full 30 centimeters taller. Standing over Leah, he looked down with an unmistakably superior gaze. You're clearly cheating, Leah muttered to himself, struggling to adjust his stance as Joel thundered toward him. Boom! Out in the wilds beyond the city, the impact sounded like rolling thunder. Shockwaves radiated outward, flattening the surrounding flora. Craters formed in the earth, and the ground itself seemed to shudder. Their clash resembled 2 heavy trucks colliding at full speed, earth shattering, deafening, shaking everything for miles around. Soon, Diana arrived, joining the fray. By now, Joel's seemingly endless stamina was becoming painfully obvious. Both Leah and Diana had sustained injuries not fatal, but enough to compromise their fighting effectiveness. Yet Joel showed no signs of fatigue. In fact, he seemed stronger than ever. The battle became a brutal exchange of flesh and bone, each blow driving them backward. Leah felt his limits approaching. Ultimately, the problem was clear: he wasn't strong enough. He possessed only about 55% of Superman's power. Thankfully, unlocking Diana's mission card had allowed him to borrow some of her strength, making him a match for Joel, but the Kryptonians' near-infinite stamina meant continuing the fight was putting them at a severe disadvantage. Cards! Cards! If Leah could just unlock all the superhero cards, this half-finished Doomsday wouldn't even be worth mentioning. He could crush it with a single finger. Right now, though, Leah bitterly regretted not carrying a big chunk of kryptonite with him. Could he let Diana hold the monster off while he rushed back to town for some? The thought barely formed before he shook it off. Face to face, Diana was no match for the destroyer Joel. Rumble. A thunderous roar echoed from above. At first, Leah thought it was more fighter jets swooping in to make a mess, but when he looked up, he saw only a black speck drawing closer. What was that? A bird? A plane? No, it was Superman. A figure appeared in the sky, arms raised above his head, clad in a blue suit with a red cape whipping in the wind. Boom! A sonic crack split the air as he came down, plummeting nearly straight from the heavens. Crash! He hit the ground hard, the earth splitting into spiderweb fractures from the impact. Rising slowly, his massive chest pushed the bold S insignia forward in a powerful arc. With a faint smile, he looked at Leah. Hey brother, long time, no see. Clark, man, seeing you now is watch out behind you. Leah's warning came just as Destroyer, Joel appeared at Superman's backbone, spiked claws stabbing toward him. But Clark only smiled faintly. At the very moment the claws descended, he shifted his body, one arm snapping up to block the strike. With a twist of his waist, he hurled Joel straight toward Leah. Planting his feet wide, Leah drew his right fist back like a bowstring, then drove it forward into the oncoming monster. Bang! The sound was like a giant bell struck by an iron rod. The punch blasted Joel into a helpless tumble through the air before his body smashed into the ground, carving out a fresh crater.